Corporal Michael Toma was in one of the follow vehicles. "Shit, man," he wrote in his diary. "I almost bought the farm today." A 6x6 truck absorbed the brunt of the blast, though shrapnel peppered 3 jeeps and blew out the windshield of one. The experience left Toma shaking for several hours. "I hope," he added in his journal, "I never come this close to dying again." First Lieutenant Mark Singleton led the quick reaction force that rescued the ambushed convoy. The wounded Marines all landed before Hudson and the battalion aid station. "It is amazing," the doctor wrote, "how lucky these Marines are." He removed glass from one Marine's eyes. 4 had ruptured eardrums, and all had cuts from flying glass. One had an anxiety attack. He just couldn't get over how close to death he'd come. All are doing well right now, the physician concluded. I, however, still remain unharmed and lucky. Chapter 26. War is hell, and so is Beirut. Dr. John Hudson, postcard to his in-laws, September 1st, 1983. The only bright spot in this otherwise dark time was the marriage of hospital corpsman Brian Earl to Lebanese local Micheline Abi Ghanem. The 21-year-old Ohioan had served on a previous deployment in Beirut, where he often conducted patrols through Hooterville, helping treat and care for the locals. During that time, he befriended Micheline, a teenager whom he recruited to serve as a volunteer medical translator. "It was," she recalled, "love at first sight." The two could not have come from more different worlds. With bright blue eyes and sandy brown hair, Earl had grown up in the tiny town of Paynesville, where he had played football and wrestled at Harvey High School. Micheline, in contrast, sported curly dark hair and matching eyes. Raised Christian in a largely Shiite area, she knew little of life without war. "I never really had a childhood," she said. "You grow up so fast." Day after day, as Earl made his rounds through Hooterville, the two grew closer. "They fell in love," one newspaper reporter observed, amid the kind of tragedy and conflict of which Hemingway novels are made. Earl met Micheline's mother and befriended her brothers, often enjoying home-cooked meals with her family. Locals he treated at times left dried fruit and other goodies for Earl and his fellow Marines at her home. "The days together with Earl were everything in my life," Micheline said. "Everything I lived for." With his first deployment winding down, he asked her to marry him on February 13, 1983. Micheline encouraged him to return home and visit his family, friends, and even his high school girlfriend to make certain he wanted to marry her. No sooner had he left in February than letters started arriving from him. Earl volunteered to return in May with the 24th Marine Amphibious Unit. "I found somebody," he told his fellow Marines, "who I want to spend the rest of my life with." Earl taped 16 pictures of her above his rack on the 4th floor of the battalion landing team headquarters. He was infatuated with her, recalled friend and fellow hospital corpsman Darius Eichler. His main goal was to get her out of Lebanon. Arranging a marriage in the war-torn capital proved difficult, but the American embassy helped facilitate it, and the Navy allowed him leave. The couple, meanwhile, attended the chaplain's pre-marriage counseling course and had blood work drawn in the base clinic, while his colleagues took up a collection, presenting them with a gift of $50 and a bottle of wine. The sniper attacks, coupled with the wealth of roadblocks and checkpoints, mandated a small wedding ceremony in a Catholic church on Hamra Street in West Beirut. About 20 people attended, mostly Micheline's family members, as well as a Navy chaplain. "Our hearts were full of happiness to be getting married and be united for life," she remembered. "Being at the church that day felt as if it was almost a dream. We were like 2 old souls who found each other, and nothing was going to separate us from that day forward." The embassy had arranged for the couple to honeymoon in a nearby hotel. On the afternoon of October 16th, less than 6 hours before a sniper would kill Michael Oler, Micheline watched her sister and mother walk through the church. Though excited to start her new life with Earl, she knew it meant leaving behind her country and family, which was a lot for a teenager to process. As though he could sense her thoughts, Earl whispered in her ear, "You'll be visiting them once a year," he said. I promise." She looked up at him. "I love you today and always," he declared. "Now let's go and get married." Chapter 27. "Things will have to get better over here. I don't see how they could get worse." Hospital Corpsman Jimmy Ray Kane, letter to his mother, October 7th, 1983. Back in Washington, Reagan phoned Alan Seufert's family on October 14th. 3 days later, he spoke with the father and widow of Michael Oler, where he learned the Marine captain left behind 2 small children, including a son he had never met. In the wake of the call, which left the president in tears, Reagan sent a letter to Gail Oler. "In the days ahead, Sarah and Benjamin will ask you many questions about their father," he wrote. "Let them know that their father died trying to restore peace in a troubled land. As they study the history of our nation, let them know that their father was one of the few in his generation whose life made a difference, and one of the few who made the ultimate sacrifice so that others might live. As they grow up in a land of freedom and security and in a world that is at peace, let them know that it was their mother who caused the president to weep with sorrow and appreciation." National Security Advisor William Clark resigned to become Secretary of the Interior, prompting Reagan to replace him with Bud McFarlane on October 17th. McFarlane no doubt felt vindicated in his quest to rival Kissinger. "It was a moment of great pride for me," he wrote. "I had reached the pinnacle of a long public service career, a position of special trust and authority that represented the culmination of all my efforts and aspirations." The Lebanese ceasefire had proven tenuous, as the recent uptick in violence showed. But it wasn't only the Marines who suffered. Patricia Nachel, a 15-year-old Lebanese civilian, wrote to Reagan that month imploring him to do more. "You are the last hope," she wrote, "for the salvation of our country." The youth recounted huddling for weeks in a bomb shelter. "Do I really deserve to live like this just because I am Lebanese?" she asked. "Maybe I am too young to understand why the world is so unjust, but I sure know one thing. No person deserves death, no matter what the circumstances are." Reagan agreed, writing that he wished more of the world knew of stories like hers. "I promise you," the president concluded, "we will do everything we can to end the bloodshed and terror that presently devastate your country." To that end, Secretary of State Shultz outlined his views on America's road ahead in a 10-page paper to the president. "The ceasefire in Lebanon, a major achievement of our diplomacy, means that the struggle in Lebanon now shifts to the political arena." The Secretary of State acknowledged that America had committed its prestige to back Gemayel, a position made all the more challenging since Israel's departure from the Chouf Mountains. "This has created a vacuum," he wrote, "which we have been drawn into to sustain." Syria remained the central problem. Assad wanted to kill the May 17th deal, drive the Marines out of Lebanon, and install a more friendly government. Assyrian success would not only humiliate the United States, but would strengthen Assad's position in the Middle East, boost regional radicals, and undermine moderate nations. To counter that threat, Gemayel needed to use the political process to broaden his base and pull the Druze and the Shiites out of Syria's embrace. "A satisfactory outcome to the Lebanese political negotiations should be our priority objective," Shultz wrote. "Since so much depends on it, our standing in the Middle East and our prospects for bringing the Marines home in honorable circumstances." To accomplish this, Shultz once again fell back on the military. "To ensure a tolerable outcome," he wrote, "it will be more important than ever to maintain the balance of forces so that Syria cannot intimidate the other parties and steamroll the conference. A breakdown in the ceasefire, which Assad would welcome, would undermine any national reconciliation and create complications with Congress. To prevent that, the United States needed to keep the battleship New Jersey parked off the coast as a symbol of might, as well as shun any suggestion that the time had arrived to reduce forces. Now is an appropriate time to consider broadening the rules of engagement for our forces," Shultz urged, "so that there will be more of a sense that we are still there to be reckoned with if the ceasefire should break down." Weinberger, of course, disagreed. In a 3-page rebuttal, the defense secretary highlighted the fragility of Lebanon, arguing that it was time to consider alternative options for the deployment of the multinational force. The static position of the Marines ashore, he wrote, presents an extremely difficult defensive situation. The recent sniper attacks illustrated how American forces had been drawn into the factional fighting. Any change in the rules of engagement risked undermining the national reconciliation because it would remove any incentive for Gemayel to make concessions. If anything, Weinberger argued, it was time for the Marines to pack up. It might be necessary and desirable, he argued, to reduce or eliminate U.S. ground presence in Beirut and keep our forces offshore, perhaps bolstered by additional naval gunfire support. Thus, we would not be weakening our commitment to help secure peace in the Mideast, but would actually strengthen it in terms of firepower. What to do with the Marines was one of the top issues on the agenda when the National Security Planning Group sat down in the Situation Room at 11:01 a.m. on October 18th. Reagan once again faced two diametrically opposed viewpoints from his two senior cabinet members. On the one hand, Shultz wanted to keep the Marines in country and expand the rules of engagement so as to keep political pressure on Syria. Opposite him stood Weinberger, who advocated that it was time to pull the Marines back aboard ship before any more of them were killed. As events would soon show, this was the last real opportunity for the president to divert a coming tragedy of a magnitude few could imagine. No minutes exist from the 63-minute meeting, but Reagan described it that evening in his personal diary. All the options on how to keep trying for peace, avoid murder of our Marines, not suffer a disastrous political defeat, etc., he wrote. No decisions, but option papers being drawn up for my decision. That delay would soon prove deadly. As a reminder of the high stakes involved, family and friends of Alan Seufert gathered that same day at Temple Beth Abraham in the small New Hampshire city of Nashua to say goodbye to the 25-year-old Marine. Oler's funeral would follow on October 24th. Police then escorted the family to the cemetery west of downtown. Residents lined the sidewalks and watched from the front steps of homes as the limousine passed. Once again, a Marine rifleman fired a 21-gun salute before the bugler blew taps. We, too, are casualties, Rabbi Gerald Weiss reminded attendees. We, too, today, are hurt and wounded. Chapter 28. In Beirut, the enemy is unseen. He is the chaos and instability that rides with the whirlwind of civil war, invasion, and political strife. Warrant Officer Charles Rao, Root Scoop, August 12, 1983. Hussein al-Musawi, founder of the Islamic Amal terrorist group and now a leader in Hezbollah, had taken Iranian Ambassador Mohtashemi's advice. A strike against the Marines, if successful, would prove even more extraordinary than an attack on the embassy. The Marines were, after all, a symbol of American might. For the operation, he brought in Abu Haidar Musawi, who commanded a martyrdom group known as the Husseini Suicide Forces. On October 18th, the same day Reagan's advisors argued in the Situation Room over whether to withdraw the Marines, Abu Haidar Musawi arrived in Beirut. He was joined by 20 members of his suicide squad. Several trucks arrived the following day, which were parked outside the office of Islamic Amal. At the last minute, the French were added as an additional target, payback for the recent sale of Super-Étendard fighters to Iraq. The plan mirrored the one used against the Israelis in Tyre and the American embassy in Beirut. Technicians loaded 2 trucks with thousands of pounds of explosives. To magnify the blast, workers added tanks of compressed gas. The detonators, as historian David Christ noted, were connected near the steering wheel for easy access by drivers, enabling them to ignite their cargo even if wounded. Accounts vary as to the identity of the driver, who has alternately been identified as either Lebanese Shiite Asi Zainuddin or Iranian national Ismail Askari, though as Christ wisely notes, the latter seems less likely given Iran's desire not to leave its fingerprints on the mission. The date selected for the operation proved easier. Al-Musawi needed a day in which the Marines would be relaxed, their guard down. For that, there was only one option: Sunday. Chapter 29. Please don't worry, because it's almost over. God bless you all. See you when I get home. Corporal Edward Johnston. Letter to his family, October 13th, 1983. The rising violence against the Marines, coupled with near-constant alerts, had left many of the troops exhausted and frustrated. Some sought refuge in the countdown until the deployment ended. "We will be leaving this God-forsaken place in 1 month," Henry Linkilla wrote to his mother. "That's the best news I've heard all day." The end was close. So close. Chaplain Danny Wheeler tried to prepare his young flock for that reality, cautioning them in his weekly Root Scoop column on how best to ease back into society. The Marines had experienced a lot since arriving in Beirut, including much destruction and death. It would take time to process and heal. "We have something to share with the people back home," the chaplain wrote. "Don't blow it by immature acts of trying to prove yourself as the Beirut vet who thinks he can punch out everybody or drink more than everybody." Linkilla could have benefited from that advice. The cook and a few of his friends drank too much one night and picked a fight with several other Marines over which music to play, rock or disco. Words escalated into punches. As a result, Linkilla was banned from the enlisted men's club, ordered to stand guard duty, and forced to attend Alcoholics Anonymous classes. "Real good, huh?" he wrote to his mother. "I already know what you're going to say. Dumb, right? You'd better lay off the booze, right? Etc., etc., etc. Well, I've already got the message, okay? I can't afford any more fines, and I was starting to get the shakes." Fears continued to grip many of the Marines and sailors, particularly as the time wound down and the violence escalated. Few felt those emotions as strongly as Hudson, who time and again had been called upon to patch up the wounds of war. The unlikely battle surgeon had plucked scorched shrapnel from arms, legs, and torsos. He had stitched up gashes from rockets and car bombs. He had beat on men's chests to bring them back to life, and when he proved unable to save them, he had the tragic responsibility of pronouncing them dead. He had, in short, been the arbiter between life and death. In many of his more than 600 pages of letters, Hudson wrote of his fear that he, too, would fall victim to the violence in Lebanon. The 28-year-old wanted only to return to his wife and 8-month-old son, to the small-town life he so loved on the banks of the Oconee River, where he could play Dixieland jazz on his trombone. "I so want to see Will grow up," he wrote, "and spend my life with you. I say a prayer every night that the Lord will return me to your arms," he said in another. Enclosed with this letter is my hope for our long future together. Hudson was not alone in his fear. A certain fatalism crept into the outlook of many who put pen to paper while stretched out atop cots in the battalion landing team headquarters or scattered amid the sea of bunkers and tents. "I have never been so scared in my life," 21-year-old Corporal Douglas Held said on an audio tape he mailed to his family. "I just hate it." 19-year-old Lance Corporal Johnny Copeland agreed. "I know everyone has to go sooner or later, but I just hope it's not here," he wrote. "This is a terrible place to die." Those fears led Sergeant Richard Blankenship to put his relations in order. "I'm writing this letter to let you know I love you guys. I'm so proud to have you as my family, and I'm proud to be your son. I hope everything works out for you all. You deserve the best," he wrote. "Just pray for me over here because we need it every day. Dad, all you told me when I was growing up, I'll always remember. You're a super dad. And Mom, well, I hope I have never disappointed you in any way. I wouldn't trade you for any other mom. Donnie, take care, bro. I love you, man. You take care of Mom and Dad for me. You're a man now. Shelley, my lovely sister, take care of yourself. You have always been my favorite. Your boyfriend better take care of you. I love you a lot, and I know you will go far. And Beck, I love you too. You've been a good sister to me. Be good to Mom and Dad, for they need it. Don't take this letter wrong. I'll do my best to return to you guys. Remember, I'm a crazy jarhead. I just wanted you to know how I feel. Exhaustion was a theme in many other letters. I just can't wait to get home, Private First Class Rui Relvas wrote, to get some sleep, some peace. Bill Stelpflug likewise dreamed of his return to Alabama, where he missed hunting, fishing, and drives through the countryside. He had been gone so long he joked that maybe he had lost his southern accent. One thing was certain, he had had enough of war. I think I've lost my thirst for danger and excitement, he wrote. My war-hungry soul is quenched. Stelpflug spent his days envisioning his return for the holidays. I think I'll take a bus back just to see what it is like to come home so slow and happy instead of leaving so fast and sad, he wrote. I think I'll have them drop me off 10 miles from home so I can savor every pasture, pond, and familiar sight. Similar concerns weighed upon 39-year-old First Sergeant David Battle, whose wife had long urged him to get baptized, a rite he had so far refused. I'll know, Battle assured her, when I need to be baptized. That premonition hit him on October 21st, leading him to knock on Chaplain Wheeler's door. The two men, both Vietnam veterans who lived in neighboring rooms on the 4th floor of the battalion landing team headquarters, had developed a deep friendship over the many months in Beirut, swapping stories each night over glasses of Bailey's and coffee. Chaplain, Battle asked, is there any reason I can't be baptized? No, Wheeler exclaimed. Let's do it. Wheeler arranged to do it the following day in Battle's room, which featured a sofa, lounger, and 2 racks. The chaplain snagged a cushion from the peacekeeping chapel for Battle to kneel upon. His wash bowl, which he used for shaving, held the holy water. Against the backdrop of distant artillery and gunfire, Wheeler read from the book of John, chapter 3, verse 16. For God so loved the world, he began, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. David Lee Battle, I baptize you in the name of the Father, Wheeler said, repeatedly sprinkling him with holy water, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Wheeler used the water to make the sign of the cross on Battle's forehead. David, he concluded, you are now a child of God. Now you are part of the family. Battle rose to his feet, and the two friends embraced. Elsewhere that Saturday, many of the Marines looked forward to a United Service Organizations concert by the 6-piece country western group Mega Band. The group performed 2 shows, an earlier one near the Service Support Group building and a follow-up one later in the afternoon outside the battalion landing team headquarters. Marines greatly enjoyed the band, one report stated, as well as pizza from the world-famous Iwo hut. Not everyone, of course, could go. Lance Corporal Burnham Matthews and others in his reconnaissance unit had to head out on an all-night security patrol around the airport's perimeter. Dr. Jim Ware popped over for a few minutes, but he didn't love the music, so he left. First Lieutenant Glenn Dolphin didn't even know of the concert until he heard the tunes. He drifted outside and found a spot to watch. It occurred to me that compared to us, the members of the band looked so clean, he said. To me, the contrast was striking. It caused me to take a hard look at the Marines surrounding me. Our uniforms were threadbare and sweat-stained. We looked dusty, faded, and weather-beaten. It was not only our clothing, but our hair and skin also looked washed out. We looked aged and older than we actually were. That evening, those Marines not on duty fanned out for bed. Some drifted back to tents, others headed to quarters in other buildings. The rest marched up the headquarters stairs, including Hudson, Stelpflug, Wheeler, and Earl, whose honeymoon had ended that day. Earl needed to complete the residency application for Micheline, whom he planned to send to Ohio to stay with his parents as he wrapped up deployment. Chaplain Wheeler reached his 4th-floor room and collapsed on his rack by the wall, where all the previous chaplains who had served had signed their names and added a prayer, prompting Wheeler to dub it the Blessing Wall. His roommate, Corporal John Olson, stretched out atop his own cot by the window. "Good night, Johnny," Wheeler said. "See you tomorrow, Chaplain," came the response. Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class Don Howell readied for bed when fellow sailor James Jones appeared alongside his cot. "What's up?" Howell asked. "I just got finished reading the Bible," Jones replied. "Let me say a prayer before going to bed," Howell said. He closed his eyes. "Our Father who art in heaven," he began, "hallowed be thy name." Chapter 30. Is the glorious dream of a peaceful Lebanon worth American lives? Lars Erik Nelson, New York Daily News columnist, October 19th, 1983. Half a world away, President Reagan hoped to unwind with a weekend getaway to Augusta National Golf Course in Georgia, home to the prestigious Masters tournament. The President and First Lady were joined by Secretary of State Schultz, Treasury Secretary Don Regan, and former New Jersey Senator Nicholas Brady and their wives. "I was looking forward to a couple of days of relaxation," Reagan recalled, "although I hadn't played golf in quite a while and didn't have high hopes for my performance on the links." Lebanon was not the only world hotspot the president faced. Tensions had long simmered on the island of Grenada, which, like Cuba, functioned as a Soviet satellite in the Caribbean. Construction of a new 10,000-foot runway, the type used by military planes, not commercial airliners, had previously drawn American scrutiny. But those fears paled compared to the eruption days earlier of domestic political violence. On October 13th, a military coup overthrew the regime of Prime Minister Maurice Bishop, a Marxist acolyte of Cuban leader Fidel Castro. The military junta, which proved even more radical than Bishop, initially arrested the political leader before murdering him 5 days later. The military then instated a curfew with orders to shoot anyone caught in violation. The White House's concerns centered on St. George's University School of Medicine, a private institution owned by American investors and headquartered in New York. About 800 Americans studied medicine on the Caribbean island, triggering fears of a potential repeat of the Iran hostage crisis that had doomed Jimmy Carter's presidency. Grenada's neighbors likewise felt on edge, fearing that the unrest might leap to other islands. The day after Bishop's assassination, the president ordered the aircraft carrier Independence and its task force, along with Marine replacements headed for Lebanon, redirected toward the Caribbean. The Joint Chiefs of Staff, meanwhile, had begun putting together a plan for how to land forces, if necessary, to extract the American students. Amid this tension, Reagan had escaped to Augusta, leaving Vice President George Bush at the helm of the Special Situation Group tasked to monitor Grenada. The first family had settled Friday night into the Eisenhower Cottage, a 6-bedroom white brick home near the 10th Tee that was built in 1953 to house the D-Day commander and former president. The group enjoyed dinner at the clubhouse and then retired for the night. The phone on Bud McFarland's bedside table rang at 3 a.m. The National Security Advisor who had accompanied the president's entourage to Georgia picked up the receiver to find the vice president on the line. The Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, made up of a half dozen of Grenada's neighbors, had requested the United States invade. "The operative issue," Bush said, "is how do we respond?" McFarland relayed the news to Schultz before the men decided to wake the president. A little past 4 a.m., the trio gathered in the cottage's living room, Reagan dressed in his pajamas, robe, and slippers. "The United States is seen as responsible for providing leadership in defense of Western interests wherever they may be threatened," McFarland advised. "For us to be asked to help and to refuse would have a very damaging effect on the credibility of the United States and your own commitment to the defense of freedom and democracy." "You're dead right," the president agreed. "How long," Reagan asked, "would it take to plan a rescue of the American students?" 48 hours, McFarland replied. "Do it," the president instructed. Reagan then went back to bed. At 9:31 a.m., Reagan joined a National Security Council meeting by speakerphone. An invasion of a small island, one staffer warned, could trigger political blowback. "I know," the president said. "I accept that." Reagan then hit the links on a cloudy Saturday, playing the first 9 holes with Schultz, Brady, and Regan. After lunch in the clubhouse, the foursome started on Augusta's back 9. On the 16th fairway, however, the Secret Service swarmed the group, halting the game. Agents rushed Reagan into an armored White House limousine where the president, who had nearly been killed by an assassin's bullet 2.5 years earlier, learned that a gunman had crashed a blue Dodge pickup truck through one of Augusta's gates. Charles Harris, a 45-year-old unemployed pipefitter dressed in jeans, a flannel shirt, and a hat that read, "Dixie, the closest thing to heaven," had then used a .38 caliber pistol to take 7 hostages in the pro shop, including a couple of White House staffers. Harris made 2 demands: whiskey and a meeting with the president. Normally, Reagan recalled, I wouldn't have made any response to demands by a terrorist. That only encourages more terrorism. But I was told that the gunman was very unbalanced and the lives of the hostages were in imminent danger. At 3:01 p.m., the president phoned the pro shop from the limousine. "This is Ronald Reagan," he began. "I understand you want to talk with me." Silence greeted him. The man hung up without saying a word, Reagan said. We dialed the pro shop again, in fact 4 more times, but every time he hung up on me. The Secret Service nixed the gunman's insistence on a face-to-face meeting. Agents instead recommended Reagan return to Washington, which the president refused, settling instead for a trip back to the Eisenhower cottage, where he spent the remainder of the afternoon and evening. One by one, the hostages got away, one way or another. The gunman was then taken into custody, the president wrote in his diary, and so to bed, after a pleasant dinner. Chapter 31. It felt just like an earthquake. Staff Sergeant Alfonso Hernandez, October 23, 1983. The first light of dawn stretched across the Beirut sky at 5:24 a.m. that Sunday, October 23, 1983. Colonel Garrity climbed out of his bunk a few minutes later, pulled on his uniform and boots, and washed his face with cold water. The Marine commander lived on the second deck of what had once been the airport's firefighting school, a 2-story concrete structure in the shadow of the much larger building that now housed the battalion landing team headquarters. Garrity walked downstairs to the Command Operations Center, where he checked in with the watch officer and thumbed through the latest communications. Saturday night, he recalled, had been, by Lebanese standards, relatively quiet. The colonel stepped outside, where the morning temperature hovered around 77 degrees. A few Marines returned from patrol while a handful of others prepared for physical training. It was almost tranquil. Reveille, which normally blared at 5:30 a.m., would sound at 6:30 a.m., giving troops an extra hour of shut-eye. "Sunday is my favorite day," Hudson once declared, "because I get to sleep as late as I want." Brunch would follow from 8 a.m. until 10 a.m., a treat that included omelets. The Navy Broadcasting Service planned a 1:55 p.m. showing of the Los Angeles Raiders versus the Washington Redskins, a game that had played live 21 days earlier, followed that evening by the 1960 Western The Magnificent Seven, starring Yul Brynner and Steve McQueen. Sunday was normally the day people could anticipate reading a book, writing a letter, or passing a football around, remembered Staff Sergeant Randy Gatto. Later in the afternoon, everyone would normally enjoy a cookout featuring hamburgers and hot dogs with all the trimmings. Gatto was one of the few up early. Even though it was Sunday, the Root Scoop editor had 8 rolls of film he wanted to develop in his photo lab up on the 3rd floor of the battalion landing team headquarters. The previous 8-page newspaper, which had landed among the troops just 3 days earlier, featured a roundup of the escalating sniper attacks against American forces, including the recent killing of Seufert and Oehler and the wounding of 8 others. In the weekly Chaplain's Corner column, Father George Pucciarelli drew from the Old Testament book of Ecclesiastes to offer comfort for the Marines in these dangerous times. "Life is dear," the priest reminded readers, "but eternal life is dearer." Gatto left his tent for the headquarters building, a route he had done so many times that he knew it took him just 51 seconds. Like Garrity, he noted the quiet. Absent was the normal soundtrack of artillery and gunfire. At the last moment, Gatto decided to slow down. It was, after all, Sunday morning. Why rush? Besides, he could use a cup of coffee. He diverted to the Combat Operations Center where he poured a mug of dark brew, sweetening it with a couple of scoops of sugar. Coffee in hand, he returned to his tent, where he sat at his small field desk and began to jot down notes. The birds were singing louder than I've ever heard birds sing, Gatto recalled. It was like a symphony. Lance Corporal Burnham Matthews had just returned from an all-night security patrol around the south side of the airport where the Marines had fanned out along the perimeter to intercept anyone who might infiltrate the compound. The towering Texan climbed 3 flights of stairs and turned left toward the third-floor room he shared with 5 other Marines on the building's north side, anxious to collapse on his cot. Once inside, Corporal Kenny Farnham, who was headed downstairs to shave, pointed to Burnham's M16. "Your rifle is filthy," he advised him. "You need to clean your rifle before you go to bed." "Okay, Corporal," Matthews replied, sitting down at the wooden desk by the window where he began to field strip his M16, beginning with the rifle's sling, followed by the handguards, then the bolt assembly. In the room next door, Sergeant Pablo Arroyo was also up cleaning his rifle. "You don't know," the native Puerto Rican said, "what the day is going to bring." Unlike Matthews and Arroyo, most of the 350 Marines, sailors, and soldiers crowded inside the towering Beirut Hilton still slumbered. The men dozing in military-issued sleeping bags came from a wide range of cultural and religious backgrounds. Troops hailed from big cities like New York, Philadelphia, and Dallas, as well as small towns, from Michigan's Fire Lake to Little Mountain, South Carolina, home to just 282 residents. Some had grown up on sprawling farms, while others came from congested, inner-city public housing projects. Education ranged from high school to medical school. The building, and the men dreaming in it, represented a cross-section of America. Traces of the men's lives were captured in photographs of wives, girlfriends, and children, taped to concrete walls and tucked inside worn wallets. Chaplain Wheeler, who had baptized First Sergeant David Battle the day before, snoozed in his 4th-floor bunk in the northeast corner of the building. Steps away on the same floor, Hudson slept as he always did, with his right hand over his face, palm facing upward. Down on the 2nd floor dozed Lance Corporal Emmanuel Simmons, who had gone to bed the night before dressed in his boots and flak jacket. When he woke up in the middle of the night to use the head, he opted to strip down to just his long underwear. Up on the building's roof, Corporal Joseph Martucci and others stretched out in sleeping bags, while 5 stories below in the building's basement, Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class Don Howell resisted the urge to find a urinal as he tried to grab just a few more minutes of quiet atop a cot in the battalion aid station. The late-night alert had sent Howell to the basement, where upon the all-clear, he had decided to remain where he was instead of hiking back up to his 4th-floor bunk. Throughout the building, many of the Marines who disliked sleeping in uncomfortable dog tags had slipped them off, depositing them on bedside tables, dangling them from the edge of their cots, or lacing them up in the front of their dusty boots. Security that morning fell to a handful of guards stationed at 7 outposts that encircled the compound. Lance Corporal Eddie DeFranco manned Post 6, one of 2 sandbagged positions that protected the south side of the building. Linkilla, recently promoted to a Lance Corporal, guarded neighboring Post 7 approximately 40 feet away. A row of concertina wire divided the Marine compound from an adjacent airport parking lot, which was often used by delivery trucks and civilians, including kids who played soccer and families who occasionally picnicked. On the weekends, many Marines liked to strip off their shirts and toss the football alongside the barbed wire, hoping to impress the attractive Lebanese women who gathered on the opposite side. Dressed in helmets and flak vests, the Marines, who had been on duty since 4 a.m., carried night vision goggles and M16s. To prevent accidental discharges, Colonel Garrity had ordered his men to keep their rifles unloaded. It had been an uneventful morning for the guards. The only activity was the brief appearance of a lone stake bed truck. It had entered the parking lot with its lights off around 5 a.m. The truck looked like a delivery vehicle and was a common sight in Beirut, particularly near the airport. It circled the lot and departed, continuing south down the perimeter road toward the terminal. The guards relaxed. 30 more minutes passed. Then an hour. Corporal Farnham emerged from the building. Dirty and sweaty after being out all night, he walked over to the Water Buffalo, a portable trailer where he could brush his teeth and shave. That's the first time, Farnham recalled, that I ever left my rifle behind. Shortly past 6:15 a.m., a second truck pulled into the lot, which the morning light revealed to be a yellow Mercedes. It appeared to be a similar vehicle, if not the same truck that had entered and then departed the lot an hour earlier. The truck turned west, paralleling the concertina wire as the driver, like before, looped the lot. Unlike earlier, DeFranco heard the rev of the Mercedes engine as the operator shifted into a higher gear and increased speed. The driver then executed a sharp turn north and aimed his 5-ton truck straight toward the wire barrier. Something felt wrong. DeFranco rammed a magazine into his rifle and chambered a round as the truck crashed through the barbed wire, producing a popping noise that survivors would later tell investigators resembled gunfire. The Mercedes accelerated, charging across the 450 feet that separated the concertina wire from the building. Before DeFranco could shoulder his M16, the truck blew past him, the operator gripping the wheel with both hands. I caught only a glimpse of the driver as he passed by, DeFranco wrote in a handwritten memo for investigators. He was wearing a blue shirt and had the smile of a crazy person on his face when he looked at me. In nearby Post 7, Linkilla had only briefly served as a guard, his punishment for getting into a fight. His first sign of trouble came when the truck tore through the wire, but like DeFranco, he simply couldn't load his rifle fast enough. I would have emptied the magazine into the truck, he later testified to Congress, but there wasn't any time. Sergeant of the Guard Stephen Russell manned the building's entrance in a plywood shack reminiscent of a ticket booth, though reinforced with a double wall of sandbags. The 28-year-old Massachusetts native who had followed his 2 older brothers into the Marine Corps had been on duty since 8 p.m. the night before. His M16 was propped against the wall of his guard shack. He wore a 1911 A1 45 caliber pistol on his web belt. Russell faced the inside of the building as he chatted with a fellow Marine who was about to head out for a jog when he heard the commotion behind him. He wheeled around as the truck threaded a path between guard posts 6 and 7, and then swerved around several metal sewer pipes that had been strategically placed in an attempt to prevent just such an attack. The Mercedes, now traveling in excess of 35 miles per hour, bore down on him. What is that truck doing inside the perimeter? He thought. Then he realized. Get the fuck out of here! He hollered at the Marine next to him. Russell served as the last line of an impossible defense. One man armed with a handgun standing between a terrorist and a 5-ton truck bomb and hundreds of sleeping Marines and sailors. There was nothing he could do. Hit the deck! Russell shouted as he charged out of his guardhouse and raced north across the building's atrium. Hit the deck! Farnan, who seconds earlier had washed his face, darted toward the building but instinctively stopped. I just watched it go in, he remembered. Went right in the lobby. Russell looked back over his shoulder as he ran to see the Mercedes obliterate the guard shack and penetrate the building's atrium, spraying sand across the floor of the lobby. The truck came to a sudden stop, snagged on the atrium's overhang. Silence followed. 1 second turned to 2. Son of a bitch, Russell said of the terrorist. He did it. The clock in the basement recorded the precise moment of detonation. 6:21:26 a.m. The entire attack had taken just 10 seconds. The blast, which investigators later determined exceeded 12,000 tons of TNT, proved more than 6 times as powerful as the one used against the American embassy in April. The FBI Forensic Laboratory, a Pentagon report later noted, described the bomb as the largest conventional blast ever seen by the explosive experts community. For those on the ground, the split-second detonation, which would kill and maim hundreds, proved unimaginable. It was, as one survivor later recounted, like every atom in the universe blew apart. The destruction was immediate and catastrophic. The building's open internal architecture, capped by a roof that functioned like the cork on a champagne bottle, trapped and magnified the devastating violence. The explosion blew out the bottom of the building, driving the concrete slab 8 feet into the earth. At the same time, the blast tore the upper 3 floors off the concrete support columns, each with a 15-foot circumference and supported by 1 3/4-inch iron rebar. The building, one report concluded, then imploded upon itself and collapsed toward its weakest point, its sheared undergirding. Up on the roof, Corporal Martucci, who had heard the initial furor far below, started to sit up in his sleeping bag just as the bomb exploded. "We saw the center of the roof actually lift, blow out," the corporal recalled. "We had wrapped ourselves in our sleeping bags. I guess it was instinct due to the noise, but we rode the roof down after that." Sergeant Arroyo, cleaning his rifle on the 3rd deck, heard what he thought was gunfire, a common sound in the Lebanese capital. "It's Beirut," he said to himself. "That's like a rooster crowing in Puerto Rico in the morning." Next door, Lance Corporal Matthews caught the commotion as he reassembled his M16. "There's something going on," Matthews hollered to another Marine in his room. "Wake everybody up." Matthews never heard the bomb's explosion, but he saw a bright orange flash as the escaping rush of pressure tore the door off its hinges, lifted him out of his chair, and hurtled him through the window. Matthews flipped over once in the air and then landed on his feet, 3 stories below where he collapsed and rolled to a stop. He climbed back up onto his feet. "I turned around and looked," Matthews remembered, "and the building was gone." Matthews was one of the lucky ones. The explosion had thrown him clear of the building where, like an accordion, the 4th floor had collapsed upon the 3rd, followed by the 2nd, and then the ground floor. Corporal Farnan was one of the few to witness the building's disintegration. The blast pressure had ripped his shirt off, knocked the wind out of him, and tossed him against a nearby curb. He struggled to breathe as concrete fragments rained down on him and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. "I was in the eye of a hurricane," Farnan said. "I can't believe I wasn't killed." Hundreds of Marines and sailors lay buried beneath the rubble of a building that seconds earlier had been their home. Many were dead, crushed under tons of pancaked concrete and rebar, men who had gone to sleep, never to wake up. Others, however, had survived, trapped beneath cots, desks, and toppled walls that for the moment shielded them from the onerous weight of the wreckage. Hospital Corpsman Don Howell, on a cot in the basement, heard what sounded like the roar of a freight train as the building came down on top of him. A piece of concrete struck him in the right eye. "It felt like a boulder," he said. "That's when I turned around and tried to cover my head." Lance Corporal Simmons, who had been asleep on the 2nd floor, struggled to understand what happened. "I never heard the blast, never felt myself falling," he said. "I couldn't see anything, and all I felt was dirt." Chaplain Wheeler, who had been asleep on the 4th floor, experienced the same. "I didn't hear anything," he remembered. "Next thing I knew, I woke up below the floor and below the debris, buried. That's when I first realized things weren't right. I was pinned. I couldn't move. I didn't know what happened." The clock now ticked on their survival. Chapter 32. Bodies and pieces of bodies were everywhere. Rabbi Arnold Resnikoff. Colonel Garrity had returned to his office and quarters on the 2nd floor of the nearby Marine Amphibious Unit headquarters building, which he shared with his executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Harry Slacum. The colonel had planned to review daily reports and schedules with Slacum, who was still stretched out in his bunk when the bomb exploded. "Shards of glass from blown-out windows, equipment, manuals, and papers flew across my office," Garrity said. The entry door to my office, which was on the far side a ways from the explosion, had been blown off its hinges. "What the hell was that?" the colonel shouted, his ears ringing. Glass blanketed Slacum's bed and dust flooded the room. Garrity grabbed his helmet, flak jacket, and .45 caliber pistol as Slacum slipped on his shower shoes. The officers charged down the spiral stairs to the Combat Operations Center to find that the explosion had hurled radios, communications equipment, as well as people across the room. There were long vertical cracks in the back wall, observed First Lieutenant Glenn Dolphin. Papers, logbooks, batteries, desks, chairs, anything that would move, had been thrown onto the floor. "Is everybody okay?" Slocum shouted. "Everybody is okay down here," confirmed First Lieutenant Joseph Jacobs, the watch officer, as he massaged his own injured shoulder. Garrity rushed outside to investigate. "God, you have been cut," Jacobs said to Slocum. "I'll get a corpsman." Slocum looked down, realizing then that he had slashes on his leg and back. Garrity emerged from the building into a thick fog of dust and ash which blocked his view in every direction. Major Robert Melton, his logistics officer, joined him. The acrid stench of destroyed concrete mixed with explosives filled the air. Garrity felt a sickening knot tighten in his stomach, convinced the base had taken a direct hit from artillery or a Scud missile. "I knew," the colonel recalled, "that whatever had happened spelled big trouble for us." The fog dissipated. "My God!" Melton exclaimed. "The BLT building is gone." Garrity wheeled around and faced south, stunned to find only a pile of concrete and twisted rebar where the 4-story battalion landing team headquarters once stood, a scene he struggled to process. The colonel, who on the eve of his arrival in Beirut had told a Marine historian that terrorism was his greatest fear, now stared at the wreckage of what was the largest terrorist attack on American forces to date. "I can't explain to you my feelings there," Garrity would confide in that same historian just weeks later. "It was just unbelievable." There was, he realized, one certainty. Casualties would be massive. The colonel rushed back inside the Combat Operations Center and jumped onto a secure voice satellite with 6th Fleet Commander Vice Admiral Edward Martin, who was aboard his flagship just offshore in the Mediterranean. Garrity alerted him of the building's destruction and the expectation of heavy casualties. More reports, he concluded, would follow. Slocum had retreated upstairs where he pulled on trousers and boots when Garrity appeared. "The BLT is gone," he exclaimed to his executive officer. A shocked Slocum listened. "You won't believe it," Garrity continued. "The building is gone." Slocum had to see this for himself. He finished dressing and raced outside, navigating through calf-deep chunks of concrete. It was deathly silent, the executive officer recalled. There was a gray dust over everything you could see as far as you could see. That fine powder was a mixture of pulverized concrete and glass, door frames, filing cabinets, and paper, as well as skin, fingernails, and hair. The dust now settled on the ground, like snowflakes. Slocum swiveled his head to survey the area. That's when he saw it. The first bodies. "I heard no one," he said. "I saw no one move." The executive officer ran back to the Combat Operations Center and ordered the radio operator to get in touch with the other members of the multinational force and alert them of the attack. He likewise instructed the radio man to request immediate medical help from the Italians, whose forces were the closest. The destruction of the battalion headquarters had wiped out communications with all the line companies in the field that provided defense. A dangerous dilemma if the bomb was only the first wave of a larger assault. The Marines, effectively, were blind. Those concerns intensified when news came over the liaison radio at 6:25 a.m. that French forces 2 miles north at Ramlet El Baida had suffered a near-simultaneous attack, collapsing an 8-story building and killing and wounding dozens of paratroopers. My mind raced to absorb all the details about exactly what was coming down, Garrity recalled. What about the Italians and British? Were these coordinated attacks a prelude to a ground assault? The colonel believed so. Garrity demanded security be reinforced and changed the rules of engagement, allowing Marines to shoot any vehicle that failed to stop when ordered. Slocum instructed Captain Timothy Tanner and First Lieutenant Stephen Mikolasky to establish communications with the line companies. Garrity and Slocum then drafted a flash message to the National Military Command Center in Washington, requesting that the 2nd Marine Division's Air Alert Force be flown in immediately from Camp Lejeune to replace Battalion Landing Team Headquarters. To buttress support, Garrity said, I requested an additional rifle company to augment security for the rescue operation and the anticipated follow-on attacks. Marines struggled to process the gravity of the assault, even as Major Melton relayed the first report that a truck bomb was likely used in the attack. Many had sipped beer and enjoyed a concert only hours earlier in the shadow of a building that now smoldered in ruins. "There must be hundreds dead down there," Melton added. "Everything and everyone," Dolphin recalled, seemed to stop for a second as the weight of Major Melton's words hit us. As though to reinforce that message, a winded staff sergeant burst into the Combat Operations Center. "The BLT is gone," he declared. "It's fucking gone." Chapter 33. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get out. All I could do was holler, scream for help. Chaplain Danny Wheeler, January 19th, 2023. Pablo Arroyo, who moments earlier had cleaned his M16 in his third-floor room on a beautiful Sunday morning, woke up in the dark, buried under rubble and in pain. Arroyo moved his arms, then his hands, followed by his legs and feet. "You have a choice," the sergeant realized. "You can die, or you can live. It's up to you to make the choice." "I did not come here to die," he told himself. Arroyo pushed forward with his feet as he dug his fingers into the debris ahead of him. Like a worm, he wriggled around concrete slabs and through the rock, clawing his way forward as he ground down his fingernails. "When I made it to the surface," he recalled, "I couldn't recognize where I was. The entire landscape had changed. Not only was the building gone, but the explosion had denuded the nearby cedar trees which bent away from the blast. When I looked up," he said, "I saw limbs in the trees, arms and legs in the rubble around me." Arroyo surveyed his own body. The explosion had stripped him naked minus his military-issued Seiko Turtle Dive automatic date 6309-7049, which was still strapped to his left wrist. He had a hole about the size of a Liberty silver dollar in the left side of his head, which he didn't realize at the moment had exposed his brain. He suffered ruptured eardrums and a broken jaw, while his mouth felt like it was full of gravel. Arroyo opened his mouth only to watch as his teeth tumbled to the ground around him. He reached up to find a tooth in front, hanging by a piece of gum. "I was so frustrated," he said. "I just pulled it out and threw it on the ground with the other ones." A later count would reveal Arroyo had lost 8 upper teeth and 5 lower ones. "I looked at my legs and I started counting the holes. At 21, I stopped counting on my right leg," he said, "and at 11, I stopped counting on my left leg." Burnham Matthews, who had been in the neighboring third-floor room, found him amid the debris. "Dude," Matthews hollered to him, "you look like shit." Arroyo stared back, noticing the big gash across his friend's nose. "You don't look so hot either, cuntface." Corporal Farnan, who had been blown against a curb on the southeast side of the building, struggled just to breathe. "It sucked the wind out of my chest," he said at the blast. "I thought I was dying there." Large and small pieces of concrete continued to rain down around him as he caught his breath. "It probably took a good 5 minutes," he recalled, "for all the debris to come down." Farnham stumbled to his feet. Bodies and body parts littered the area. The corporal instinctively moved north around the rubble, heading toward where he knew his troops lived. On the north side of the building, he felt relieved to find Matthews and Arroyo. "I had to go to the rubble," he recalled. "I had to make sure my men were safe." Chapter 34. This isn't combat. It's murder. Major Robert Jordan, October 23, 1983. Navy dentists Lieutenants Gil Bigelow and Jim Ware lived in the Marines Service Support Group building, which was located a few hundred yards north of the explosion. Bigelow had just woken up and was sitting on his rack pulling on his boots when the bomb went off. The door blew off the hinges and dust flew into the room. "It was just unbelievable," Bigelow said. "I thought we had taken a direct hit on our building." "God, what was that?" Ware said. The dentist assumed it was an artillery strike and fished his camera out of his pocket to take a picture of the door. The mass casualty plan called for 2 aid stations. The main one, staffed by Hudson and a team of 19 corpsmen, would be located in the battalion landing team headquarters. The second would operate out of the basement of the Service Support Group building. The goal was to stabilize the wounded and prepare them for helicopter transport to the Iwo Jima, which had 2 operating rooms, an X-ray suite, and a mobile surgical team. Bigelow left to investigate while Ware headed to the basement to prepare the aid station. "Is anybody hurt in the building?" he asked en route. "No," came the response. "Does anybody know what's going on?" No one did. Ware pulled a radio man aside. "What's the walkie-talkie saying? What's the headquarters saying?" the dentist prodded. "Can we go back to sleep?" The radios were strangely silent. There was no communication with either the battalion landing team or the Marine Amphibious Unit headquarters. "We think the BLT has been hit," Bigelow announced upon his return. "What is going on over there?" Ware asked. "Have you talked to John Hudson?" "No," he replied, "but I'm going to ride over there." Bigelow jumped into the driver's seat of a Jeep accompanied by Major Douglas Redlick, his commanding officer. The men navigated south through the dense fog of dust, passing a handful of wounded Marines who trudged like zombies away from the destruction. When the officers reached the ruins, Bigelow didn't even stop. He immediately circled back, arriving at 6:35 a.m., just 12 minutes after the blast. He hustled down to the basement to find Ware spreading peanut butter on a cracker for breakfast. "Jim," Bigelow said, his voice quivering, "prepare for mass casualties." "I'll set things up here," Ware said. "Just start sending them over." Bigelow grabbed emergency medical supplies along with 5 hospital corpsmen and rushed back. The dust at times forced him to cough, spit, and blow his nose. With the building destroyed, there was no aid station to operate. Gone, too, he realized, was the on-site medical team, headed by Hudson and his team of corpsmen. All were asleep in the building when the bomb exploded, their fate below the rubble now uncertain. "I knew," Bigelow said. "We were on our own." The dentist and his few hospital corpsmen served as the front line of medical rescue as broken and bloodied Marines crawled out of the rubble. He needed to stop bleeding, make sure patients were breathing, and then move them back to the aid station for stabilization and transport to the Iwo Jima. "Some of these guys," Bigelow recalled, "died in your hands." Back at the Service Support Group building, Ware still had no idea of what to expect. Bigelow had told him only to prepare for mass casualties, but failed to mention that the entire building was leveled. Ware assumed that Hudson, as the battalion surgeon, was leading the medical response. The scope of the disaster evaded him. So too did the realization that the emergency relief for scores of wounded Marines now fell to 2 dentists, who on any given day would fill cavities, yank out wisdom teeth, or perform root canals. Ware and a team of 10 hospital corpsmen and 2 dental technicians set up cots, grabbed stretchers, and unpacked intravenous tubes and fluids, splints, bandages, and scissors. The first 8 wounded Marines, those who were able to walk, arrived at 6:36 a.m., covered in white dust, as though dipped in flour. All patients, Ware's after-action report stated, were dazed and could not hear. The medics began primary and secondary body surveys, which included checking vital signs and tagging patients. Hospital corpsmen next began applying pressure dressings and tourniquets, administering oxygen and intravenous fluids, and splinting wounds. "Are you okay?" Ware asked one lance corporal. "I don't know what happened," replied the stunned Marine who had been on the roof. "All I know is the building started to move and I began to roll and roll and roll." Ware listened. "You've got to help those people," the Marine cried. "You've got to help those people." Ware next turned to Burnham Matthews, who had survived his 3-story fall but suffered multiple shrapnel wounds. The explosion had ripped out his nasal septum, the bone and cartilage that divided his nostrils. His back, which had absorbed the brunt of the blast, was peppered with pieces of concrete and metal. The lance corporal narrated a rundown of what he had witnessed, a stream of consciousness account of the human carnage. At this point, Ware observed in his report, I began to realize the magnitude of the situation. I wonder what John Hudson's seeing, he thought to himself. At 6:45 a.m., a 6-ton truck rolled up with critically injured Marines. Ware looked in the back and saw the first survivors pulled from the rubble. Unlike the walking wounded, the men fished from under the concrete suffered compound fractures and crush wounds. Holy shit, Ware thought. What are we going to do? The dentist grabbed a half-dozen men and started offloading the wounded, carrying them down to the basement aid station, which he realized served as a poor location. The narrow stairs made it too difficult to maneuver with a stretcher. My main concern at this time, he wrote in his report, was to establish different areas of treatment to differentiate the degree of wounded for triage purposes and patient care, and eventual priorities for medevac. Ware directed the walking wounded to the basement. The critically injured would be divided between the front hall, back hall, and the senior non-commissioned officers club. A chief would supervise each area while an outside tent would serve as the morgue. I had sectioned out 4 areas of medical care at my site to identify the most critical people who were going to be put on the helicopter, he recalled. I had immediate care, delayed care, expectant, and the dead. Ware ordered morphine and Tubex syringes distributed and sent a runner to deliver narcotics to Bigelow. Hospital corpsmen moved through the wounded, checking the airway, breathing, and circulation of each new arrival before taking pulse rate and blood pressure, a task handicapped by a shortage of stethoscopes. I jumped around a great deal, Ware said. Our biggest problem was communication. We had to rely upon runners. Ware assigned a Marine to each patient, or in some cases every 2 to 3 patients, to monitor their status, keep them awake, and provide moral support. All morphine and tourniquet patients were labeled on forehead as of time of procedure, Ware noted in his report. Critically wounded patients had vital signs taken as often as possible. The wounded continued to arrive by truck and on foot as uninjured Marines converged on the bomb site to help. Glendolphin found a wounded Marine whom the blast had left naked minus the waistband of his red athletic shorts. He was covered in dust and shivering, the likely result of shock. His left arm was badly broken above the elbow, Dolphin observed. It dangled loosely at his side. The fingers on his hand were dark blue and very swollen. Dolphin covered the Marine with his jacket and escorted him toward Ware's aid station. "I don't want to lose my arm," he pleaded. "Please don't let me lose my arm." The lieutenant tried to reassure him, but the youth grew unresponsive and tried to sit. "I was convinced," Dolphin said, "that if he stopped moving he would just lay down and die. He seemed totally out of it. Nothing I said seemed to penetrate his daze." Desperate to save him and unable to carry him, Dolphin had no choice but to get in the Marine's face. "If you want to keep that arm, you'll keep moving," he hollered. "The doctor is not coming to you. You have to go to the doctor." Dolphin's tough love worked. His vacant, listless eyes sprung back to life, he said. He rallied and started walking again. Corporal Brad Ulick likewise assisted, including one Marine who had his hand pressed over his left eye. "They're dead," the injured man said. "Everybody's dead." Ulick helped him into a jeep. "My eye hurts," the Marine repeated. "My eye hurts." He took his hand down, Ulick recalled, and his eye was missing. The injuries the medics saw often proved horrific, ranging from broken bones and burns to crushed limbs. "Some of these guys were blown into bits," Bigelow said. "I was recovering arms and legs." First Sergeant David Battle, whose fears of just such an attack had led him to be baptized only the day before, reached the aid station via truck. Ware assumed he was close to the explosion given the violence of his injuries. "His whole body was burned," he said. "His life was over." Another Marine arrived with his torso ripped open. "I could see his rib cage," the dentist recalled. "It was like an animal on the side of the road after being hit by a car." And the trucks kept coming. More wounded and more dead. Within an hour, the initial 8 patients had jumped to 65 wounded and 15 killed. Those who initially appeared to be in rough shape, Ware soon realized were actually far better off than the latter patients who cycled through his station. Marines rushed into nearby rooms, dragging more cots out into the corridors. The floors soon turned tacky with blood while men walked around crying. It was, Ware recalled, a multi-ring circus. Chapter 35. "We just got on top of that rubble and listened for people. We would see an arm sticking out or a leg sticking out, and we started digging and pulling them out." Mark Singleton, December 21st, 2022. Commodore France ordered a medical team ashore from the Iwo Jima and activated 2 additional ones from the battleship New Jersey and the guided missile cruiser Virginia. Sailors from the tank landing ship Harlan County and the dock landing ship Portland would likewise help dig out survivors. France recalled the Austin from a port visit to Alexandria, Egypt, and requested medical evacuations to hospitals in Cyprus and Germany. Extent of casualties, he concluded in a message to Washington, unknown. First Lieutenant Anthony Pice, who flew with the Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 162, was asleep on the Iwo Jima that Sunday when the sound of chains being dragged across the flight deck roused him. The Baltimore native and graduate of the Virginia Military Institute, whose father served as a guard in the Nuremberg trials, was still in his rack when the squadron duty officer burst into his stateroom. "Get up," he said. "The BLT's been hit." "So what's new?" Pace quipped, noting that the building always drew fire. "No, this time they've really been hit." The 26-year-old jumped out of his bunk, pulled on his flight suit, and rushed to the ready room where the flight duty officer briefed Pace and co-pilot Captain Michael Hagemeyer on that day's frequencies and call signs. Pace then signed for the aircraft before heading topside toward his CH-46 Sea Knight, a tandem-rotor helicopter designed to transport Marines into combat. Medics armed with everything from intravenous fluids and catheters to bandages, dressings, and peroxide climbed aboard as Pace circled the helicopter on inspection before jumping into the cockpit's right seat and firing up both engines. He then dropped the rotor brake and pushed the condition levers forward. "You are clear for takeoff," the air boss crackled over the radio. Hagemeyer gave the signal for the aircraft handlers to pull the chocks seconds before Pace lifted off the Iwo Jima's deck at 6:45 a.m., aiming east toward Beirut as he ascended to an altitude of 300 feet. The trip, which Pace had done countless times, normally took about 15 minutes. Visibility that morning was about 4 miles. Land-based units were oddly silent. There was nobody to talk to, Pace recalled. Nobody on the radio. 5 miles from shore, the pilot began to step down his altitude. He crossed the Lebanese coastline and headed toward the Marine compound. "All I saw," Pace said, "was a pillar of smoke." On the ground, Marines set up a perimeter, rolling out heavy vehicles along with 55-gallon drums filled with sand to control access, allowing guards to screen any potential threats amid the rush of Lebanese fire trucks and ambulances. Others attacked the rubble before the cloud of dust even settled, using their bare hands and Marine-issued K-bar knives until shovels, axes, and sledgehammers arrived. Fueled by adrenaline, the Marines clawed at the rock pile, shredding their fingers and knuckles. The explosion had not only pulverized the structure, but obliterated human bodies, littering the wreckage with arms and legs, as well as torsos and heads. Flesh likewise dangled from the limbs of nearby trees, many denuded of foliage. Scattered amid the debris, rescuers discovered dead birds killed in flight. The abundance of human remains, blood, and entrails overwhelmed the senses. "You could smell guts," recalled David Medeiros. "Bodies were lying all over," added Gunnery Sergeant Herman Lang, another of the initial rescuers. "People were trapped under the concrete. I could hear them screaming." "Get us out!" Marines hollered. "Don't leave us!" Rescuers followed those voices down into the rubble. Each person who dug on the pile emerged with a horror story. Michael Pettit stumbled over a squishy object at his feet. I glanced down, he recalled. A severed hand, palm up, lay next to my boot. It wore a wedding ring. I swallowed hard, forcing down the bile that had risen to the back of my throat. Glenn Dolphin, who left the Combat Operations Center to assist, spotted an overturned Jeep. There was a leg, he noticed, complete with boot and socks sticking out from under the vehicle. Hoping the Marine might be alive, Dolphin reached down, grabbed the boot, and yanked. To his horror, he discovered the leg was severed from the rest of the dead Marine's body. Like Pettit, he fought the urge to be sick. I immediately dropped the leg, Dolphin remembered. It was as if I was having a nightmare. This couldn't really be happening. I prayed that I'd wake up any minute and it would all be over. An equally emotional battle played out underground for those survivors who woke up disoriented and in pain, buried under tons of rubble. Navy Corpsman Don Howell struggled just to breathe, choking on the thick dust in the basement of the destroyed building. The darkness robbed the 21-year-old of a view of his surroundings, but he could hear the muffled voices of others trapped in the wreckage around him, letting him know he was not alone. "What the hell happened?" one Marine hollered. "Where the fuck am I?" "You're in the basement," Howell replied. "What?" came a stunned answer. "Where were you?" Howell shouted. "On the 4th fucking deck!" That Marine had fallen the equivalent of 5 stories, yet miraculously survived. Howell's eye hurt from his injury, prompting him to strip off his t-shirt and press it against his battered face. The last words the corpsman spoke before he drifted off to sleep the night before were the Lord's Prayer. Howell closed his eyes again in grace. "God," he whispered, "please let me get out of here." Howell blinked to find a beam of light penetrating his underground prison. The single ray not only illuminated the dust in the air around him, but revealed a path toward his salvation. It was so radiant, he recalled, and so obvious that it wasn't there before. Elsewhere in the darkened wreckage, Emmanuel Simmons fought the urge to panic. The 23-year-old New Yorker, who had been on the second floor almost directly above where the truck crashed through the guard shack, used his right arm to push against his surroundings. "All I felt," he said, "was rock." At that moment, Simmons realized he had no sensation in his left arm. Had the explosion severed it? Pinned down on his stomach, Simmons moved his right hand around the front of his body, searching the rubble. Amid the rocks and concrete, he found a hand, one with a distinct piece of jewelry on the 4th finger, a gold ring engraved with the emblem of a cobra. A girlfriend in New York had given him that ring long before he joined the Marines. "I knew then," he said, "it was my hand." Simmons seized the wrist, hoping that if he could only hang on to it, doctors might be able to reattach it. He focused then on calming himself. There were several other Marines in the room with him when he went to sleep. Where were they? Why was he now alone? Simmons felt his breathing deteriorate. Fear seized him. Like his friend Howell, he turned to the Lord. "God," Simmons prayed, "please don't let me die here." He relaxed and his breathing improved. At the same time, Simmons began to hear muffled voices above him. "Get me out of here," he hollered. "Get me out of here." "Quiet, quiet," he heard someone above shout. "Get me out of here," Simmons continued to yell. "We hear you," someone assured him. "We hear you, bud." Simmons held on as the workers removed a concrete slab. He felt rocks and gravel slide down on his neck. "That's when I realized," he said, "I'm going to be okay." Danny Wheeler was not so fortunate. The chaplain had been asleep in his quarters on the 4th floor of the building's north side. The blessing wall next to his bunk had collapsed against another, forming an A-frame that helped protect him. Alone in the dark, the chaplain realized he likely would not survive, that he would die buried in the rubble. "I was angry," Wheeler recalled. "I was very angry." "God," he said, "so this is what you plan to do? Kill me?" That opening salvo, uttered in a moment of frustration, helplessness, and anger, began a conversation that Sunday between Wheeler and God. Amid the horror, the blood, the dust, and the debris, he confided his fears in the Lord. If he died, what would happen to his wife and 3 young children back home in Jacksonville, ages 2, 5, and 7? Who would take care of them? "It's going to be all right," God assured him. "I'll take care of them." "We got closer and closer," Wheeler said of his relationship with God. "I wasn't angry anymore. Everything the chaplain realized one way or another would be all right. He could feel the comforting presence not only of God, but of those previously departed souls. "It was a moment in which I was between death and this life," he said. "I was at peace." Up above, the chaplain's faith colleagues rushed to pull survivors from the wreckage. 37-year-old Rabbi Arnold Resnikoff was normally stationed aboard the USS Puget Sound, part of the Navy's 6th Fleet that covered the Mediterranean. The rabbi had arrived in Beirut on Friday to conduct a memorial service for slain Marine Alan Seufert. Religious custom forbade unnecessary travel on Saturday, the Jewish Sabbath, so Resnikoff had stayed an extra night, crashing with Father George Pucciarelli. The duo were 2 of the first rescuers on the scene after the explosion. Pucciarelli had paused only long enough to slip on his flak jacket and helmet before he grabbed his stole, a cloth religious vestment similar to a scarf, and vial of oils, and rushed out the door. "Follow me," he had instructed Resnikoff. The 2 religious leaders had reached the ruins within minutes of the collapse, struggling to process the scene as the dust enveloped them like a sandstorm. Neither wasted a minute to jump in and help. I started giving last rites, Pucciarelli said, to those that I found were dead and those who were seriously wounded. Resnikov wiped the blood from the faces of the injured and covered their mouths to prevent them from inhaling the acrid dust. The rabbi peeled off his undershirt and began ripping it into pieces that he could use as wipes and bandages. There were bodies all over, Resnikov recalled. It was like being in a horror movie. Over here, Pucciarelli hollered. There's a man hurt over here. Get a stretcher. The priest moved on to the next Marine. Then another. Pucciarelli would tell a Marine Corps historian several weeks later that he tended to more than 150 dead and wounded that Sunday, including 3 he pulled from the rubble. The Catholic priest was no stranger to such violence, having once worked as a chaplain for a police department and later in an emergency room. But none of those experiences compared to the scope of the carnage here. This was personal. Before him that morning flashed the faces of young men he knew. Marines who over the many months in a war-torn land had confided in him their fears and struggles as he helped provide spiritual counsel and guidance. A terrorist's explosion had now left these young men dead, disfigured, and broken. I have never seen so many cuts and gashes, Pucciarelli said. Huge cuts that were just torn open. Resnikov used up every last fiber of his undershirt. He then removed his yarmulke, the traditional headgear worn by rabbis, and wiped the brow of an injured Marine. The words of the Old Testament prophet Malachi, who wrote of the cruelty and suffering he witnessed more than 2.5 millennia earlier, echoed in Resnikov's mind. Have we not all one Father? The prophet had asked. Has not one God created us all? The morning's attack revealed that the answer to that question still escaped so many, but not Pucciarelli and Resnikov. At one point the priest noticed that his friend's yarmulke was missing. He tore the camouflage fabric from his helmet and fashioned a new one. Well, Resnikov said, we have a Christian and a Jew taking care of our men, a priest and a rabbi working side by side. Pucciarelli agreed. In the midst of desolation and death, the priest recalled, I was reminded of the brotherhood of man. The dust slowly dissipated and the morning sun climbed into the sky. Gasoline from overturned jeeps and destroyed diesel generators seeped down into the wreckage. Heat from the fires ignited small arms ammunition stored in the basement, which cooked off only to be muffled by the tons of debris. British, Italian, and Lebanese rescuers arrived to help, including Army Commander General Ibrahim Tanous, who met with Garrity. Whatever you need, you've got, the general assured him. We'll bring every emergency crew in Lebanon to bear on this, and I'll get you heavy construction equipment in here immediately to lift some of these layers off these people. Cranes soon appeared courtesy of Oger Liban, Lebanon's largest construction company, which had provided equipment after the terrorist bombing of the American embassy 6 months earlier. Garrity moved his command post to his jeep. Armed with a PRC-77 radio and aided by his driver, Corporal Michael Cavallero, the colonel set out for the bomb site, which reminded him of newsreel footage of wrecked European cities at the end of World War II. I felt strongly that it was important that I be visible to my men and the rescue teams to offer encouragement and support while they carried out the heart-wrenching, gruesome task, he said. It was surreal. Mangled, dismembered bodies were strewn throughout the area in a grotesque fashion. One Marine's body, still within his sleeping bag, was impaled on a tree limb. The arrival of construction equipment allowed crews to lasso large slabs of concrete and hoist them off the pile. Workers used blowtorches to burn through rebar and sledgehammers to break up rock. Survivors at times emerged from beneath concrete slabs, moaning and covered in dust. Other times, Marines tunneled down in search of them. There's someone alive in there, a rescuer shouted at one point. Others on the pile perked up. I can hear him calling for help, the Marine continued. Pettit watched as the Leathernecks clawed at the rocks with their hands to widen the entrance. A Marine then wriggled down into the rubble. He popped out moments later, followed by another Marine, blanketed in filth and blinking at the bright sun. Oh, God, the rescued man wailed. I'm alive. Pettit sized him up as he slid down the pile toward the others. He didn't have a scratch on him, he marveled. Barefooted, he wore the lime green surgeon's top and trousers in which he had slept. He rubbed the back of his head. Dust peppered his dark skin and hair. I'm alive, he continued to cry, I'm alive! Another Marine embraced him as others encircled them. It's okay, the rescuers assured him. Randy Gatto had a similar experience when he heard a muffled cry for help from under the rubble. I hear you, but I can't find you, he hollered. Keep yelling. To his surprise, the Leatherneck responded with a familiar tune. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, he sang. We fight our country's battles in the air, on land, and sea. Keep it up, Gatto shouted. Keep it up. As the trapped man belted out the Marine's hymn, Gatto and several rescuers managed to dig him out unharmed from a crevice beneath a collapsed wall. But not all stories ended as well. Rescuers at times could hear wounded men trapped below, separated by a few feet or even inches, but the immovable weight of tons of concrete and rebar made it impossible to save them. Their blood bubbled out beneath the rocks, and shock shut down their organs. It was literally a race against time, Garrity acknowledged, and we were losing. When possible, hospital corpsmen passed morphine to them to ease their suffering. Other times, troops reached down to hold their hands. There was a dying Marine just feet below us, Dolphin recalled. We could see, touch, and talk to him, but we couldn't save him. All we could do for him was to make sure he knew that he wasn't dying alone. A similar nightmare confronted Corporal Brad Ulick, who, along with several other rescuers, was unable to lift concrete slabs off a trapped comrade. By the time we got to him, he was dead, Ulick recalled. But the worst part was his fingers were raw down to the bone where he tried to dig himself out through the concrete. Others endured similar tragedies, including Gatto, who managed to free one Marine with the help of 3 soldiers. All of a sudden, he recalled, his stomach opened up and his innards started coming out. I grabbed them and tried to push them back inside. In another instance, Gatto and Pucciarelli spotted a Marine, still alive in his sleeping bag, sandwiched between 2 collapsed floors with only his feet protruding. We tried to pull and pull, but he was in there. We couldn't do anything. We couldn't move tons of concrete, Gatto said. We stood there and watched him shake, shake, shake. And then he was still. Such events added to Garrity's increasing anger. Many bodies and portions of bodies were totally burned, he said. I had a tough time keeping my psychological balance. He was particularly disturbed when he came upon medics attending to Lieutenant Colonel Gerlach, commander of the battalion landing team. Gerlach, who had earned a Purple Heart in Vietnam, had been in his office on the 2nd floor. The blast had thrown him clear of the building. To put it bluntly, Garrity said, he looked a mess. In addition to a crushed face, he suffered a broken neck, left arm, and right leg. My first impression was that he was dead, the colonel said. As I knelt down for a closer look, I came very close to getting sick. I was surprised that he was still living, but frankly didn't give him much of a chance for survival. Here lie the fucking unintended consequences, Garrity thought, of getting sucked into an 8-sided civil war while trying to carry out a peacekeeping mission. Buried under the rubble on the building's north side, Chaplain Wheeler continued to fight to stay calm. I was trying to keep myself oriented without going crazy, he said. You can't lose it, he told himself. You have to keep it together. Wheeler's eyes adjusted, and even though he had lost his glasses, he could make out shapes in the dark. I'm Danny G. Wheeler, he hollered to alert rescuers, and I'm alive. But no one came. 1 hour passed. Then 2. Wheeler's voice went hoarse. Alone in his concrete crypt, he tried to distract himself. His wife, Brenda, had mailed him a collection of Louis L'Amour paperbacks, classic Western adventure stories. In each book, characters confronted impossible challenges, from battles with outlaws and kidnappers to cave-ins, yet managed to survive. Wheeler replayed those novels in his head. I was imagining myself, he said, as one of his characters. Major Doug Redlick, who commanded the Marines Service Support Group, divided rescuers into teams. Given the language barriers, volunteers from each nation were assigned a corner of the destroyed building on which to dig. Communication was primitive, consisting of hand and arm signals and sketch pads. Rescuers then fanned out with an ear to the ground, listening for any sounds of survivors. The groans were everywhere, recalled First Lieutenant Mark Singleton, who helped Redlick with the rescue efforts and led the quick reaction force that provided overall security. You could hear them, and so you just went to where you heard the noise and started digging. At times, one voice in the rubble might reveal 2 or even 3 buried survivors. With so many dead and wounded, rescuers ran out of stretchers, forcing them to improvise with cots, ponchos, and plywood fished from the rubble. Every 5 minutes you looked, there was somebody coming out, Singleton added. He was half naked on a stretcher. He was black and blue. Or his head was gone, and his arms were gone. Elsewhere in the wreckage, Marines turned over debris in search of telltale bloodstains. Once a blood trail was located, the digging effort followed that trail until a body, or more often a body part, could be recovered, Dolphin said. This was not the funeral home type of death with which all of us eventually have to deal. It was an indescribably gruesome, raw, and visceral crime scene. This was murder, plain and simple. To Dolphin fell the grim task of helping remove the Marine who was impaled in a tree. I grasped an end of the bloody sleeping bag. Blood ran down and stained the inside of my fingers. As gently as we could, we pulled the bag through the tree's branches and down to the ground, the lieutenant said. I purposely did not look at the captain. I felt that in the interest of my own sanity, I needed to start filtering out as many horrific images from being planted into my memory as I could. In such cases, Marines often sought the help of the chaplains. As the dead were dug out, Marines would come up to me to ask that the bodies of their buddies be blessed, Pucciarelli remembered. A small group of Marines would gather around and watch, solemnly, as I anointed the forehead of the lifeless form before me. They had found a way to show respect for their dead comrades, and I was touched by how mindful the Marines were to provide services for their fallen brothers, and by the strength they drew from prayer. As the hours ticked past, the rows of the dead grew longer, men covered by ponchos and poncho liners. We ran out of body bags quickly and requested an emergency resupply. Garrity said, the bloody bodies, along with the rising temperatures, caused a repugnant odor of death and drew flies, which added to the mayhem. Staff Sergeant Calvin Openshaw, whose father was a coroner, stood watch until rescuers hauled them to the morgue. Even for Openshaw, who had worked as a medical lab technician, the scene was gruesome. I saw one man blown in half, he said. I did not know such things could be done to human bodies. Dolphin endured a similar experience when he fetched a poncho liner from one of the bodies that was needed to cover a wounded man suffering from shock. As he did so, Dolphin glimpsed the dead youth, dressed only in red Marine athletic shorts. He was just a kid, he said. There was blood seeping from his nose and mouth. A crushing blow to the chest had killed him. His entire body seemed to be swollen around this huge dent in the center of his chest. Such scenes replayed over and over again exhausted the rescuers. There were a lot of guys standing around, Openshaw said. Not really hurt bad, just in shock. Just wiped out. Resnikov and Pucciarelli lost faith that their colleague Chaplain Wheeler would be found. Pooch and I were so sure that he was dead, Resnikov said, that we had promised each other that when the day came to return to the States, we would visit his wife together. Wheeler's Advent stole fluttered in the wind like a pennant marking the spot where he was buried. What is that purple cloth? A Marine asked. Pucciarelli overheard the question. In a Marine compound where camouflage fatigues were the daily wardrobe, the color purple was rare. The priest immediately recognized the bright cloth as the same one his friend wore around his neck during service. That's Danny's stole, he exclaimed. Pucciarelli snatched the cloth and peered down into the rubble. Who's there? The priest hollered. Who's down there? Wheeler, who had lost his voice from his hours of earlier shouting, now struggled to respond. This is Chaplain Wheeler, he cried. Come get me. We'll be right there, Pucciarelli replied. Hang on. Marines started digging down. Wheeler banged his ration box and his watch to make noise. The next thing I knew, I felt a hand on my hand, Wheeler said. I held it. Hang on, buddy, someone above shouted. We're coming for you. Sand fell down the back of Wheeler's shirt. The tunneling forced the walls to shift, increasing pressure on him, particularly on his wedged head. Pain shot through his skull. How much pressure? He thought, can a human being take before the head bursts? "Hurry up!" he cried. "Hurry up!" The walls likewise pushed on his chest and diaphragm. Struggling to breathe, he thought of Jesus crucified on the cross, desperate for air as his diaphragm collapsed. "I can't die this way," Wheeler thought. Suddenly the pressure miraculously vanished. Crews hoisted the wall that seconds earlier had threatened to crush him. Charlie Company Commanding Officer Captain Chris Cowdery climbed down next to Wheeler. "Chaplain," he said, "what can we do for you?" "I'm thirsty. Can I get some water?" Wheeler watched a canteen pass hand to hand down a line of Marines. The dusty and dehydrated chaplain lifted the canteen and pressed it to his lips, gulping the chemically purified water. It tasted, Wheeler recalled, like nectar. Marines cleared the rubble that pinned one of his legs and then yanked. "My foot," he said, "came out like a cork in a bottle." Rescuers hoisted Wheeler atop a stretcher. He felt the warmth of the sunlight and felt the cool air that he imagined blew down from the ancient and cedar-lined mountains of Lebanon. "It was heaven," he said. "It felt so good." Rabbi Reznikov hovered over his friend like a parent, counting all 10 fingers and toes. "I didn't realize that I was so obvious," Reznikov later said, "but the truth was that we could not believe that he was in one piece." Alone in the dark in the wreckage of the destroyed building, surrounded by hundreds of dead and the dying, Wheeler had, like the biblical figures of Jacob and Job, argued, questioned, and wrestled with God, before in the end he made peace with his Lord. More than 5 hours after a terrorist's bomb imprisoned him in the bowels of the building, Wheeler was finally free. The chaplain would prove the last soul God delivered alive from the wreckage. Rescuers gently carried Wheeler down off the rubble pile and toward the aid station. Racked with pain, still unsure of his own condition, Reznikov said, he asked how his clerk was. Like so many of the men we would save that day, he asked first about others. Wheeler's spirits soared as he watched the parade of faces and smiles float past him, men who had gathered for a glimpse of their chaplain. "My Marines," Wheeler said. "These were my people." Bigelow made his way back to the battalion aid station to check on Ware as the wounded cycled through en route to the Iwo Jima. "How many patients do you have over there?" Ware asked his friend. "We don't have any more patients," Bigelow replied. "Everybody's here." "Oh. Okay," Ware said. "Where's John?" Bigelow had no choice but to level with his friend. The irreverent doctor the men loved, the trombone-playing father of an 8-month-old son back home in Georgia, had vanished. "We haven't found John," Bigelow said. "He must have been in the building." Ware had spent the morning focused on his own life-saving work, convinced Hudson was leading medical efforts at the bomb site. Not only did the full scope of the tragedy still evade Ware, but until that moment it never occurred to him that Hudson might not be a rescuer, but a victim. The gravity of that realization now settled upon him. "Well," Ware finally stammered, "how many people were hurt?" "Everybody," Bigelow replied. Chapter 36. If you saw the blast, you know why they can't find some guys. Lance Corporal Stephen Diaz, October 29th, 1983. At 12:30 a.m. in Washington, barely 8 minutes after the blast, word of the attack first sounded inside the National Military Command Center, a cavernous room spread across portions of the Pentagon's 2nd and 3rd floors. The 2-story command center, which had been expanded and updated in 1976 at a cost of $15.4 million, featured one wall filled with 6 screens, allowing participants to view anything from routine Capitol weather to bomber strikes. Another wall boasted an alphanumeric display of the position and readiness of all American missiles aimed at the Soviet Union, while elsewhere a half-dozen digital clocks showed the time in various regions around the globe. At the center of the room stood a 25-foot-long table with a tan chair at the center, reserved for the Secretary of Defense. Dr. Strangelove, a newspaper reporter once marveled, would feel right at home. "Explosion at BLT 18HQ, the flash message read. A large explosion at BLT-18 HQ building collapsed the roof and leveled the building. Large numbers of dead and wounded. At the same time, alarms sounded inside the White House Situation Room and over at the State Department, less than a mile away. Staffers at all three agencies pored over the sudden flurry of message traffic between military forces in the Middle East and Europe. Reports of heavy casualties, requests for medical evacuation flights, and jumped onto 2 conference calls to pool information. As it became more clear what was happening, more people were made aware of it, one official said. You obviously don't awaken the principals of the department until you're sure you have something that merits their attention. That time had arrived. A staffer at the National Military Command Center phoned Army Major General Colin Powell. The 46-year-old general who served as Weinberger's senior military aide knew immediately he had to alert his boss. At 1:30 a.m., he woke Weinberger. The news came out in dribbles, recalled Powell, who continued to phone in updates. Each time I had to convey the mounting horror to a defense secretary who I knew was squeamish about death. 45 minutes later, the Situation Room's watch officer rang Bud McFarlane at Augusta National Golf Course in Georgia. I felt, the National Security Advisor later wrote, as though I had been stabbed in the heart. McFarlane called the president at 2:39 a.m., informing him of the attack, which so far had a confirmed death count of approximately 45. McFarlane then hustled over to the Eisenhower cottage and woke up Schultz, who along with his wife shared the quarters with the President and First Lady. 6 minutes later, Reagan, dressed in his yellow pajamas and a blue robe with matching slippers, emerged from his bedroom and took a seat on the couch with McFarlane and Schultz. How could this happen? The President asked. How bad is it? Who did it? The White House, which had battled Congress to keep Marines in Lebanon, had downplayed violence against them as isolated incidents. The role there, an administration official had assured the press in September, is as a peacekeeping force. A terrorist bomb had shattered that illusion. The President questioned whether he should order the Marines brought home. McFarlane, as one account noted, argued strongly against a recall. Reagan authorized officials in Washington to alert senior congressional leaders as well as Italian and French officials with the multinational force. The President phoned Marine Corps Commandant General Paul Kelly, asking him to find out more details on the extent of the casualties. Other issues the trio discussed included how to better protect the Marines, who could be held responsible for the attack, and what America's response should be. Most already suspected Iran. Those sons of bitches, the President growled. Let's find a way to go after them. The politics of the attack likewise hung over Reagan, particularly how to deal with Congress. But none of those issues, he realized, could be handled from Augusta. Let's go back to Washington, the President announced. Air Force One, McFarlane advised, could be ready at first light. There was to be no more sleep for us that night, Reagan recalled as he settled in with McFarlane and Schultz. As dawn approached, the news from Beirut became grimmer and grimmer. At 6:34 a.m., the President and First Lady departed the Eisenhower cottage in the dark in a motorcade bound for the Augusta Municipal Airport. The plane roared down the runway and lifted off. Reagan, as he always did aboard Air Force One, slipped into sweatpants. Air Force One reached Andrews Air Force Base less than 2 hours later, where the President climbed aboard a Marine helicopter at 8:25 a.m. for the 10-minute flight to the White House. The dark green Sikorsky VH-3D settled on the soggy south lawn, with the Washington Monument visible in the distance, despite the fog and clouds that hung over the nation's capital, on a day in which temperatures would top out in the upper 50s. Dressed in a tan overcoat and slacks, Reagan ducked his head as he exited. A somber President Reagan arrived at the White House, one aide recalled, his face etched with every one of his 72 years. The President and First Lady paused at the south portico. Armed with an umbrella to fend off the drizzle, Reagan told the reporters he would not take any questions as he headed toward the Situation Room. I know there are no words that can express our sorrow and grief over the loss of those splendid young men and the injury to so many others, he began. I know there are no words also that can ease the burden of grief for the families of those young men. Camera shutters rattled as the President spoke to the assembled journalists. Nancy stood to his left, her hand grasped in his. Schultz hovered in the background. Likewise, there are no words to properly express our outrage, and I think the outrage of all Americans, at the despicable act, following as it does on the one perpetrated several months ago in the spring that took the lives of scores of people at our embassy. But the President refused to be deterred. We should all recognize that these deeds make so evident the bestial nature of those who would assume power, if they could have their way and drive us out of that area, that we must be more determined than ever that they cannot take over that vital and strategic area of the earth, or, for that matter, any other part of the earth. Reagan briefly stopped by the residence before heading down to the Situation Room in the basement of the West Wing at 8:57 a.m. "Remind me to never go away again," he said to Weinberger as he took his seat at the head of the wooden table. "Look what happens." Around the table and in chairs along the wall sat 16 members of his cabinet and senior staff, including Vice President George Bush to his right and Schultz to his left. Others included Joint Chiefs Chairman General John Vesey and General Kelly. A map of Lebanon sat perched atop an easel. The 7 items on the agenda were designed to provide the President with intelligence, military, and diplomatic updates prior to a discussion of how to handle the press and lawmakers. He was in a white rage, recalled National Security Council staffer Major Oliver North, but he was also as alert and as purposeful as I'd ever seen him. "We'll make them pay," the President declared. Chapter 37. Pro-Iranian Lebanese elements are, for the moment, considered prime suspects for the attacks. Defense Intelligence Agency, October 23, 1983. In the offices of the Time and Life building, which towered 48 stories over the Avenue of the Americas, editor Jacqueline McConnell monitored the wire services and CNN. It had been an otherwise quiet night in the Midtown Manhattan offices of Time magazine. That week's issue was done. Reporters based around the nation and globe had filed their stories. Editors had then marked them up as designers assembled the photos and laid out the pages. Elephantine presses rolled, spitting out millions of copies of the glossy news weekly that would hit the nation's newsstands that Monday. Beirut wrecked that calm. CBS claimed to be first with the breaking news shortly before 2:30 a.m., followed 10 minutes later by CNN. Bulletins then moved on the wire services. Such late-breaking news, Times publisher later noted, is the raison d'etre of McConnell's job. McConnell grabbed the phone and dialed the magazine's world senior editor, Henry Muller, followed by the deputy chief of correspondence, William Mader. At 3:15 a.m., Muller, in turn, rang Ray Cave, the magazine's managing editor, who dressed and hustled into the headquarters 45 minutes later. By 5:30 a.m., one report noted, all the beat reporters, principal writers, and support staff were filing into the New York office. On the ground in Beirut, Middle East Bureau Chief William Stewart reached the scene, phoning in the first eyewitness report. "In almost 4 years of covering the Middle East," he dictated, "I have never seen a more appalling or sickening sight than I saw this morning." Stewart's report, coupled with the mounting casualties, testified to the gravity of the tragedy unfolding 6 time zones away. At 7:30 a.m., while the President was still aboard Air Force One returning to Washington, Cave made the extraordinary decision to trash the previously printed covers of that week's issue. Time would instead lead with the terrorist bombing in Beirut, a decision that would cost the magazine $300,000, a figure that would equal nearly $900,000 in today's figures. The hastily designed new cover featured a black and white photo of Marines carrying a bloodied and shirtless Sergeant Armando Ibarra on a stretcher. Carnage in Beirut trumpeted the headline, "Mideast Madness Hits the Marines." A similar story played out a few blocks away in the Madison Avenue offices of Newsweek, which likewise stopped the press run on its original cover story on the big business of medicine, but not before 1 million copies were printed. The remaining 2.5 million copies, or about 70% of its weekly circulation, would carry the new cover, making the magazine's loss about half that of its rival. "This is the latest cover story that Newsweek has ever put together from scratch on a Sunday," editor Maynard Parker said. "The last time Newsweek changed a cover on a Sunday was when Ford pardoned Nixon." In a sign of how few photos were available in the aftermath, both Time and Newsweek used the same image for the cover. Newsweek's international edition decried the slaughter in Beirut, while the domestic issues ran with the headline, "The Marine Massacre." U.S. News and World Report, the nation's other news weekly, had gone to the printers at midnight Friday, forcing the magazine's 2.2 million readers to wait a week. The CBS News desk called anchor Dan Rather at 3 a.m. He had issued standing orders to be notified in the event of any urgent news story. As the picture of the tragedy in Beirut crystallized, the desk phoned the evening news anchor again at 6 a.m. By then, the veteran newsman was already up and making tea. "This is big," Rather was told. Word likewise reached senior congressional leaders, many of whom had recently battled Reagan over the presence of Marines in Beirut. At 3 a.m., the State Department's Congressional Relations Office phoned Senator Charles Percy, an Illinois Republican and chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. An hour later, the same office woke Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker, a Tennessee Republican, followed by Speaker of the House Thomas P. Tip O'Neill, Jr., a Massachusetts Democrat. Many lawmakers like Reagan doubled down on America's position. "We should not leave," Baker said, "at the point of a gun." Chapter 38. "We are no longer a deterrent force in Lebanon. We are a target. Our Marines are targets." Senator Sam Nunn, October 23, 1983. Deputy Press Secretary Larry Speakes greeted reporters at 9:15 a.m. in the White House briefing room. The 44-year-old had assumed the role as the administration's lead spokesman on March 30, 1981, the day a deranged John Hinckley Jr. had shot his boss, James Brady, in the head above the left eye. Speakes had grown up in the Mississippi Delta town of Marigold, home to just 714 residents, a place so minuscule, in fact, it lacked a movie theater, barber shop, or even street signs. The sandy-haired Southerner later enrolled at Ole Miss, though he dropped out to pursue journalism in the civil rights era. A love of politics led him to become the press secretary for his home state senator, James Eastland, which proved a springboard to similar roles in the administrations of Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, and now Ronald Reagan. Known to friends as the Mississippi Catfish, Speakes adored Elvis and Merle Haggard, though the job's stress often prompted him to turn to Mozart to quiet his nerves. Since the days of Teddy Roosevelt, reporters had roamed the halls of the West Wing hunting for stories while working out of offices that had grown increasingly congested as the number of White House reporters climbed. Understanding the importance of television in politics, Nixon had undertaken a $574,000 renovation 13 years earlier, converting Franklin Roosevelt's pool into a plush new press office featuring a dozen broadcast booths, 40 desks, and a built-in stage for briefings. Reporters could hammer out stories against the backdrop of the gentle tunes of Muzak, or simply unwind atop the beige suede Chesterfield sofas. "This," Nixon declared on a tour upon completion, "is better looking than the Hilton." Much of Washington had been awake for hours, buzzing about the terrorist attack as Speakes approached the lectern. "The information I'm going to run through here is simply to probably give you information you have already received from Beirut, seen on the wires and so forth," he began, "but at least it will establish where we are and everything." Speakes gave a brief account of the attack from the time of the blast to the Marine units involved. At the moment, casualties stood at 76 killed and 112 wounded. The French, he added, so far counted 18 confirmed dead. Lebanese Foreign Minister Elie Salem had phoned American Ambassador Reginald Bartholomew to convey his nation's regret and horror. Red Cross and local disaster relief agencies meanwhile provided aid while workers used construction equipment to clear rubble and search for survivors. At the moment, the president was in the Situation Room for a briefing he anticipated would run about an hour. As soon as Speakes wrapped up his remarks, journalists opened fire with questions. "Do you plan to send more troops?" one reporter asked. "Were there any movements ordered earlier today?" added another. "Any diversion of naval units?" Speakes answered as best he could with the limited information then available in Washington. The president's meeting that morning, he explained, would address contingencies, including whether additional troops would be sent to the Middle East. Only 15 minutes earlier, he added, the Pentagon reported no major movement of forces. Now, whether tactical movements are taking place, I think that would be better to come from Beirut. Questions then turned to who might have executed the attack. Certainly we do have, as we've had all along, some suspicions, but we're not in a position to go into what we may suspect, the press secretary said. Reporters proved quick to connect that morning's truck bombing of the Marine headquarters with the similar suicide strike on the American embassy just 188 days earlier. Do you think, one reporter asked, the same group is responsible for both? Speaks chose to answer that question on background, meaning reporters could not use his name in print and he would be listed simply as a senior administration official in the White House transcript. It's much too early for us to draw those conclusions, Speaks cautioned. As I say, we have suspicions. We are looking closely at that. Another reporter chimed in that other officials already blamed Iran. Some people in the government do have that suspicion, Speaks confirmed. But I don't even want to, on background, pinpoint it that much because honestly I don't think we can. We don't have conclusive evidence that we can state to you now. Who blew up the American embassy? A journalist asked. Has there been any claim by any group? Another added. Not that I'm aware of, Speaks said. Who blew up the American embassy? A reporter pressed. I don't think we ever came to a public determination on that, Speaks said. There have been a lot of suspicions, a lot of intelligence, but nothing that we ever have stated publicly. So does that mean we are still trying to find out who did it? Certainly, the press secretary said. We don't know who conclusively did it? I don't think we ever really said firmly, Speaks replied. But do you know? A reporter asked. What's the holdup? Added another. The press secretary tried to shut down that line of questioning. I think you've gone far afield here, he argued. When we're prepared to state it publicly, we will do so. Meanwhile, we continue to assess information, beginning with the embassy bombing, right on through terrorist acts that have taken place up until 12:20 a.m. this morning. Chapter 39. We have put these Marines in an impossible position. Representative John Murtha, November 8, 1983. At the same time Speaks tangled with the press, veteran journalist Leslie Stahl fought her own battle for information with the administration. The 41-year-old White House correspondent and new host of CBS's Face the Nation had, like others across the Capitol, received word of the attack via a 3 a.m. phone call. She got up, dressed, and hustled to the studio. Her weekly news program, which had held public officials accountable in Washington since it first aired in November 1954, had previously booked Weinberger to appear that Sunday morning to talk about the escalating violence against Marines in Lebanon. Would the attack prompt him to cancel? Stahl jumped onto a call with David Gergen, the 41-year-old White House communications director. A former journalist, Gergen, like many others in the Capitol, had migrated over to public service, serving in the Nixon and Ford administrations before landing a job with Reagan. We're awfully sorry, Gergen leveled with Stahl, but Cap's in a national security meeting in the Situation Room, which we think could go on for several hours. But David, Stahl pressed, don't you think the American people are going to want some word from the administration? We're talking about the wanton murder of who knows how many Americans. Gergen listened. Let us set up a camera crew in the White House, she continued. All Cap would have to do is leave the meeting for 10 minutes, max. The communications director assured her he would ask. He phoned back soon after informing Stahl that Weinberger was in fact considering the interview. We'll send our crew right over, she said. In the CBS studio, Stahl prepared an updated list of questions. No one knew for certain if Weinberger would show up. Gergen loitered in the Roosevelt room as the CBS crew ran power cords and set up lights, a tripod, and a camera. Stahl anxiously stared into the camera. No guarantees, Gergen reminded her. Downstairs in the Situation Room, the president and his national security advisors reviewed the details of the attack, followed by the latest intel, which pointed to Iran. Can't we do anything to Iran? Reagan asked. It might make us all feel better, Weinberger cautioned, but that would not punish those responsible. The defense secretary advocated pulling the Marines back aboard ship, a suggestion that drew pushback from Schultz. To withdraw now would undermine our entire policy, he warned. It would be a disaster for American prestige. At 10:30 a.m., and as the National Security Planning Group meeting neared its conclusion, Weinberger slipped out and headed upstairs to the Roosevelt Room, situated right across the hall from the Oval Office. Stahl felt an incredible sense of relief wash over her when she saw the defense secretary slip into the chair. "I almost wept," she later confessed. The nation, which had woken up that Sunday morning to the horrible news of the terrorist attack, hungered for answers. Unlike Speakes, who had fumbled through his briefing and talked largely only on background, Weinberger was America's top defense official and a household name. His word mattered. And he knew it. More importantly, Weinberger had to mask his personal opinions, which differed from those of his boss. "I was very well aware," he wrote, "that today, one inadvertence or awkward answer on my part could cause a very great deal of damage." The red light flashed on. The show was live. "Mr. Secretary," Stahl began, "you have just left a meeting of the National Security Council. What response is the Reagan administration planning in light of the deaths of all of these Marines this morning?" "The immediate reaction here is one of enormous sadness and great outrage at this act of senseless terrorism, which is very similar, perhaps perpetrated by the same people, to the attack on our embassy some months ago," he began. "There's also, of course, a full-scale attempt to find out just who is responsible, and that investigation is underway." "But what about the response?" Stahl pressed, reminding him that Reagan previously said we would not stand by and let Marines be brutalized. "That is certainly true," he said, though he cautioned that America, despite circumstantial evidence and suspicions, needed to first confirm who ordered the attack. "Am I to assume that no reprisal action has been planned as of this point?" she pressed. "No, you can't assume anything," he shot back. "The meeting is not over, and there's a great deal of discussion about what would be suitable and the best things that should be done." When the president spoke on the lawn this morning, he made a veiled reference to whom he thought might be responsible. It sounded a little bit as though he might be blaming the Syrians or even the Soviets. Is that what's in your mind? "There is a lot of circumstantial evidence, and a certain amount of it points toward Iran," he said, adding that there are many groups in that area that have made threats. "Obviously, we're looking at everything and looking at it very carefully. Is there any possibility that we will be beefing up the Marine contingent there?" The Marines were in Beirut, he noted, to provide a secure environment for a peace deal. That was not going to change by adding more Marines. The important action, Weinberger said, was to decrease the vulnerability and risks faced by the Marines. "There's no talk of pulling them out then?" Stahl asked. "No," he said. "Our commitment to the cause of securing a peaceful Mideast, of course, remains because it's absolutely vital to our national interest, and it's absolutely vital to the interest of the free world. We can't simply leave the area to terrorism." "The administration will obviously come under enormous pressure to pull the Marines out. There's already considerable public opinion in support of pulling them out. You have been quoted as saying you think they should come out. Have you changed your mind personally, and are you now fully committed to keeping this contingent of 1,600 Marines in Beirut?" "The goal remains the same, and the commitment is unchanged despite this horrible tragedy," he said. "And it's just a further reminder of the kind of world in which we live and how dangerous it is, and how much risk there is in everything we do." Chapter 40. The volume of casualties was incredible. Dr. Patrick Hutton, January 27, 2023. On board the Iwo Jima, doctors, nurses, and hospital corpsmen hustled to prepare for scores of casualties. The 18,000-ton warship, which carried 22 helicopters and was designed to transport Marines into combat, would serve this Sunday as a mobile emergency room. With a deck that stretched 602 feet in length, a distance comparable to almost 2 football fields, the Iwo Jima sported a crew of 650 sailors and could accommodate an additional 2,000 Marines in air-conditioned berths. An onboard utility plant generated enough power to light a small town, as well as distill up to 100,000 gallons of fresh water each day for use by galley cooks and sailors in need of a hot shower and a shave. The Iwo Jima boasted a bakery, post office, and library, not to mention a barber shop and store, which sold everything from magazines and greeting cards to radios and even jewelry. Sailors looking for a deal could pick up tax-free cigarettes on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, or unwind nightly with an 8 p.m. movie shown in the hangar bay. It is, as the ship's welcoming brochure bragged, virtually a city in itself. Like any city, the Iwo Jima featured a hospital, complete with 2 fully equipped operating rooms, an X-ray suite, and a 2-bed intensive care unit. The ship's 7-bed general ward could be expanded to care for up to 100 injured sailors and Marines. A general medical officer ran the Iwo Jima small hospital with the help of a dozen corpsmen. In case of just such a crisis, the Navy had deployed Surgical Team 14 aboard the ship. This 19-person mobile unit, one of 15 such rapid response teams in the Navy, featured a general and orthopedic surgeon, as well as an anesthesiologist and nurse anesthetist. Other members included an operating room nurse, administrative officer, plus another 13 corpsmen, all trained to work in the operating room. The wisdom of this deployment, the team's 3 doctors later observed in a report, was to prove itself on this day. The dual medical organizations had worked in tandem since the arrival off the coast of Beirut in May, tackling routine medical procedures from twisted knees to the occasional hernia or hemorrhoid surgery. Dr. Fraser Henderson, the 29-year-old head of the Iwo Jima's medical department, had spent part of his youth on a cattle farm in the Australian outback. That rugged experience had taught him a vital lesson. "You always," he said, "have to plan for the worst." To do just that, Henderson had ordered thousands of bags of intravenous fluids, enough to handle more than 100 patients. He likewise secured additional antibiotics, bandages, and test tubes. Henderson and the others then created an emergency plan to convert the sprawling hangar bay into a triage center. A locker stored on deck held intravenous fluids and sets of tubing and needles and catheters. The doctors recruited volunteers from the ship's crew to help. Each patient would have a designated attendant armed with a clipboard and pen to jot down notes dictated by the doctor. But more importantly, these volunteers would offer comfort to the wounded. "My mission," Henderson recalled, "was to plan for mass casualties." That plan was put into action Sunday morning as the first helicopters loaded with the wounded touched down on the Iwo Jima at 7:40 a.m., 1 hour and 19 minutes after the explosion. Stretcher bearers rushed them down the aircraft elevator to the hangar bay, which the air boss had cleared of all helicopters, as hospital corpsmen readied racks to hold stretchers. Everyone knew their place, Henderson said. Everyone was in position. Similar to what Bigelow and Ware did onshore, medics on the Iwo Jima performed an initial survey, checking airways, blood pressure, and pulse rates. Each of the wounded was inspected for the presence of arms and explosive devices, one report added. The master-at-arms was available in case of infiltration among the wounded by a terrorist. Hospital corpsmen administered fluids to maximize circulation and combat shock, while doctors, armed with stethoscopes, listened to each patient's heart and lungs. Neurological exams followed to confirm whether a patient could feel his arms and legs, feet, and hands. When needed, medics inserted catheters and splinted fractures. Others gave injections of antibiotics and tetanus. Identification was a critical thing, knowing exactly who we had on board, Henderson said. That's not medical care, but it turned out to be one of the most important things we did, identifying every single patient. Despite the organization and resources, doctors could not provide in-depth or definitive care to a vast number of wounded. Medical evacuation planes, which the Navy had requested 3 minutes after the blast, were inbound from Turkey, Italy, and Cyprus. The job of those on the Iwo Jima that Sunday morning was to stabilize patients for transport to shore-based hospitals, either at an American base 4 hours away in Germany, or Italy, or at the British Royal Air Force Hospital in Cyprus, less than an hour's flight from Beirut. Those planes, however, would not arrive for hours, prompting doctors to transfer patients in need of immediate surgery up to the operating room. The rest would be ranked for priority of evacuation. The volume of wounded soon skyrocketed. Within 90 minutes, 65 of the worst injured Marines and sailors crowded the hangar bay, organized into two long lines, one dedicated to the more seriously wounded. Men arrived with cracked skulls and crush injuries. Others suffered broken bones, contusions, and ruptured eardrums. Many had inhaled dust and smoke or suffered intra-abdominal injuries. There were, as one medical report stated, no walking wounded. Doctors had to insert chest tubes and irrigate eyes. Medics observed that the dust often was caked on so thick that it made it impossible to discern a patient's ethnicity. All of them, Henderson noted, were in shock. The 65 injured sent to the Iwo Jima that morning, a post-attack analysis revealed, amounted to almost half of the 112 wounded in the terrorist attack. Of that total, 26 were treated for minor injuries by the battalion aid station and returned to duty. 14 others landed in Lebanese hospitals, while the rest would go directly from the rubble to medical evacuation flights. 7 died during treatment, including 2 that Sunday. 37 of the wounded suffered from various and often multiple head injuries, including 13 with skull fractures. Nearly half of those were either depressed or compound fractures. 6 others had broken facial bones, while 20 more had split scalps that required debridement and sutures. 1 out of every 4 suffered a concussion. Dr. Patrick Hutton, the orthopedist with Surgical Team 14, witnessed some of the worst, including a Marine whose brain was visible through an open skull fracture. "Am I going to die?" the young man asked. Hutton knew he would. Hospital corpsmen carried the Marine forward of the operating room to the general medical ward. The idea, Hutton said, was to have a quiet space for him. The 35-year-old doctor then took a break from his work and sat with the Marine, wanting to comfort him and make sure he was not alone when he passed. "I talked," Hutton said, "did some prayers." The Marine held on for 15 minutes before he slipped away. The pressure on the doctors, nurses, and hospital corpsmen proved intense. "Keep your head down, keep working," Henderson told himself. "It's going to work out." Despite that tension, the medical teams remained organized and professional. Doctors circulated among the wounded while every 10 minutes hospital corpsmen rechecked each patient's vital signs. Volunteers perched alongside the injured, holding their hands and whispering words of comfort. Henderson looked up to spot one of the ship's bakers helping out, still dressed in his white hat. Everyone was just doing what they had to do, the doctor said. It was extraordinary. Lieutenant Commander Mauricio Aparicio, the head nurse for Surgical Team 14 and the one who conceived of using volunteers to comfort the wounded, agreed. "Nobody was yelling, nobody was screaming," he said. "Every patient had somebody with them. That was phenomenal to me." Some of the wounded, like Lance Corporal John LaRue, who was impaled by debris, would never even remember being on board the Iwo Jima. The 19-year-old Massachusetts native had climbed into his sleeping bag on the roof of the battalion landing team headquarters and closed his eyes at 4 a.m. for a nap. "I woke up," he said, "in Germany." Others who drifted in and out of consciousness would recall only snippets, including Lance Corporal Michael Thoma, who had been asleep on the ground floor when the bomb exploded. "While I was in the ship's infirmary, I vomited blood," the Pennsylvanian said. "A catheter was inserted, and I observed blood in my urine. At this point, I began to question whether I would survive my injuries." Lance Corporal Emmanuel Simmons, who had clung to his left wrist since he found it below the rubble, did not realize until he was on a helicopter inbound to the Iwo Jima that his arm was, in fact, still attached, albeit broken. "Tell the guys," he begged sailors, "I'm okay." Starting at 12:30 p.m., helicopters began transporting stabilized patients back to the Lebanese capital, where the wounded would soon board medical evacuation flights for hospitals in Europe. The first such plane, an Air Force C-9 from Turkey, touched down at Beirut International Airport 10 minutes later. A C-130 from the British Royal Air Force arrived at 1:10 p.m., followed a half hour later by a Navy C-9 out of Sigonella, Italy. The fourth and final plane of the day was an Air Force C-141, which would not arrive until 7:40 p.m. Hospital corpsmen hustled to load the wounded onto medevac planes that featured metal racks along each side that allowed stretchers to be stacked 4 high, leaving a narrow central corridor for doctors and hospital corpsmen to maneuver. Bags of intravenous fluids dangled from overhead hooks. During this time, a wounded Marine just pulled from the rubble arrived at the landing zone with a massive head injury. Patient was judged terminal, one cable stated. Senior medical officers on scene elected to take patient for humanitarian reasons in that medication could start immediately, and medical team would do all they could till death. At 2:21 p.m., exactly 8 hours after the terrorist attack, the first plane roared down the runway and climbed into the skies. The Royal Air Force's C-130 bound for Cyprus. An Air Force C-9 followed at 3:12 p.m., headed for Germany, while a Navy C-9 lifted off at 3:51 p.m. for Naples. Those first 3 planes carried a total of 56 wounded Marines and sailors. The final C-141 with 13 patients would not leave for Germany until 10:49 p.m. Sergeant Pablo Arroyo, whose body was riddled with dozens of holes and who had lost almost a third of his teeth, was strapped down on a stretcher on the C-9 bound for Germany. The New Yorker stared up at the bottom of the stretcher above, where he watched blood from his fellow wounded Marine spread across and saturate the canvas. "Pablo," I thought to myself, "no matter how bad you are better off than the guy above you." Steps away rested Navy Corpsman Don Howell, who had followed a beam of light out of the basement of the destroyed building. Medics had since bandaged both of his eyes, forcing him to interpret his surroundings via sound. He could hear the familiar beep of heart monitors as well as Marines calling out to one another, asking who was on board, who had survived. "Did he make it?" was a question repeated over and over again. "Did he make it?" "I don't know," was sadly the common refrain. 20 minutes into the flight, Howell heard the terminal patient with a head injury begin to code. He sensed the movement of the onboard medical staff as each converged on the dying Marine. From his days as a corpsman in the Charleston Naval Hospital, Howell could envision the frantic yet fruitless effort to save him. Chest compressions, intravenous push of medications and fluids. Then, Howell recalled, it was over. Chapter 41. Beirut was just destruction. Absolute, total destruction. Dr. Gilbert Bigelow, January 25, 2023. Work continued Sunday afternoon in Beirut as the job evolved from rescue to recovery. Men used jackhammers to break up the concrete, and blowtorches and hacksaws to slice through the sinuous veins of rebar that held the building's skeletal remains together. All of the rescuers looked like ants on an anthill, but no one slowed down or vacillated, Garrity said. The more I surveyed this heinous scene of absolute madness, a seething rage again rose within me toward those who committed this despicable act of war against peacekeepers. The rows of dead bodies and body parts and the shattered, burned bodies of the severely wounded all added to my disgust to this act of pure terrorism. Garrity wasn't alone. During the day, Glendolphin added, my mood went from shock and terror to anger and thoughts of revenge. Sporadic sniper fire slowed recovery efforts. So, too, did Lebanese looters. Through it all, the Marines worked. This energy comes from somewhere, Bigelow said. I don't know where it comes from, but you just keep going until you can't go anymore. Situation reports charted the steadily rising tally of the dead. The 30 reported killed that morning jumped to 57, then 76, 111, 135, and 146, a number that would continue to rise in the hours ahead as rescuers stripped back layer after layer of the wreckage. With the critically wounded patients airlifted to the Iwo Jima, the frenetic pace of medical efforts at Battalion Aid Station slowed, giving Ware a moment to breathe. "I've got to go over there and figure out what's going on," he announced. The dentist, who had yet to glimpse the bomb site, made his way to the ruins of the battalion landing team headquarters. "When I saw the building, it was unimaginable," he recalled. "Even with the patients I had seen, it was still unimaginable." Rounds continued to cook off underground, prompting Garrity to worry that the smoldering fires beneath the rubble might ignite the large anti-tank missiles stored in the basement. Rescuers hauled the deceased to a makeshift morgue set up in a Lebanese Air Force maintenance hangar near the helicopter landing zone. The mortuary plan called for remains to be flown to Germany, where identification would be confirmed through fingerprints and dental records. Workers placed bodies, many caked in dust and blood, atop cots and on the floor, until the deceased could be secured in metal transfer cases, which the medevac planes had delivered. Others created piles of arms, legs, and heads. Over it all hung the stench of burned flesh, vomit, and excrement. "Mom, I put 4 of my very best friends in body bags," wrote an anguished Brad Ulick who worked in the morgue. "I hurt so bad and I want to cry, but I cannot. I can't even accept the fact it happened. I am mad, hurt, crushed, empty, and much more. What do I do? I could always rely on you for wisdom, Mom. What in Christ's name do I do?" Since that morning, news media had swarmed the area. The terrorist attack was one of the largest stories in the world, one whose carnage stunned even veteran reporters in the war-torn capital of Beirut. New York Times reporter Thomas Friedman, shaken from his bed 10 miles away, had rushed to the scene. That morning's paper carried Friedman's latest article on how Washington's actions had transformed the Marines into combatants. "Elusive targets," the prophetic headline stated. "Peacekeepers become another warring faction." "This is incredible," Friedman confided in his colleague Robert Fisk as the journalists surveyed the destruction. "It is the most brilliant act of terrorism." Fisk, who reported for the British daily The Times, couldn't help but agree. "This was," he observed, "the most professional massacre ever perpetrated in Lebanon." Major Bob Jordan, the lead public affairs officer, accommodated the reporters, many of them noticing his blood-stained forearms, a byproduct of digging dead and wounded Marines from the rubble. From that day forward, as many as 160 print, radio, and broadcast journalists would visit each day. The only ground rules were that reporters could not photograph identifiable bodies or body parts. "We let them shoot, let them do their jobs," Randy Gatto added. "We wanted the American public to know what happened." But tensions still flared. Emotionally and physically exhausted Marines who had spent hours pulling friends from the ruins resented the media's presence. At one point, Marines confronted a photographer as he snapped a photo of a body being hauled from the wreckage. "The men are very sensitive right now," Jordan cautioned the journalists. "They have a lot of grief today. You guys are voyeurs to them. They think it's obscene for you to come looking around." Gatto, who worked daily with the press, felt that conflict personally. "How does this make you feel seeing this?" one reporter asked him on a tour. He later acknowledged that it was a legitimate question, one designed to elicit an emotional response. But at that moment, he was too raw. "That is the stupidest damn question I've ever heard," Gatto barked at the reporter. "How do you think it makes me feel?" Throughout the day, journalists interviewed Marines willing to talk. Some of them questioned what the attack might mean for the mission. "I only wish now that President Reagan would pull us out," Lance Corporal Walter Maxey, who guarded the main gate, told a reporter. Private First Class Albert Burton nodded in agreement. "We're speaking for everyone out here." Along with bodies, workers recovered M16s and 45s from the wreckage, many with bent barrels and splintered stocks, stacking them in piles. "Some of the 45s," Dolphin said, had been smashed by the weight of the concrete and exposed to the heat of the fires in such a way that the frames and slides of the weapons were effectively welded together. Classified documents surfaced amid the debris along with the pages of military manuals. Mixed in with official files were personal items, what one reporter hauntingly described as the loose ends of men's lives. Cassette tapes and athletic shorts, photos, letters, and cash, the crushed carton of a Monopoly game and a box of raisins, a Playboy centerfold, the wind-blew pages of a Bible across the airport highway, while a journalist found the ripped-out page of a hymnal featuring the funeral song, "Be Not Afraid." Marines paused at times, holding items that reflected the shattered lives of friends and brothers. "When you picked up a picture and it was some guy's kid, or it was him with his wife," recalled Mark Singleton, "that would tear your guts out." "Bastards," one Marine said as he sorted through such belongings. A similar story unfolded several miles to the north, where rescuers dug through the remains of the French headquarters, using 5 bulldozers, 2 cranes, and scores of Lebanese volunteers. Rescuers pumped oxygen into the rubble to help anyone who might still be alive. Littered amid the rubble, reporters observed sleeping bags, mess kits, toothpaste tubes, novels, and a photo of a French soldier twirling his red beret on a beach. "What beasts," one soldier hollered. "What an insane country." Periodic sniper fire continued to harass the Marines that afternoon, forcing them to break and take cover. Amid the strain, one gunnery sergeant snapped. "You motherfuckers," he shouted. "You dirty motherfuckers, come and get some, you bastards." Lebanese looters proved another frustration. Father Pucciarelli caught one rescue worker trying on a pair of boots next to a dead Marine. John Dalzell observed an arm protruding from 2 slabs of concrete. As the day passed, he noted the watch and the ring vanished. So too did other items. "It's like salt in the wound," he remembered. "It's just shitty." Navy dental technician Paul Jodin, who was based aboard the Iwo Jima, had flown ashore to help. The 25-year-old had spent much of the morning helping dig out the wounded and administering first aid. He approached Dr. Ware that afternoon. "Lieutenant," he asked, "what do you need me to do?" Ware had a big job for him, one that would prove vital in the days ahead, as technicians in Germany struggled to identify the remains of the deceased. "I've got to get the dental records out," Ware told him, "so we've got some identification." Those records had been stored in the basement of the battalion landing team headquarters. If the files even survived the bombing and subsequent fires, finding them would require tunneling down through the unstable rubble. Jodin jumped on it. Armed with a flashlight, the dental technician wormed his way through the large slabs of rubble down into the basement. Once inside, he discovered several more dead bodies, along with boxes of dental records, which were still largely intact. He dragged the boxes out. Workers loaded them on a plane to Germany the next morning. "He was a hero," Ware said of Jodin. "He probably never received credit for how brave and courageous and selfless he was." The afternoon faded to evening. Floodlights illuminated the pile, giving it the familiar glow of a Friday night football game, as workers settled in to dig through the night. Inside the logistics office, others began the painful task of sorting confidential materials from personal items, a job that fell to Michael Pettit. The corporal opened the first of dozens of plastic bags. "The smell of the bombing, the smell of dirt and blood assaulted my nostrils," he said. "It was as if I was back at the building. I battled with my stomach, trying not to gag." Inside a torn and bloodied leather satchel, Pettit found a stack of letters, including a handmade birthday card covered in hearts, drawn by a little girl. "I love you, Daddy," the card read. Pettit's heart sank. He thumbed through other torn and blood-stained letters, carefully putting aside personal items to be saved. "I miss you, and I'm very worried," one note stated. "I don't have to tell you how proud we are," added another. "It's a boy," announced yet another. Pettit could stomach it for only so long. He felt like a grave robber, sifting through the intimate lives of the dead. The corporal headed for the exit. The awful stench of death hit him again as he wiped tears from his eyes. "It was ground into my hands and clothes," he recalled. "There was no way I could escape it." I doubled over, vomiting onto the dark red earth. Pettit wasn't the only one to struggle that night. Rabbi Resnikov, who had spent the day ministering to the dead and dying, found a few moments to pen a letter to his wife and mother. "I am all right, but things here are beyond description," he wrote. "There are bodies and pieces of bodies all over." In closing, he assured his family he would see them soon. "This is one time I'm needed," he concluded. "I'm all right. It's just a terrible, terrible tragedy." The day's adrenaline was replaced by exhaustion. Some would work through the night, while others would find a spot on a cot or in a corner to grab a few minutes or hours of sleep, though at times even that proved difficult for many. "Every time you closed your eyes," Brad Ulick recalled, "you had nightmares." Jadon returned to the Iwo Jima, where he sat down for a late-night meal that had been put out for them. To his surprise, the Navy had prepared ribs, which killed his appetite. "I saw," he recalled, "enough ribs that day." The dental technician instead stripped down and took a shower. "I couldn't get that smell off me," he said. "I threw up and then I broke down." Jadon wasn't alone. The horror of what they had endured and seen caught up with them. Pettit stretched out near midnight on the floor of the basement. Even as he closed his eyes, he could hear the rhythmic pounding of jackhammers breaking up concrete. "Are you okay?" a friend on the floor nearby asked. "I don't think I'm ever going to be okay," he answered. Chapter 42. "Jesus, why? I don't blame you, but why does Satan have the power to do this?" Corporal Brad Ulick, diary entry, October 24th, 1983. At 11:13 a.m. that Sunday in Washington, Larry Speakes approached the lectern for the second time to face reporters. The president had just concluded an hour and 40-minute meeting with his national security advisors to assess the tragedy in Beirut. Reagan had asked for additional information, Speakes noted, which he would receive when the group reconvened at 4 p.m. In addition, Weinberger had spoken by phone to his French counterpart, while State Department and White House officials briefed members of Congress starting at 5:20 a.m. "The assessment," Speakes assured the press, "is that the mission of the United States and the multinational force has not changed. There is no change in our commitment, and we are exploring ways to reduce the vulnerability of our forces in Lebanon." "The Marines will stay in present numbers?" a reporter asked. "There's no change in our commitment," the press secretary repeated. "There's no change in our mission." "Do you have any new casualty figures?" The Pentagon, Speakes said, would soon announce those numbers. "Has the president ordered any retaliation?" "Not at the moment," he added. "What's the circumstantial evidence that's pointing to Iran?" another asked. "Evidence gathered since the embassy attack in April," Speakes said, "coupled with more recent intelligence involving the sniper attacks against the Marines." Secretary Weinberger did not rule out an act of reprisal, a reporter observed, circling back to the question of American retaliation. "What do you say about this?" "There have been no decisions yet," he said, "or even recommendations." "What is the circumstantial evidence that the Iranians are involved?" another asked again. "Intelligence," Speakes said. "Was there any surprise, and has there been any study of how a truck could crash through a gate and get all the way into the headquarters without being stopped?" "That's exactly what they're looking at on the ground," the press secretary replied. "That's what we would like answers to also." Did the president plan to visit the wounded? Would the Marines be repositioned? Had the administration reached out to Iran? The transcript shows that Speakes had few answers during the 19-minute briefing, given that the attack had occurred less than 12 hours earlier and half a world away, where the focus remained on rescue operations. "I don't know the answer to that," he confessed at one point. "I honestly do not know," he responded another time. "I do not know specifically." That did not stop reporters who continued to holler questions. "Can you tell us what information the president is looking for?" a reporter asked. "Any and all," Speakes concluded. "We'd like to find out who did this." Chapter 43. No reason exists for troops in Lebanon. provide security, define purpose, and bring the troops home now. Molly Markert, telegram to the White House, October 25, 1983. The absence of concrete information did not prevent many on Capitol Hill from sounding off about the tragedy, which threatened to rip open the wounds from the administration's recent battle over the War Powers Resolution. To ease the anxiety, White House officials reached out to senior congressional leaders, including arranging for Secretary of State Schultz to brief the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. If there was any central theme, Washington Post reporter Helen Dewar observed, it involved horror, frustration, and complaints that the administration needs to clarify and perhaps redefine the purpose of the Marine deployment. That was evident in the comments of many lawmakers. The role of our Marines has not been clearly defined, argued Senate Minority Leader Robert Byrd, a West Virginia Democrat. At present, our people are just sitting ducks in a defenseless situation where they don't even know who is attacking them. What are the Marines doing there? Asked Senator Sam Nunn, a Georgia Democrat. Despite the outcry, few called for the immediate removal of U.S. forces. The attack once again underscored America's challenge. A pullout, many believed, would not only doom Lebanon but send a message to the world that terrorism works. People say we ought to get the Marines out of there. That is an easy thing to say, House Speaker Tip O'Neill commented. But what are the circumstances ultimately? It would be a complete victory for the Russians. After finishing up in the Situation Room that morning, the president stopped by the Oval Office before heading upstairs to the residence, no doubt tired after the early start to what had proven a stressful day. He had lunch with the First Lady at 12:10 p.m., after which he spoke for several minutes on the phone with Gemayel, who expressed his condolences. At 3:57 p.m., Reagan returned to the Situation Room to meet with the National Security Planning Group. The two-page declassified agenda shows that the meeting would begin with an intelligence briefing by CIA Deputy Director John McMahon, who would address issues bearing on decisions to retaliate. That included a review of the intel prior to the bombing, as well as the location and vulnerability of factions implicated in planning and execution of Beirut attacks. Schultz and Weinberger would argue the pros and cons of a counterstrike, while McFarlane would review the need for additional intelligence and planning for retaliatory measures. Other agenda items included a proposed press statement, how to reduce the vulnerability of the Marines, and the need to send a delegation to Beirut. Even after more than 4 decades, the 13-page meeting minutes remain classified. The declassified portions of the 5-page intelligence talking points prepared for McMahon, however, blame Iran for the bombing. Our best judgment, the memo stated, is that Iranian-supported radical Shia groups were responsible for the attacks. Those same groups, the document continued, were principally responsible for the recent sniper attacks, which killed 2 Marines. American intelligence specifically pointed to Islamic Amal, the terror group led by Hussein al-Musawi, who operated out of the Bekaa Valley and formed part of Hezbollah as the perpetrators. There is also a possibility of Syrian involvement, the memo continued. At a minimum, we believe Damascus has turned a blind eye to the activities of its Iranian allies and provided indirect support by allowing them to move through Syria into Lebanon. Syrian intelligence officials in Lebanon may be providing additional assistance. A spot report that day from the Defense Intelligence Agency echoed the CIA, accusing Hezbollah of both the embassy bombing and recent sniper attacks. The French are a logical target of Iranian sympathizers' vengeance, the report added, since they are a primary arms supplier of Iraq. Few in Washington doubted the intelligence community's assessment, including Reagan, who vented his frustration that night in his personal diary. "We all believe Iranians did this bombing," the president wrote, "just as they did with our embassy last April." Reports from participants show that debate during the 3-hour meeting largely mirrored the morning session, with the Secretaries of State and Defense arguing over whether America should retaliate. "We need to show resolve," Schultz said. We need to take action against those who committed this atrocity and strengthen the Lebanese government. It must be directed at those who perpetrated the act, Weinberger warned. We must show, Reagan interjected, that the cause was worth dying for. Based on the meeting, the President signed National Security Decision Directive Number 109, titled Responding to the Crisis in Lebanon. The two-page document, of which 2 lines still remain classified, provides a window into Sunday's secretive discussions. The Director of Central Intelligence will prepare an urgent summary of all source intelligence detailing what we know about the elements which planned, perpetrated, supported, or otherwise facilitated these attacks, the order stated. That assessment should include the best information we have about the location of line units and headquarters for these elements. The possibility of Syria's involvement likewise needed to be determined. Based upon the above assessments, the Department of Defense will submit options for overt military retaliation against identifiable sources of terrorist activity against our forces, the directive read. The Department of State will provide a policy review of the costs and benefits of such retaliation. The President ordered General Kelly to lead a delegation to Beirut to conduct a comprehensive review and prepare a report on how to modify the deployment and improve security for the Marines. The general also would discuss the need to tighten security in southern Beirut with Lebanese leaders and meet with the commanders of the other multinational forces on reducing overall exposure. America's new ambassador to Lebanon, Reginald Bartholomew, who had just arrived to replace Dillon, would sit down with Gemayel. He should, the directive stated, formally request that the government of Lebanon sever all diplomatic relations with the Islamic Republic of Iran. In addition, he needed to push national reconciliation. America's patience was done. He should stress, the President's order concluded, that while we are committed to the process of reconciliation, the U.S. government cannot tolerate interminable delays in the process. As the meeting broke up that night at 6:57 p.m., Reagan put his arms around General Kelly, who would leave first thing in the morning for Beirut. Vaya con Dios, Reagan told him. Go with God. Chapter 44. What is Mr. Reagan going to do with all the blood on his hands? Robin Posenitz, letter to the editor, October 28, 1983. Elsewhere in the White House, it had been a hectic day. The phones rang, telegrams arrived. Just like in the wake of the embassy bombing, condolences from world leaders flooded Washington from as far away as New Zealand, the Philippines, and Zambia, to the Dominican Republic, Barbados, and Senegal. The African nation of Togo declared 24 hours of mourning, while Pope John Paul II condemned the attack as an act of war in his sermon to 80,000 worshippers in St. Peter's Square. A feeling of great pain, of horror, and of execration surges in the soul. The Pope preached, his voice at times emotional. They were young lives cruelly cut off while they were carrying out a mission of peace. A few leaders advocated American restraint, including British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak, both of whom understood the tremendous domestic pressure on Reagan to punch back. We should not only apply maximum self-restraint in the face of such acts of cowardice, but it is also our duty to defeat the purpose of their perpetrators by not playing into their hands, Mubarak cautioned. The most effective answer to this unholy challenge is to push harder for peace. German Chancellor Helmut Kohl likewise reminded Reagan that the answer would not be found in violence. Only a political solution, he wrote, can lead to a reconciliation of the various Lebanese religious denominations and to a full restoration of Lebanon's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence. Staff and volunteers dutifully logged the names and comments from members of the public who took time to reach out to the administration. As of 4 p.m., the White House had received 870 phone calls and telegrams related to the attack. Ann Higgins, who ran the Office of Communication, assembled a sampling of those comments for the President. In her one-page memo to Reagan, Higgins singled out a message from Dr. Kenneth Morrison, whose son, Lance Corporal Ross Morrison, remained unaccounted for in Beirut. My son has chosen the acceptance of responsibility for the privilege of living in this country. As I look out my window this morning across the fields of New Hampshire, I wonder if at any moment I will see 2 Marines coming up my driveway. My thoughts at this time go to you, Mr. President, in recognizing the tremendous responsibility that you carry. Morrison wrote, I stand firmly with you in this moment, not from a political standpoint, but from a standpoint of an American. I know my son does also. Others echoed those sentiments, including Mr. and Mrs. Thomas O'Hara, whose son was a Marine headed to Grenada. The tragedy in Lebanon is truly beyond comprehension, the Massachusetts couple wrote. Our faith, confidence, and trust in you is complete. Not all the correspondence was so warm. Former Marine James Cobb of Baltimore, whose son was also headed to Grenada, wrote that his disgust with the administration prevented him from remaining silent any longer. Don't you think it is time for us to take a stand or get the hell out? He cabled. Someone must pay for this tragic act of war. Several messages agreed with Cobb. Stop the politics, wrote Navy veteran Ron Rackley of South Carolina. Let our men fight or get them the hell out. Others urged the president to exit Lebanon. The mission was no longer worth it. Please bring the Marines home now, wrote the mother of 2 leathernecks. We don't want any more killed. Chapter 45. It is plain that the United States can't pull out under fire without rewarding terrorism and weakening its credibility in the region. Buffalo News editorial, October 24, 1983. The messages and telegrams that poured into the White House reflected the anguish facing Marine families, all desperate for news as images of the carnage flooded television screens. For many, the first word of the attack came when anchor Charles Kuralt began his CBS News Sunday morning program. If you're just waking up and joining us, he announced, I'm sorry to have to tell you that at least 76 U.S. Marines were killed in an explosion this morning. At least 118 were wounded, and those numbers may rise higher. That was the case in the small Georgia town of Milledgeville, where Lisa Hudson had returned to stay with her parents while her husband finished his deployment in Beirut. She had settled into her childhood bedroom on the family's farm, raising the couple's 8-month-old son Will with the help of her parents. Lisa's daily routine started with the morning news, which most days included a brief update on Beirut. On this Sunday, she had time enough to pick Will up from his crib before her mother appeared in her room. Lisa reached for the television knob when her mother stopped her. Don't turn it on, she warned her. What do you mean? Lisa asked. Mama, what's going on? There's been a terrible bombing in Beirut. How do you know? Lisa asked. Because I've seen it. Mama, I have to see, Lisa pleaded. I have to see. Lisa turned on the television. Images of the destruction flooded the screen. She could see rescuers atop the rubble pile, others rushing with stretchers. Reporters talked of the climbing casualties. I can't look, she said, turning off the television. I know he's gone. You don't know, her mother cautioned. He's the doctor. You know he's busy. From California and Kentucky to New York and Florida, that same story played out for hundreds upon hundreds of families. Mothers and fathers, wives and children agonized as they waited for information. Minutes felt like hours, stomachs churned. Many perched before televisions with radios blaring in the background. Others hovered over the phone or called Marine recruiting offices, the Pentagon, Red Cross, Camp Lejeune, and even the American Embassy in Beirut. I couldn't watch the television, said Virginia Murphy of Pennsylvania, whose son Michael Murphy was a lieutenant. I was just praying and waiting for the phone to ring. A similar story unfolded in the New Jersey home of Lois Prince, desperate for news of her son Gregory. I'm nuts. Every time our phone rings, I grab it, she said. He's our only son. Friends showed up at the homes of families to comfort them, often bearing plates of cold cuts and casseroles. So too did local news reporters anxious to capture the unfolding story. Every time I hear a car door slam or the phone ring, I think this is it. said Charlotte Drennan of Pennsylvania, whose son Richard was a corporal. "I think they're coming to tell me." "You're afraid to answer the phone. You're afraid to answer the knock at the door," added Carol Collins, who worried over the fate of her 20-year-old son Stephen. Rose Nash of Michigan, whose 19-year-old son John was in Beirut, agreed. "I know I won't sleep tonight," she declared. "I won't sleep until I hear from him." Throughout that Sunday, a day in which many people would attend church, enjoy lunch with family, and watch football, the casualty numbers climbed. NBC interrupted football games 11 times that afternoon with updates, 3 more than rival CBS. ABC periodically broke away from live coverage of the New York Marathon to report on Beirut. Families scanned the faces of the Marines on the screen who picked through the rubble. Pennsylvanian Joan Galt, who had just mailed her son Robert a letter filled with colorful fall leaves as a reminder of home, studied the Marines on her television as she chewed her fingernails and dabbed her eyes with a tissue. "It's those kind of shots we all watched, hoping we could get a glimpse of him," she said. "We have been glued to the television." For some, like Margaret Martinez of Denver, hostility trumped fear. "Just send some of us mothers over there who are angry and hurt. Just give us a few hours," declared Martinez, whose son Eugene was in Beirut. "Those men won't know how to handle it." The parents of Lance Corporal Morris Dorsey were fortunate. A photograph of their son atop a stretcher was one of the first images transmitted by the Associated Press. Editors at the Poughkeepsie Journal recognized his image from when he was wounded in the July 22nd rocket attack, an injury that required Hudson to pluck a piece of still scalding shrapnel from his back. The journalists printed the latest image from the wires and visited the family. "That's my son," his mother hollered. "He's alive! He's alive! At least he's alive." The reporter scribbled down her comments. "That's Morris," she continued. "I know his head. I know his feet. This is my son." As the afternoon faded into evening, many families began to relax. Some contemplated sleep and the return to work on Monday. "Every hour that goes by and nobody comes knocking at my door, it's just that much more relief to me," one mother said. "No news is good news," added William Conrad, a Maryland father. The violence of the attack and the immediate need to rescue survivors and render care slowed the ability of the Marines to tally the names of the dead and wounded. Once collected, officials in Beirut sent the information to the Marine Corps headquarters at the Pentagon, where it was disseminated to district offices for family notification. "Not since the Vietnam War," one press report noted, "have so many officers been mobilized at one time to inform relatives of the deaths of loved ones." The first casualty notification teams moved out Sunday evening. "The initial reactions of survivors are unpredictable," a Pentagon spokesperson said. "Some go into shock and faint. Others have questions about details. How did he die? When will the remains arrive? How much will the government pay towards the funeral?" At the same time that casualty notification teams prepared for their heartbreaking duty, more than 300 Marines began leaving Camp Lejeune for Cherry Point Marine Air Station along the North Carolina coast, flying in shifts aboard large Huey helicopters. At Cherry Point, the Marines, each carrying an 80-pound pack, an M16, and a helmet, boarded the first of 13 C-141 transport planes for the trip to Rhine-Main Air Base and then on to Lebanon to replace those killed and wounded. "We have a mission to do," said Lieutenant Colonel Edwin Kelly, the commander of the Beirut-bound troops. "We are going with a level head and do the job we were assigned to do. We are ready." Major General Alfred Gray, commander of the 2nd Marine Division, said morale had reached a fever pitch among the Marines. "If we were barbaric, we could defend against this sort of thing, but we are not," the general told reporters. "It is possible to train and defend against any type of terrorist attack, but it is difficult to counter this kind of attack when our honor, training, and Western civilization and our respect for human life is involved." Chapter 46. We are dealing with madmen. Senator Thomas Eagleton, October 23, 1983. Speaks met with reporters at 7:06 p.m. for his third and final briefing of the day. The press secretary began by reading a 2-paragraph statement drafted by the State Department, which senior leaders had just vetted in the Situation Room. That message confirmed America's commitment to Lebanon. The Marines would remain. One thing is clear, Speaks declared. Those who sponsor these outrages believe that they can intimidate the government of Lebanon, its people, and their friends in the international community. They are wrong. We will not yield to international terrorism because we know that if we do, the civilized world will suffer, and our values will be fair game for those who seek to destroy all we stand for. During the 36-minute briefing, Speaks informed reporters that America planned to respond to this criminal act as soon as the perpetrators were positively identified. In the meantime, General Kelly would visit Beirut while additional troops would fly in to replace those killed and wounded, so that the force would remain at full strength. "Can you tell us what kind of responses you're talking about?" a reporter asked. "That is for those who brought about this act to be worried about," the press secretary replied. "All I can say to them is wait and see." "Are you any closer to determining who they are?" "We are assessing our intelligence," he said. "We are cooperating with foreign intelligence services to try to come to some conclusion." "Making progress?" "I think so, yes," Speaks replied. "Is the circumstantial evidence still pointing toward the Iranians?" "This is part of our assessment." "Should we believe them to be guilty?" "That's up to you," the press secretary said. "Oh, no, it's not up to me," the reporter pushed back. "I'm asking you if the United States believes that." "We're assessing the situation, and when we're prepared to have some conclusions, we will then take the action that we—" "You said that there were no decisions made on changing the force," another reporter interrupted. "Were any decisions made?" "A number of decisions were made, which the public would see in the days ahead." "Is Syria involved in any way?" another reporter asked. "We are looking into that, yes." "What motivation," another asked, "would the Iranians have?" "Two reasons. They want to run us out, and the second thing is they want to disrupt the peace process," he said. "They don't want the government of Lebanon to be able to restore its sovereignty. Now, anybody who would do an act like this, clearly that's their intention." Another reporter brought up the embassy bombing in April. "We still haven't figured out who did that, at least we haven't publicly announced it," the correspondent stated. "Are we going to make a larger effort to figure out who did this?" "We will leave no stone unturned in an effort to pin the blame on someone," he said. "You can rest assured that there's every impetus on our part, on the president's part, to get to the bottom of this and do what is necessary to assure it doesn't happen again." First the embassy bombing, then sniper attacks, now this. Any word on how far the United States is going to go? How much they're going to take? "We believe that our presence there is an essential ingredient to this peace process," Speaks replied. "Our commitment is firm, solid, and will remain so." "But you're also saying that considering the nature of things there, this could happen again on the same scale. There's no way to stop it." "Anything can happen," he replied. "There's no denying that." The reporters jotted notes. "But," he concluded, "we will take every step to see that it doesn't happen again." Chapter 47. It was total devastation. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. Representative John Murtha, October 30th, 1983. Work continued in Beirut on Monday. Marines armed with oxyacetylene torches sliced through bent and twisted rebar that held together large concrete slabs. Workers broke them up with sledge and jackhammers, while others hauled the debris to a growing pile at the unused end of one of the runways. "It is a long and tedious task," Major Jordan told reporters. "We have an entire building compressed into a very small space." Garrity echoed him in his own situation report that day. "Marines are performing the grim task of searching through the excavated portions for survivors," he wrote. "The going is slow and there is much work to be done. It is impossible to estimate how long complete excavation will take. All hands are performing superbly." 24 hours after the blast, the pace of operations had noticeably changed. Gone was the frantic tempo of rescuers fueled by adrenaline who attacked the mound with bare hands and shovels, desperate to find friends. In its place was a more deliberate effort, as laborers used cranes, bulldozers, and dump trucks to deconstruct the pile slab by slab so as not to further destroy the remains of Marines still buried in the rubble. In areas of the pile that were stable, workers tunneled through the debris. Many of the bodies are in pieces and will never be identified, Jordan said. Survivors? If there are any in there, it would be a miracle. Rescuers often located bodies by smell. When one was found, work momentarily paused to prepare for the removal of a dead comrade in arms. One such recovery occurred shortly before noon. Rescuers on top of the mound called out for a stretcher, which others soon fetched, only to trade out, moments later, for an olive green body bag. One of them gingerly pulled out a Marine fatigue shirt and went through the pockets looking for identification, observed Philadelphia Inquirer reporter David Zucchino. He found a cigarette lighter. Workers bagged the lighter and the shirt. At 12:03 p.m., the men up top pulled out the newly found body, a young man with dark blonde hair and skin the color of ash. Zucchino added, he wore only a pair of red Marine-issue shorts. His hands were folded across his chest. Around the body, rescuers discovered a leather shaving kit and several letters which the men zipped inside the body bag before carrying the remains down to an ambulance. As men hauled the body, another worker dug out a blue nylon wallet, which he tossed down. Give that to the body that just left, he said. One of the men picked it up and wiped it clean. It belongs to that guy right there. Another such discovery would haunt Father Pucciarelli. Workers uncovered a Marine who had initially survived the blast but was trapped in a pocket far beneath the rubble. The building's collapse had cut his left arm badly while debris pinned his legs. The Marine could still move his right arm, which he used to try to stop his bleeding. It was hopeless, the priest said. He next reached into his wallet and withdrew photographs of his wife and children. He placed them on a ledge in front of him, and in this way, remembering his family, he died. Troops with the Italian and British forces joined the efforts. So too did Anthony Pace, one of the pilots who volunteered to help dig when he was not needed in the skies. Pace learned that since the majority of the men had been killed in their cots, when he uncovered the top of a mosquito net, he was likely to next find the body of a slain Marine. You knew then you were pretty close, he recalled, so you would call the corpsman over. On another occasion, Pace sifted through the debris only to make a traumatic discovery. I came across this large piece of human gore, he said. It was someone's intestines. The pilot froze in shock, staring at the guts in his hands as a corpsman approached. Put it in the bag, sir, the medic instructed him. Put it in the bag. The hospital corpsman opened a plastic bag and Pace deposited the intestines. The medic sealed the bag, marked it, and handed the pilot several fresh bags. Sir, the corpsman concluded, if you come across something, you put it in the bag and give it to me. Navy Seabees in flak jackets and helmets joined the leathernecks in the hunt for classified papers and personal effects as artillery thundered and automatic weapons rattled in the distance. Marines on their hands and knees, one journalist noted, combed the rubble for identification cards, tags, clothes, and anything else that might identify their dead comrades. Michael Pettit found a pair of camouflage trousers with the owner's name still legible in the waistband. How ironic, he thought, that the trousers had survived but not the man. Rabbi Resnikov, who still wore his makeshift yarmulke, watched the Marines sift through the rubble, pausing at times to gaze at found photos. Today it's slowed down, and it has finally hit them, he said. I've seen a lot more crying today than yesterday. They've had time to think. Troops separated the recovered weapons, ordnance, communications gear, and documents into piles. Inside the Marine Amphibious Unit headquarters, others worked to tabulate the lists of dead and wounded, a tough job since the battalion landing team headquarters had been destroyed. Marines had to build lists from partial rosters. Over them hung the fear of accidentally listing a Marine as dead, an error that would devastate a family. The task was monumental, Pettit said. We checked and double-checked our work. As Pettit worked, another Marine entered the office. I don't know how they'll ever identify some of the bodies, he declared. We lifted a slab off one. He was crushed and burned. There wasn't much more than a blackened shadow left. Marines increased security at the airport. A 2.5-ton supply truck blocked the entrance, manned by a Marine armed with a .50 caliber machine gun aimed at the road ahead. New barricades went up, along with extra sentries. It was the kind of taut, concerted security precautions that almost surely would have prevented the truck bomb explosion, Zucchino observed. The new security measures were a grim concession by the Marines that their previous measures, though upgraded and comprehensive, had simply not been good enough. The failure of those procedures was all the more disturbing because it comes in the wake of a nearly identical truck bombing that leveled a section of the U.S. Embassy here, April 18th. Military officials, when questioned by the press, offered mixed views on the security in the lead-up to the Sunday bombing. We thought we had good security, Commodore Rick France told reporters, but obviously they got around it. Garrity agreed with his boss. The Marines, whose mission was to serve as peacekeepers, did not want to project a bunker image. We took every reasonable precaution to prevent terrorist attacks, the colonel said. This particular operation was obviously well planned and timed and coordinated. But others disagreed, including Jordan. We were too open around here, the public affairs officer said. Any 5-year-old could sit out there and figure out how to get in. Tension between the press and the Marines persisted. The reporters did not always ingratiate themselves. That was the case for 2 ABC News journalists whom public affairs officials evicted for failing to check in on arrival and for using combative language and a poor attitude with the Marines. Mood of troops, one public affairs report noted that day, ranges from shock and uncertainty to courageously confident. Many of the troops, like Glenn Dolphin, wanted the reporters gone. I realized that they had a job to do, but I found their presence a huge invasion of privacy, he said. You couldn't perform any task without hearing the shutter sounds as dozens of cameramen took photographs non-stop. I felt as if they had not earned the right to be there. To them it was a job. To us, it was much more personal than that. In contrast, Dolphin marveled at Garrity's strength. For an officer who literally had the weight of the world on his shoulders, he said, Garrity was holding up remarkably well. I could not detect any change in his personality or leadership style, despite the unbelievable pressure he was under. His continued command presence and remarkable stamina fascinated me. A similar recovery effort unfolded to the north, where French workers used dogs to sniff the rubble for survivors. President François Mitterrand, who flew out of Paris at 2 a.m. that morning, arrived in Beirut at dawn. He met with Gemayel, toured the French ruins, and then visited the Marines, all during his brief 7 hours on the ground. At the airport, the French leader entered the morgue. Workers had placed nearly 200 bodies in aluminum caskets, making the hangar resemble a warehouse for the dead. Those caskets sat atop pallets, stacked 3 across and 4 high, held down by nylon straps. A dozen pallets were lined up one after the other inside the darkened hangar. The colonel escorted the French president and his entourage inside, where Mitterrand froze, absorbing the sight. His eyes opened wide and his face became pallid, Garrity recalled. It was an expression that I will take to my grave. The French president asked to pay his respects. Garrity, of course, obliged. Mitterrand walked down the line, pausing before each pallet of caskets where he made the sign of the cross. Other members of his presidential party did the same. He asked about the activity in the far corner of the hangar, an area shielded by curtains and illuminated by floodlights. Garrity explained that Marines and sailors were sorting body parts. Mitterrand asked to see the area, and again pay his respects. When the presidential party departed, he said, it was apparent to me that these men expressed the same heartfelt condolences for the American dead that they must have shown earlier to their fallen French peacekeepers not far away. Garrity returned to the hangar that afternoon as the first bodies were prepared to be loaded aboard a transport plane for the flight to Germany, the first stop on the long journey home. Ulick watched as the colonel paid his respects to his fallen Marines. "That has to be," he later wrote in a letter to his mother, "the loneliest man in the world." Pucciarelli joined Garrity as a forklift rumbled over, lowered its mast, and scooped up the first pallet. The driver turned toward the plane when the colonel stopped him. The solemn occasion demanded an honor guard. 24 Marines lined up in 2 rows of 12 facing one another. Garrity gave the signal to continue. As the pallet loads of caskets moved slowly between the columns of Marines, the colonel, myself, and the squad saluted, Pucciarelli said. There were no television cameras, no important officials, no large formation. This was a personal, sincere gesture by our colonel who, in this private way, showed his respect for his fallen Marines. Additional Marines touched down in Beirut that night, having left Cherry Point the day before. The callousness of many of the arrivals who had served previously in Lebanon angered the survivors, a tension no doubt exacerbated by grief, shock, and exhaustion. "This never would have happened," one new arrival remarked, "if we were still here." That Monday night, 36 hours after the attack, Pettit stretched out for some rest. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw the pile. He finally rose, pulled on his boots, and walked back over to the wreckage. Under the glare of floodlights, he watched men work. The frantic pace had slowed, he said. The workers moved a little more lethargically as they went about their grim task. Common sense dictated that there couldn't be any more survivors. Chapter 48. I would simply ask that all Americans this evening, with a bended knee, thank God that this country of ours can still produce young Americans who are willing to lay down their life for free men everywhere. General Paul Kelly, October 24, 1983. Half a world away, General Kelly traveled that Monday morning to Andrews Air Force Base, where he would board a C-137 jet transport to Germany and then on to Beirut. The general told reporters that his trip had 2 objectives, the most important of which was to pay his respects to the dead and visit wounded Marines. His second goal was to serve as the president's emissary and share his condolences with the Marines who would stay in Beirut. "I'd just like to say that I've been a Marine for all of my adult life," he said. "And yesterday, I have to say, in sincerity and all honesty, was the hardest day of my life." Kelly touched down at 7:30 p.m. Monday night at Rhein-Main Air Base outside Frankfurt, around the same time as a cargo plane carrying the remains of 144 slain Marines arrived. He asked to pay his respects. "I was not prepared for the flood of emotion which overcame me, for I had never seen before, and Lord willing, I will never see again, an aircraft as large as a C-141 filled to capacity with caskets. Caskets of those Marines, sailors, and soldiers who had been so very much alive and full of youth and vitality during my visit to Beirut several weeks earlier," he said. "On this cold and wind-swept night in a distant land, I watched as young airmen from our Air Force respectfully and tenderly removed each casket one by one. Lord," he asked himself, "where do we get such men?" Of the 68 evacuated sailors and Marines, 36 were sent to 3 different hospitals in Germany. 12 others went to Italy, while another 20 landed in the British hospital in Cyprus. During his brief stopover in Germany, Kelly had time to visit only 2 of the 3 hospitals. At 7 a.m. on October 25th, he flew by helicopter from Rhein-Main to the Air Force Hospital in Wiesbaden, about 28 miles away. The message traffic revealed the horrific range of injuries the men suffered when the building came down on them, from burns and crush wounds to broken bones, impalements, and amputations. "Depressed left frontal skull fracture, comatose," one message read. "Ruptured spleen," added another. "Fractured right tibia and fibula." "Respiratory failure, 1st and 2nd degree burns face, arm, 2nd degree burns, legs." The Air Force Hospital in Wiesbaden had 16 wounded. That compared to 17 at Landstuhl Army Hospital and another 3 at the Army's 97th General Hospital in Frankfurt. At Wiesbaden that morning, 5 of the wounded, dressed in bathrobes, were placed in wheelchairs and rolled into the hall to meet the general, who presented each one with a Purple Heart. One of the men, Hospital Corpsman 3rd Class Pedro Alvarado, had recently spoken to his wife by telephone. He had good news to share with Kelly. "We're going to have a baby," he told the general. "It's my first one, sir." "God bless her," Kelly said. The general visited non-ambulatory troops in their rooms, where small American flags were displayed at the foot of each bed. Lance Corporal Burnham Matthews recounted being blown out of the 3rd-floor window. The general asked if he was knocked unconscious. "No, sir," he said. "I remember tumbling through the air and everything." In another room, Kelly spoke with Corporal Joseph Schneider of Florida, who was shirtless, prompting the general to pin his Purple Heart to his pillow. "I was just 20 feet from the building, sir," he said. "I was buried underneath the rubble." "How long before they got you out?" Kelly asked. "About 30 minutes, he said. "It went fast." Army Sergeant Elvin Henry, Jr. of South Carolina told him he didn't remember anything. "The next thing I know," he said, "I was on the Iwo Jima." "Were you pretty shaken?" Kelly asked. "I'm quite shook," he replied. Kelly told each Marine he was proud of them. The general paused over the bed of Lance Corporal Jeffrey Nashton of Rome, New York, who had suffered a broken leg, crushed arm, 2 collapsed lungs, and a fractured skull that would later require a steel plate in his head. Nashton couldn't see because of the concrete dust still trapped in his eyes. Kelly told Nashton that he was there. To verify, the blind Marine grabbed the general's camouflaged coat. He ran his hands up until he reached the collar, where he felt the 4 stars. "He held my hand with a firm grip. He was making signals, and we realized he wanted to tell me something," Kelly said. "We put a pad of paper in his hand." Everyone watched. "Semper Fi," Nashton scribbled. "Always faithful." Kelly was so moved that when he left, he reached up and unfastened his stars. He later had them mounted on a framed velvet plaque adorned with the Marine Corps motto. The general presented it to Nashton the following month as he recovered at what was then Bethesda Naval Hospital. "When I left the hospital," Kelly said, "I realized I had met a great human being, and I took off those stars because at the time I felt they belonged more to him than to me." Chapter 49. "This is a disaster that has been waiting to happen." Senator Sam Nunn, October 24, 1983. Monday proved a busy day at the White House. Larry Speakes met with reporters at 9:30 a.m. in his office, though a transcript of the session shows he had little new information since he briefed them the evening before. Speakes provided a quick rundown of the president's schedule for the day, including his luncheon with regional news editors and broadcasters. In addition, Reagan would meet with his advisors about Lebanon as well as talk with other leaders of the multinational force. Reporters fired off a litany of questions. Would the Marines be put aboard ships or moved out of the airport? Did Reagan plan to speak to the families? Would the president visit the wounded in Germany? Did he plan to go on television and address the nation? The transcript shows Speakes had few answers. "There's no decision," he said at one point. "I don't know," he added later. "We haven't discussed that." One of the few areas he was certain was Reagan's commitment to Lebanon, even as lawmakers had increased demands for the troops to come home. "The fact is," he said, "that there's no change in our mission and no change in our determination." Another enlightening moment in the 27-minute briefing came when a reporter asked who precisely was the adversary. The question mirrored the one asked by the father of slain Marine Randy Clark, one that no doubt still stumped many Americans. Were the Soviets the threat? Or the Syrians who want to dominate Lebanon? Or the Iranians? "Who," the frustrated reporter sputtered, "are we talking about?" "All of the above," Speakes said. Elsewhere in the White House, the president met his senior aides, followed by the American ambassador to the Soviet Union. He then fielded phone calls with nearly a half-dozen lawmakers, including Tip O'Neill and Howard Baker. Reagan had accomplished all this by the time he walked into a 12:09 p.m. luncheon with regional news editors and broadcasters. Gathered inside the state dining room were about 80 journalists, a mix of print, radio, and television media from the Arizona Republic to the Cedar Rapids Gazette. Gold silk drapes covered the windows, which offered views of the North Lawn. Above the fireplace hung an 1869 portrait of Abraham Lincoln painted by George P.A. Healy. On the mantel just below, Franklin Roosevelt had ordered workers to carve a quotation from a letter President John Adams wrote to his wife Abigail on the second night he stayed in the White House. "I pray heaven to bestow the best of blessings on this house, and on all that shall hereafter inhabit it," it stated. "May none but honest and wise men ever rule under this roof." Reagan certainly needed those prayers. The president addressed attendees from a lectern next to the fireplace at 1:05 p.m. "Good afternoon," he began. "Given what has happened in Lebanon, I've put aside the remarks that I was prepared to give here today, and I'd like to read you this statement. Yesterday's acts of terrorism in Beirut," he began, "which killed so many young American and French servicemen, were a horrifying reminder of the type of enemy we face in many critical areas of the world today. Vicious, cowardly, and ruthless. Words can never convey the depth of compassion that we feel for those brave men and for their loved ones." Camera shutters rattled as the president spoke, periodically looking up from his printed remarks atop the lectern. "Many Americans are wondering why we must keep our forces in Lebanon," he continued. "The reason they must stay there until the situation is under control is quite clear. We have vital interests in Lebanon, and our actions in Lebanon are in the cause of world peace." The president reiterated his goal of removing foreign forces from Lebanon so that the Gemayel government could restore sovereignty and security. "By promoting peace in Lebanon," he said, "we strengthen the forces for peace throughout the Middle East. This is not a Republican or a Democratic goal, but one that all Americans share." Peace in Lebanon, Reagan argued, was a cornerstone of regional stability, and that stability depended on America's presence. "We must not allow international criminals and thugs such as these to undermine the peace in Lebanon," the president continued. "The struggle for peace is indivisible. We cannot pick and choose where we will support freedom. We can only determine how. If it is lost in one place, all of us lose. If Lebanon were to fall, it would undermine America's strategic position, not only in the eastern Mediterranean, but all of the Middle East, including the Arabian Peninsula. The United States will not be intimidated by terrorists," he concluded. "We have strong circumstantial evidence linking the perpetrators of this latest atrocity to others that have occurred against us in the recent past, including the bombing of our embassy in Beirut last April. Every effort will be made to find the criminals responsible for this act of terrorism, so this despicable act will not go unpunished." At the end of his 6-minute statement, the president fielded questions. "What are the options?" asked Linda Douglas of KNXT in Los Angeles. "Do we increase the number of troops in Lebanon? Do we withdraw the troops?" "The option that we cannot consider is withdrawing," Reagan said, reiterating his earlier commitment. "The mission remains, and it remains as yet unfulfilled." Susan Hutchinson of KIRO-TV in Seattle noted that she was not only a journalist but also the spouse of a Marine Corps captain. "As such," she said, "I am personally grieved over the loss of lives." What would the president say, Hutchinson continued, to people upset over the American loss of life in a region that has long been a stranger to peace? "I wish there were an instant answer here that would resolve all your concerns," Reagan said as he gripped the top of the lectern. "I understand your concern. I understand all Americans' concern. And I have to say that I don't know of anything that is worse than the job I have, than having to make the calls that I have made as a result of these snipings that have taken place in the past. I wish it could be without hazard. But the Middle East was too important," he continued, "to let slide into chaos." He reminded attendees that Lebanon was once the prosperous and peaceful gateway to the East. "We believe," he said, "it can be again." "Why not," asked another reporter, "let the Marines use real force?" That could lead, he argued, to a wider war against other Arab states. "That is not the road to peace," the president said. "Our mission, I think, makes sense." "What is America doing?" pressed Lily Flores of KIII TV in Corpus Christi, Texas, "to identify remains and notify families?" "Because it was a headquarters building," Reagan said, "many of the personnel records were destroyed. Few of the sleeping Marines wore dog tags. All this combined to slow identification, which the President knew made a cruel delay for families." "You have touched upon," he concluded, "what is a heartbreaking part of this particular incident." After lunch, Reagan headed to the Oval Office, where he phoned French President Mitterrand, who had just returned from his day trip to Beirut. French rescuers were still busy, though an eventual tally would confirm 58 dead paratroopers. Reagan had sent Mitterrand a telegram the day before about the bombings. "We deplore this cowardly and brutal attack, which is aimed all too clearly at undermining our commitment to work for peace, stability, and reconciliation in Lebanon," he wrote. "I want to assure you that the United States will not be deterred from pursuing our common objectives in Lebanon by the actions of terrorists." The American embassy in Paris doubted the attack would undermine French resolve for the mission in Lebanon. "Our assumption," the embassy cabled Washington, "is that the French will go along with the U.S. on whatever our initial response to the bombing is." That was the news the President wanted to hear. Mitterrand had returned at 7 p.m. to Paris, where he greeted reporters outside the Élysée Palace who noted the 67-year-old leader looked pale and somber after his 17-hour journey. "I say to everyone that a country is great by the force of its spirit, by its resolve and by the friendship and respect that it merits," Mitterrand said. "That's why, in Lebanon, France remains and will remain faithful to its history and its engagements." Talking points prepared for Reagan's call show that the President walked Mitterrand through America's actions to date, including the 5 hours he spent Sunday meeting with his advisors. He noted that General Kelly had been dispatched on a mission to assess security, while Secretary of State Schultz planned to reach out to his French counterpart on how the two nations might cooperate more closely to prevent any future attacks. Reagan then addressed his hope for a counterstrike. "For our part," he concluded, "we plan to retaliate, as you have done in the past, once we have determined who perpetrated this heinous crime." Part 3. October 1983 to April 1984. All of a sudden, the building started falling apart. Pieces of the concrete started going in different directions. I remember falling through the air and feeling the different decks or floors collapse underneath me. I felt the roof come down and hit the third floor, and the third floor hit the second floor, and the second floor hit the first floor, and each time it hit the different floors, it was breaking off and falling. Lance Corporal Robert Calhoun, ABC News interview, October 23, 1987. Chapter 50. Our Marines had become pawns in a larger game. General John Vesey, February 16, 2013. As the immediate shock of the attack subsided and the scope of the casualties began to crystallize, many in Congress grew more hostile. A few argued that America needed to bring the Marines home, but most realized the nation had few immediate options. "There is no clear way out," said Democratic Senator Alan Cranston of California. "We cannot retreat under fire, and if we were to declare war, we wouldn't know who to declare war against." Many more demanded a re-evaluation of the mission as well as improvements in security, both easier remedies in the short term. Democratic Speaker of the House Tip O'Neill drew fire from some members of his own party for his role in helping broker the previous month's compromise with the White House over the War Powers Resolution. A small group of Democrats, in fact, demanded Congress cut off cash for the Lebanon mission, a move that would force the Marines to come home. O'Neill fired back at his critics, reminding dissenters to put America ahead of the Democratic Party. "Our troops were there for the purpose of aiding and abetting diplomacy. Nobody anticipated anything of a terrorist action," O'Neill said. "If we run, it would happen again at all our embassies around the world." Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker agreed. "This must not become a political football," he warned. "We must not be legislating at the point of a gun." Such admonishments, however, failed to stem the criticism. "I wouldn't want my son sitting at the end of that runway," declared Republican Representative Toby Roth of Wisconsin. "Would you want your son there? And if not, how can you justify sending anyone else's son or daughter?" "If you're smart, you know when to cut your losses," added Democratic Representative Samuel Stratton of New York. "That's what we didn't understand in Vietnam." To calm congressional concerns, Reagan dispatched his top lieutenants to Capitol Hill. Schultz met behind closed doors on Monday with members of both the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the House Foreign Affairs Committee. His prepared remarks showed that he linked Lebanon to Reagan's larger ambition of creating regional peace. "We are in Lebanon because the outcome in Lebanon will affect our position in the whole Middle East," Schultz said. "To ask why Lebanon is important is to ask why the Middle East is important, because the answer is the same." The United States, he argued, had no choice but to remain and finish the job. "If we are driven out of Lebanon, radical and rejectionist elements will have scored a major victory," the Secretary of State cautioned. "The message will be sent that relying on the Soviet Union pays off and that relying on the United States is a fatal mistake." On Tuesday, Weinberger followed Schultz to Capitol Hill, where he met in executive session with the Senate Armed Services Committee. Like Schultz, the transcript of the hearing shows he shared little new information. Circumstantial evidence still pointed to Iran, or at least Iranian individuals, as the likely culprit with help from Syria. Security was adequate, he said, for the risks at the time. The daily threat of mortar and sniper fire explained why so many Marines were inside the battalion landing team headquarters at the time of the bombing. The Defense Department would have a better understanding of security and how to improve it for the Marines once General Kelly returned. That said, Weinberger warned that suicide attacks are hard to prevent. Even the most stringent security precautions, the Defense Secretary said, are not going to guarantee that an incident like this kind can't happen. Neither cabinet member succeeded in quieting the concerns of lawmakers, many of whom had constituents still anxiously awaiting news of the fate of loved ones in Beirut. A few expressed regret for their support for the previous month's compromise that allowed the Marines to stay for another 18 months. "I'm sure there are people who would like to have their votes back now," quipped Republican Representative Jim Courter of New Jersey. Republican Representative Buddy Roemer of Louisiana agreed. "Shame on us," he said. "It's not just the president, it's us. We had our chance and did nothing." Others demanded the White House clarify the mission. "The president needs to clearly define for the American people why their boys are being sent to die in Lebanon," argued Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia. His fellow Democratic Senator Edward Kennedy of Massachusetts agreed. "We must not accept," he barked, "an endless American involvement that maintains our Marines as nothing more than sitting ducks in the Lebanese Civil War." One area on which a majority of lawmakers agreed was the need to improve security, particularly given that this was the second such attack in less than 6 months. "The pattern is too close to the embassy bombing to understand why it was allowed to happen twice," said Senator Charles Mathias, a Maryland Republican. "It was not an isolated incident," added Representative John LaFalce, a New York Democrat. "But it is endemic to the warfare of the region." The diversity of opinion on Capitol Hill mirrored the wide range of views that appeared on the editorial pages of newspapers nationwide. Some, including the Philadelphia Inquirer, advocated America leave. Tragically, the paper opined, it is time to recognize that there are honorable tasks on this earth that cannot be completed. The Boston Globe agreed. Whatever comes of investigations, the paper declared, grieving American families know only that their loved ones died in a helpless way in a seemingly hopeless cause. Other papers echoed lawmakers in recognizing that America was all that stood between stability and chaos. For a power with America's responsibilities, argued the Washington Post, it is inconceivable to hand the bombers the victory they sought by pulling the Marines out. American influence through the region could collapse. USA Today lamented the nation's no-win predicament. "We are caught in a cruel vice," the paper wrote. "We cannot flee Lebanon and leave it to the vultures who now rejoice over the torn flesh of our fallen troops, nor can we turn our Marines into warriors killing in the name of peace." Lebanese officials likewise weighed in on the debate, no doubt hoping to shape American public opinion and prevent a sudden withdrawal of troops that might trigger the collapse of the Gemayel government. Lebanese Ambassador Abdallah Bouhabib took a hard line in an interview with U.S. News and World Report, warning that American credibility was on the line. If the Marines were pulled out, he argued, it would be seen as abandonment. Gemayel, in contrast, avoided the politics of pressure, focusing instead on the sorrow many felt over the loss of so many young lives. "These men are not just American and French, but are Lebanese martyrs as well," Gemayel wrote in a Washington Post essay. "The terrible tragedy of last Sunday burns at the heart and soul of us all. We mourn each and every life lost." But the Lebanese were not the only foreign power to speak out. Reagan's repeated threats of retaliation worried Syria, which sent diplomatic notes to Western European governments urging them to discourage the United States from action. Iran, in contrast, welcomed an American attack. "We are not afraid," the government declared. "This is our hope because we seek martyrdom. Let America do what it can." Druze militia leader Walid Jumblat, whose forces previously shelled American troops, denied any involvement in the bombing. So too did Amal militia leader Nabi Berri. "I do not want the Marines to leave," he assured staffers from the National Security Council who visited him in Beirut. "I will help you find the people who attacked the Marines." Reporters even trekked up to the city of Baalbek in the Bekaa Valley to meet with Hussein al-Musawi, the bearded leader of Islamic Amal, the radical Shiite group that formed part of Hezbollah and who American intelligence suspected was responsible for the attack. At a stone headquarters off the town square, guards frisked reporters before ushering them inside, where al-Musawi perched in a green chair rolling a string of beads with his fingers. Through a translator, the militia leader denied any knowledge of the attack, even though he was the operation's architect. His Hezbollah colleague, Imad Mughniya, by some reports in fact, watched the bombing through binoculars from a nearby rooftop. Al-Musawi applauded the suicide bombers. "I bow," he told reporters, "before the souls of the martyrs who carried out this operation." Mail and telegrams, meanwhile, continued to flood the White House, where staff and volunteers dutifully opened and sorted them. Correspondence came from religious and business leaders, as well as mayors, state representatives, and trade unions. Much like the editorial pages, opinions proved varied, reflecting a nation in mourning and in shock. "My prayers are with you," professed the Reverend James Hickey, Archbishop of Washington. "You are doing God's will," added Bishop John Chedid of Los Angeles. More than a few were angry. Unlike the polished words of editorial writers, such letters were often blunt, even brutal. "I have been a strong supporter of you for years. Unfortunately, I have badly misjudged you. You are all talk and damn little action," cabled Robert McNeil, town supervisor in Lisbon, New York. "You make Jimmy Carter look good." Not all the ire was directed at Reagan. Others blamed the terrorists and the military for failing to safeguard against the attack. "There are no words strong enough to express my disgust at such brutality and lack of respect for human life," cabled Robert Wilbraham, the national commander of American veterans of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. Some pleaded with Reagan to pull the Marines out of Lebanon, while others demanded he retaliate against the attackers. "Please," implored Robert Harris, a state representative from Vermont, "I beg you, on bended knees, come to your senses and bring the troops home before many more, perhaps hundreds, are senselessly killed or wounded." The only unifying element to be found in the pages and pages of letters and telegrams that flooded the White House was the demand that Reagan, the seeker of compromise, at last take action. "Urge that you withdraw all America troops immediately," one demanded. "Do something to protect our Marines," another wrote. "Bring our men home now." The comments from lawmakers, editorial pages, and citizens all combined to increase the pressure on Reagan, who, as New York Times reporter Hedrick Smith observed, looked exhausted, emotionally drained, even old for the first time in his presidency. The bombing of the Marine headquarters was a massive calamity. The families of the men killed, the Marines still in Beirut, and Americans everywhere all now looked to him a sentiment best captured by Douglas Chamberlain, a state representative from Wyoming. "The grieving relatives and the nation," he wrote, "await your action to ensure this will never happen again." Chapter 51. I want someone to tell me why my son had to die. Mary Lou Muir, October 24, 1983. As Monday rolled into Tuesday, and then Wednesday, many families still anxiously awaited news from Beirut. The destruction of the battalion landing team headquarters, which housed all the records, coupled with the fact few Marines wore dog tags, as well as the physical destruction of the bodies, all combined to slow the identification process. For families, that translated into agony. Throughout the week, casualty notification teams continued to fan out through communities nationwide, though the process proved glacial. As of 8 a.m. on Wednesday, more than 72 hours after the attack, only 37 of the more than 200 confirmed dead had been identified and their next of kin notified. Many others learned only that their loved ones were missing. That was the case for Lisa Hudson, who anxiously awaited news about her husband while staying on her family's farm in Georgia. The doorbell rang, she recalled. I knew what that meant. Her father summoned her to the door. Two nervous young sailors in dress blues informed her that her husband was missing in action, news that was followed a day later by a Western Union telegram. I deeply regret to confirm, the message began. Your great anxiety in this situation is understood, and when further information is available, you will be promptly informed. Under pressure from families, the Pentagon announced plans to release the names of the uninjured. Newspapers published partial lists of the dead and wounded. In Beirut, officers ordered surviving Marines to write letters home. A special flight would carry the letters back to the United States for distribution. The Marine Corps set up several hotlines where families could call for information, but many found the numbers busy. In a cruel hoax, someone claiming to be a Marine lieutenant phoned families, telling them their loved ones were either dead or wounded. This prompted the Pentagon to clarify the process. A notification is always made in person, a spokesperson said, both wounded or killed, never over the phone. Mix-ups likewise occurred, as some Marines and sailors were initially reported wounded, only for families to later learn those notifications were erroneous. That was the case for William Foster of Richmond, Virginia, who through a clerical error had received word his son and namesake was injured. I am worse off now than I was before, said Foster. We don't know anything now. His wife, Mary Miller, echoed him. For 2 days and nights we were so happy we thought he was alive, she said. Now we're right back where we started. 2 Marine officers visited the New York home of Rose Lagoy, informing her that her son Lance Corporal Michael Balcom had been killed. Hours later, as the family wept and wrestled with their grief, her wounded son phoned from his hospital bed in Germany. Most people don't believe in miracles, Lagoy said, but I had one today. Patricia Briscoe had the opposite experience. The Baltimore mother believed she had seen her son, Lance Corporal Davin Green, on the television Sunday, which had convinced her for days that he was safe. Once I saw that picture of that Marine walking to the helicopter for the hospital in Naples, she recalled, I was sure that was Davin. He was tall, brown-skinned, and had the same hairline and the same skinny arms. I was sure he was alive. She opened her door days later to find 2 Marines. Are you Patricia Briscoe? One inquired. Yes, she confirmed, asking if the Marines had the number of her son's hospital. Ma'am, the Marine said, we've come to tell you that Davin is dead. The news floored her. How do you know? Briscoe stammered. I saw him on TV Sunday, and as he was walking to the helicopter, he looked fine. Many others continued to wait in agony as the days ticked by. Friends, loved ones, and faith leaders visited with families to provide what comfort they could. In Massachusetts, the local grocery store kept John LaRue's parents supplied with food for 6 days, until the family finally learned he was in Germany. Afraid to disturb them, neighbors left baskets of provisions on the front steps. Local school children offered prayers. That whole week recalled his stepfather, Richard Wells, was just hell. Few could work or even sleep. Most remained prisoners of television news, watching the broadcasts while waiting for either a call or a knock on the door. Charles Holland, who had lost another son 2 years earlier in a car wreck, knew his son Robert lived on the 4th floor of the battalion landing team headquarters. "This will make an old man out of you fast," Holland said. "We are expecting the worst. It is terrible just sitting here waiting." That nightmare played out in living rooms nationwide. "You just sit here waiting to see if a Marine Corps staff car drives up," added Charles Cavarello of Rhode Island, whose son Michael was a lance corporal in Beirut. "There isn't anything else you can do." "We've got our fingers crossed and we're praying," said Eugene Dudley of Massachusetts, whose son Bruce was previously wounded in Beirut. "It's a sad thing to say, but I guess we're waiting for the score sheet to come out." For others, word arrived with the slam of a car door. "As soon as I saw those 2 Marines coming up to the door, I knew," said Letha Kim, whose son Edward was killed in the attack. Carol Shack of New Jersey had a similar reaction when the Marines arrived on her porch with the news of her son James Langan's death. "I don't want to see you here," she confessed. "We don't want to be here," the men replied. Guillermo San Pedro opened the door of his Florida home to find a similar scene. "Are you here?" he asked. "Because my son is dead?" In the weeks leading up to the bombing, families had learned through letters of the deteriorating situation in Beirut. "The ceasefire here is a crock," 19-year-old Alan Opra wrote his mother. "They're still shooting at us." Even as families waited for information, new letters sent on the eve of the bombing landed in mailboxes. That was the case for the mother of Army Specialist Marcus Coleman of Dallas, who wrote of his fears as to whether he would survive. "I'm getting closer and closer," he wrote of coming home, "and I don't know whether I'm going to make it. I pray, every night I do. I'm leaving it in God's hands." Coleman did not survive. Confirmation of the deaths brought out anger in some, including the family of Lance Corporal Ronald Muir, who left behind a wife and 3-month-old daughter. "As far as I'm concerned, my son died for nothing," said Mary Lou Muir of Ohio. "Why isn't our president in Beirut now like the president of France is?" Others agreed, questioning the purpose of the mission. That was true of John Price of Alabama, whose son James was killed. "I feel my son was sacrificed," he said. "I don't see any reason for those boys being there." As the week wore on and family stresses dominated news coverage, the American Telephone and Telegraph Company established 2 special circuits that connected the Beirut airport to the phone company's International Operating Center in Pittsburgh. Operators in Pennsylvania could then connect those calls to domestic numbers. Each Marine was allowed to make a 2-minute call home. This service is available to Marines 24 hours a day, and it will be in operation until the need for it subsides, a company spokesperson said. The free calls can only originate in Lebanon. In Beirut, Marines lined up to phone home. Enlisted men were given priority over officers. That's how the Norfleet family in Kentucky learned their son, Lance Corporal Charles Tony Norfleet, was safe. "We all screamed when we heard his voice," his mother said. "Then we hung up the phone and prayed." Chapter 52. I have seen enough dead for 10 lifetimes. Private David Medeiros, letter to his family, October 24th, 1983. Work continued in Beirut as rescuers deconstructed the pile layer by layer, removing the remains of the 4th floor, followed by the 3rd, 2nd, and finally the 1st. The dead continued to surface, each placed in body bags and shipped to Germany, where dentists and FBI agents used forensic science to identify the remains. On the 3rd day, workers uncovered the remains of Brian Earl, who had returned from his honeymoon the day before the bombing. His bride, Micheline, had rushed to the Marine compound, where she had kept a lonely and tearful vigil, interrupted only by visits to the local hospitals and morgues in search of news. "I had a bad feeling when I got there that he was dead," Micheline said. "I kept hoping somehow he was alive. You don't ever want to believe someone you love is dead." Work on the pile proved emotional and exhausting. Sergeant Kim McKinney toiled all week helping to remove 57 bodies. Why I kept count, I have no idea, McKinney later said. 7 days of just slow torture, cutting out the concrete, cutting the steel, picking it up, removing the dead. 7 days. It was just a never-ending nightmare. Others packed up personal papers and belongings salvaged from the wreckage for shipment to families back in America. Unidentifiable papers and clothes, particularly those stained with blood, were collected and burned. Dr. Jim Ware, who had played a tremendous role in the immediate aftermath of the terrorist bombing, still had one vital task to accomplish. "I want to see John Hudson," he repeatedly instructed the work crews. "I need to see him." Hudson and Ware, who had attended the same medical school in Georgia, had first met back in May, rooming together for 3 weeks on board the Austin, en route to Beirut. The fastidious Ware had spent 6 months preparing for deployment, packing everything he might need, right down to the foot powder. Hudson, in contrast, showed up with a single sack. "What do you have there?" Ware asked in disbelief. "Hell, I don't know," Hudson replied. "I packed last night." The two had hit it off immediately, a bond that would only strengthen in the months ahead. "He had been my friend," the dentist recalled, "my sidekick and my jokester." Crews fetched Ware several days after the bombing with the news that Hudson had been found. Unsure of what he would encounter, Ware made his way over to the pile where Marines had freed Hudson from the rubble. Would his friend be crushed, or his body torn to pieces? "Where is he?" Ware asked as he approached. "Right here," one of the workers replied. Ware looked down on the lifeless body of his friend and was relieved to find him intact and free of any blood. Hudson, who had been asleep in his rack, wore a t-shirt but no shoes or dog tags. His right hand covered his face, the palm facing upward. The building where he had sought shelter from rockets and artillery had come down on top of him, killing him instantly. Ware paid his respects. "I wanted that moment with him," he said, "because he was a personal friend of mine." "That's John," he confirmed for the rescuers. Hudson had long feared his life would end in Beirut, a dread he touched on in so many of his letters. He prayed often that he would survive, so that he could return home to his wife and infant son, to practice medicine in Georgia and play his beloved Dixieland jazz. In the top corner of each letter, he kept a running tally of his days in Beirut versus how many he had left. In his final letter, penned 3 days before the bombing, he noted he had spent 164 days on the beach and had only 24 days left. "Hopefully our long separation is quickly coming to an end. I sure hope so," Hudson wrote. "I love you more than you'll ever know." Naval criminal investigators, joined later by FBI agents, combed through the wreckage while reporters continued to prowl the bomb site's perimeter, interviewing those Marines willing to talk. Many focused on Lance Corporal Robert Calhoun, who had a dramatic story of being on the roof of the battalion landing team headquarters when the attack occurred. Journalists encircled the 21-year-old Texan, holding microphones up to his face as he recounted hearing the terrorists' truck crash through the guard shack and then explode. "Everything started falling," he remembered. "I was praying to God." Calhoun came to rest atop the rubble where he froze for about 20 seconds. When he came to his senses, he unburied his friend Joe Martucci, who was next to him. That's when he heard the cacophony of voices. "Help me," people around him cried. "God, help me." The young Marine's voice broke. "His words began to run together," observed the Philadelphia Inquirer's David Zucchino. "So somebody from the Public Affairs office pulled him away to let him collect himself. Later, some other reporters asked to talk to him, but the Public Affairs people said no. He had been under too much strain already." Several wounded Marines in Germany likewise spoke with reporters, including Burnham Matthews. As he had done for General Kelly, he recounted his incredible story of being blown out of a third-floor window. "I remember objects flying past me," Matthews said. "I landed flat on my feet and I turned and watched as the roof of the building hit the ground." Reporters asked if the Marines felt security had been adequate. Car bombs were a known threat, the men replied, but a suicide attack was beyond imagination. It was a cheap shot, said Lance Corporal Lavelle Moore of Illinois. You gotta be sneaky to fight best. You can't fight car bombs with a rifle, added Matthews. A similar press event took place at the hospital in Naples where other wounded Marines recuperated. Much like Calhoun, journalists zeroed in on 20-year-old Lance Corporal Adam Webb of Ohio, who was atop the building and rode the rubble down. I stayed on the roof until it hit the ground, he said. Then I wound up sitting upright in a jeep. Many of the young Marines still in Beirut struggled to process the tragedy. Few had time to reflect in the hours after the attack, but as the days passed and the size of the pile diminished, many had time to rest and contemplate. Paranoia is high, so is stress and fear. Days have been long and tiresome, nights have been sleepless and terrible, Brad Ulick wrote in his diary. As of yet, I have not mourned for my dear dead friends. I've not had time to fully think of it, nor have I accepted it. My mind cannot fully comprehend such mass death and destruction. Yet I felt it, smelled it, and saw it. Some sought out Father Pucciarelli, asking for Bibles and rosary beads. Others peppered him with questions. What is death? Some asked. What is my friend doing now? Where are my buddies? Are they part of the next dimension? The attack left many other Marines grateful. I just thank God I'm alive, said Lance Corporal Mike Balcom of New York, who survived despite being buried under the rubble. I am not ashamed to say that it scared the shit out of me, Private David Medeiros wrote to his parents. We were always saying how those guys in that building had it made, the easy life, living in a building with all the comfort. Well, I'm glad I live in a ditch. I cried a lot, recalled Michael Pettit. It didn't take much to cause my emotions to spill over. A photograph, a glimpse of a letter, a part of a birthday card. Most were exhausted by the sight of mangled bodies as well as the stench of rot that hung over the pile. I have seen enough death and destruction to last for 1,000 lifetimes, Grant McIntosh wrote. It seems to me that the whole bloody world is going to hell in a handbasket. The naval investigator worked for 3 days, packing bodies and photographing the crime scene, before he returned to the Iwo Jima. A letter from his wife with a photo of his daughter triggered a meltdown. I broke. All I could see was the families and children of the dead Marines, McIntosh wrote. Honey, I cried. I felt so much hate, anger, frustration, and above all, helplessness. Henry Linkilla, who was on guard duty the morning of the attack, had been evacuated to the Iwo Jima. The explosion blew out both of his eardrums and left his ears with a constant ring, so much so that he struggled just to sleep. I've vowed, the cook wrote his mother, never to step foot in Beirut again. Many others felt the same. It was time to go home. Boy, John Dalzell wrote his family, the deck of that ship will feel like heaven. Chapter 53. Just once in my lifetime I would like to see the young men go to Washington and send the old men out to die. George Prokop, letter to the editor, October 28, 1983. General Kelly touched down Tuesday afternoon following his stopover in Germany. The commandant was joined by presidential aide Edward Hickey and Representative John Murtha, a Pennsylvania Democrat who had come as an emissary to House Speaker Tip O'Neill. Kelly insisted on visiting the bomb site first, a gruesome scene that repulsed Murtha, even though he was a former Marine and Vietnam combat veteran. The stench of bodies was just overwhelming, the lawmaker said. It was the worst thing I have ever seen. For 40 minutes, the men surveyed the wreckage, watching as rescuers dug out the remains of 2 additional Marines. You could see a foot sticking up, then after a while another foot, Murtha said. And then they lifted it out and you could see the whole body, bloated, disfigured, with one arm blown off. And I was thinking how just 2 days ago this had been some young fella. The scene proved equally as hard for Kelly. There is nothing more devastating to a Marine, the general said, than the loss of another Marine. Hickey, in contrast, focused not on the dead, but on the heroic role of the rescuers who toiled for days amid the rubble and rebar. In a report for the president, he singled out the extraordinary work of Rabbi Resnikov and Father Pucciarelli, who helped rescue Chaplain Wheeler and comforted so many others. Hickey recounted the story of Resnikov's makeshift yarmulke fashioned from the camouflage fabric of a helmet. "This morning I saw the rabbi in a hospital consoling the wounded. He still wore the yarmulke," Hickey cabled the White House. "He told me it was the greatest honor ever bestowed upon him." During his 2-day visit, Kelly reviewed the details of the bombing and examined the compound's security. Garrity escorted him to meet with other multinational force leaders as well as General Tanous, where he discussed the latest intel surrounding the twin attacks against American and French forces. In a top-secret 5-page report to the president, a draft of which he wrote by hand in the back of the plane on his return flight from Beirut, Kelly outlined his findings. This was not the work of a crazed fanatic, but a calculated attack by foreign actors designed to drive the United States out of Lebanon. The French reported that 12 individuals rapidly left the Iranian embassy less than 15 minutes after the 6:22 a.m. attack. 10 of those were later identified as Syrian military officers. General Tanous stated that the first secretary to the Soviet embassy in Beirut told one of his officers that Reagan thought he won his re-election at Souk al-Garb, but he will lose it in the streets of Beirut. America needed to prepare, Kelly wrote, for a new form of warfare. "In my professional estimation, our Marines have now been targeted for terrorism by highly professional, non-Lebanese elements," he concluded. "In my view, these acts of violence will continue, and the perpetrators will carefully examine and analyze our vulnerabilities and make every effort to exploit them. In short, I firmly believe that the expertise for terrorism of the Soviet Union, Syria, Iran, and possibly Libya will be focused upon our Marines in the months to come." Garrity's security at the compound, Kelly added, was designed to defend against the daily attacks by artillery, mortars, and small arms fire. In this context, his security efforts had been successful. Not one Marine, sailor, or soldier protected by this building had been killed or wounded during a period of 13 months, the general wrote. "I have yet to find any intelligence which would have alerted the commander to this extraordinary truck bomb threat." Kelly likewise argued that it was a mistake to compare the attack on the Marine headquarters with the April bombing of the embassy. "The dissimilarities," he noted, "far outweigh the similarities. In that case, a lone car drove up to the front and exploded. Security at the Marine compound would have prevented a similar strike, requiring a heavy and high-speed vehicle able to crash through concertina wire and sandbags." Kelly wrote that even General Tanous, who had vast experience with car bombs in Lebanon, concluded that this was different. In his opinion, Kelly wrote, "This attack represents a new and unique terrorist threat, one which could not have been reasonably anticipated by the commander on the scene." The general addressed options to improve security. He ruled out moving the Marines to higher ground, since the Druze, Christians, and Lebanese military still battled in the mountains. Putting them aboard ship would increase their safety, but would likely collapse the multinational force. That left staying at the airport and improving defenses. Primary security for the airport, he added, was the job of the Lebanese military. In addition, it was an active commercial airport, which the Marines had no authority to disrupt. America needed a new approach. Kelly recommended strengthening the coalition. "We must make every effort," the general wrote, "to have the multinational force both multinational and a force." It was clear that the Soviets, Syrians, and Iranians did not look at the 4 member nations as a cohesive unit, but as separate entities that could be individually targeted. "A truly combined command and operation to include multinational patrols presents the other side with a more difficult decision," Kelly wrote. "It may prove less attractive an option to kill a Marine, an Italian, a Frenchman, and an Englishman than it would be to kill 4 Marines." The Lebanese likewise needed to improve intelligence sharing and security around the airport. Kelly warned that America should not be complacent or consider the attackers as intellectual inferiors. The terrorists, he noted, are suicidal, determined, and professional. No amount of action on our part, he concluded, will make us totally immune to suicidal terrorism. At the end of his visit, Kelly sat down with Garrity and other senior military and diplomatic leaders in the colonel's headquarters. If the Marines were going to stay put, then security needed to change and adapt to face the deadly new adversary. With input from the Marines, Kelly outlined a list of recommendations he planned to forward to the President. Those ranged from limiting vehicle and civilian access to blocking and reinforcing all entrances. The general urged additional guards throughout the compound as well as rifle companies to reinforce the perimeter, aided by mobile patrols armed with anti-tank weapons. In addition to Kelly's recommendations, the Marines had already adopted other measures, including shrinking the airport road from 4 lanes to 2. Troops rolled out concrete and dirt-filled barricades and dug an anti-vehicle ditch around the compound. Garrity added M60 machine guns with armor-piercing rounds to cover all roads and open areas around the airport. He likewise barred civilians, relocated the Lebanese military outside the perimeter, and increased the internal guard posts and added light anti-tank weapons. Kelly's visit was followed on October 26th by one from Vice President George Bush, who, like Representative Murtha, described his brief time in Beirut as one of my most difficult and emotional assignments. At 7:16 a.m. that Wednesday, Bush arrived on deck of the Iwo Jima via a helicopter from Cyprus. Garrity met him on board and briefed him. The death toll as of that morning stood at 219. The Vice President visited 2 wounded Marines in sickbay, presenting them Purple Hearts before jumping back into a helicopter at 8:33 a.m. for the flight to the beach. The bespectacled Vice President shed his tie but still wore gray slacks and a white button-down, which was accentuated by a camouflaged flak vest and helmet. Bush refused to interrupt the work of the rescuers, speaking instead to reporters. I hadn't expected this much destruction. You've heard it, you've read it, but until you feel it, see it, he said as his voice trailed off. I guess it's the horror, just the cowardly horror. You know what happened, what somebody did. The Vice President reiterated Reagan's commitment to Lebanon. We're not going to let down friends, he said. We're not going to let a bunch of insidious terrorist cowards shape the foreign policy of the United States. Bush flew next to meet with Gemayel. In a report to the President, he wrote that Gemayel's analysis of things in Lebanon was disturbing and disappointing, and that he showed no enthusiasm and certainly no optimism about the upcoming reconciliation talks in Geneva. With foreign armies in control of 80% of his country, Gemayel said the Americans were vital to his survival. Without the Marines, Bush wrote, he suggested the Soviet-backed Syrians would be sitting in his office. Not only did Gemayel argue that he could not let the Marines leave, but he also predicted more terrorist attacks in the future. In short, Bush concluded, he painted us into a quagmire with little hope for the future. Bush's dour report dovetailed with the assessment of the American intelligence community. On the same day Bush met with Gemayel, CIA Director William Casey sent White House Chief of Staff James Baker a special national intelligence estimate. The prospects for a lasting political reconciliation among Lebanon's confessional factions are extremely bleak, the report warned. Meaningful national reconciliation depends primarily on the Lebanese, and for the present they seem unwilling to make the concessions and compromises necessary for a lasting accommodation. As a consequence, the prospects of achieving a sovereign and politically stable state free from foreign occupation are virtually non-existent. The parade of visitors in Beirut continued with the arrival on October 29th of an 11-member delegation of lawmakers from the House Committee on Veterans Affairs and the Committee on Armed Services. Garrity greeted them upon arrival. In a sign of the hostility he would later face before Congress, Representative Larry Hopkins charged up to him. You are going to eat a shit sandwich, the Kentucky Republican barked. I didn't blink, move a muscle, or say a word, but I did glare at him, the colonel recalled. After a period, he apparently sensed my mood and finally backed off. That same day, Garrity filed his weekly situation report. Despite the tragedy, he applauded the tireless work of his troops. Key leadership challenge is to put physical and emotional drain of the past week behind us and start looking ahead to sustain max readiness against the known and unknown enemy, he wrote. The strength of our spirit has been severely tested this past week and not found wanting. Our faith and confidence in the men that form this magnificent Navy Marine team has been again unquestionably confirmed. As the days passed, the pile shrank. Workers hauled the debris to an unused end of one runway, creating a 6-foot-tall rubble field that stretched more than a half-mile long and measured 50 yards wide. 2 special agents from the explosive units of the FBI Laboratory Division arrived to comb through the tangle of rebar and concrete. The oblong-shaped bomb crater measured 39 feet long by 29 feet wide. Agents pinpointed the exact spot of detonation, which showed that the truck had penetrated 13 feet inside the lobby. A clock recovered in the basement marked the time of the blast as 6:21:26. A rear axle was all that remained of the Mercedes. A reinforced concrete slab, agents concluded, which was approximately 4 feet by 8 feet by 7 inches thick, with a 1-inch marble facing, was driven 8 feet into the crater by the explosive forces. The FBI found traces of pentoerythritol tetranitrate, the same explosive used in the embassy bombing. Similar to the April attack, the terrorists had used gas containers such as oxygen or propane to magnify the blast. Agents conservatively estimated that the explosion equated to about 12,000 pounds of TNT, though experts conceded it could have ranged as high as 20,000 pounds, making the attack 6 to 9 times larger than the one that rocked the embassy. The attack proved to be the largest non-nuclear blast the experts had ever examined. The week wound down, and the ruins gave up the last of the dead. Pettit was on hand to watch as the final victim emerged. "Oh!" someone shouted. A backhoe driver hit the brakes. 2 Marines jumped down into the pit. The corporal peered in to see a hand rising up out of the dirt. The men worked carefully to unbury the body, which was curled up in the fetal position. "The smell of putrefied flesh was nauseating and I wanted to leave," Pettit said, "but I was unable to tear myself away." The Marines pulled on one of the legs to try to free the body, but it would not budge. The men tossed aside shovels and used their hands to dig around the edges. Eventually, Pettit said, they used a shovel as a lever and managed to pry him loose. I waited until they gently placed him into a body bag before I slowly walked to the command post. Chapter 54. Whether Bill is alive or not, we know that he's with the Lord. Bill and Kay Gaines, letter to Ronald Reagan, October 26, 1983. Reagan felt the pressure. From Congress, from the families of the Marines, from the nation. In less than a week, the president had gone from enjoying golf amid the famed azaleas and dogwoods of Augusta National to enduring one of the worst terrorist attacks in modern history. In addition, he had surprised the public by ordering the October 25th invasion of Grenada, codenamed Operation Urgent Fury, which involved more than 7,000 Marines and paratroopers. It was, as Associated Press reporter Harry Rosenthal Riley noted, the worst week of Ronald Reagan's presidency, save perhaps the time he was shot. A White House tally revealed that from October 21st to 27th, the administration had received 3,154 letters on the question of whether troops should remain in Beirut. Of those, 2,862 urged Reagan to bring the Marines home. Another 1,028 letters addressed retaliation, a majority of which demanded America strike back. Those letters and telegrams, some from the friends, siblings, and parents of men killed, offered a glimpse of the nation's diverse opinions. Some supported the president, others did not. A few wrote more out of a sense of catharsis, including a private who had spent hours digging through the rubble for his friends. "As far as I know to date, everyone in my particular unit has been killed," he wrote. "Had I not switched assignments with my best friend, I would have been asleep in the headquarters building I called home." The emotion in others was raw, including for Kenneth Ellison. "They killed my son in Beirut," he wrote. "They killed him in his sleep." Susan Ray, sister of slain Marine Joseph Moore, described the toll her brother's death had taken upon her family. "When Joseph was murdered, so was a part of my mother and father," she wrote. "These two people are not the same two people I once knew. What I see now are two angry, empty, and cold people." Her mother cried all day and refused to get out of bed, while her father tried to remain strong for the couple's 5 surviving children. "He's a poor actor," Kay wrote. "The lines in his face are proof of the sleepless nights, the nights he lays awake and swears he hears Joseph calling for him. My mother tells me that in the middle of the night this grown man weeps like a baby." In the wake of the first Marine deaths in August and September, Navy Corpsman Joseph Milano, who had fought to save them, had questioned what people would remember of the men. "I wonder," he wrote, "how long it will take before people forget about these Marines." Milano's own friends and family raised similar questions now that he, too, was gone. "Our grief is totally insurmountable," his friend Francine Minutoli wrote to Reagan. "We need something to help us reconcile his death. We need to hear from you his purpose in Lebanon." Many others agreed. As the flood of letters, congressional speeches, and editorials made clear, Reagan needed to rally the shell-shocked nation, still reeling from the images of destruction paraded across television screens, the stories of families desperate for news, and the interviews with survivors who recounted the horror of the attack. The president needed to define the mission and explain to the American public why so many young men had died. More importantly, he needed to buy time to nail down the identity of the attackers and chart a path forward. The charismatic former actor planned to do so in a nationally televised address on the night of October 27th, a speech that would no doubt prove to be one of the most important of his entire career. Suggestions from aides on what he should include poured into the Oval Office. Newt Gingrich sent 18 pages of notes and proposed verbiage. "The American people and the American news media are, to some extent, in a state of shock," the Georgia congressman wrote. "The combination of an unimagined scale of violence in Beirut and an unexpected invasion of Grenada have swamped the American system with information shock. Recent events," another aide wrote, "clearly have unleashed a major debate in the Congress and the country of the direction of broader administration policy." Rather than fall back on speechwriters, the president tackled it himself with a pen and notepad. He cleared much of his schedule the afternoon before and stayed up until 1 a.m. crafting his words. He continued to work on it throughout the day on Thursday. At one point, Deputy Chief of Staff Michael Deaver gave him a copy of the story of Jeffrey Nashton's emotional bedside encounter with General Kelly in Germany. "If you can read it without choking up," Deaver told him, "I'll let you keep it." But the soft-hearted president could not. "All right," Deaver demanded, "give it back." Reagan refused, choosing instead to insert the anecdote into his speech, which he repeatedly rehearsed until he could get through it. On October 27th, Reagan ate a quick dinner with the First Lady at 7 p.m. before heading to the Oval Office 40 minutes later. Dressed in a navy blue suit with white pocket square and dark tie, the president took a seat behind his oak desk, which was crafted from timbers salvaged from the ill-fated Arctic explorer HMS Resolute, an 1880 gift from Queen Victoria to then-President Rutherford Hayes. The American people tuned in at 8 p.m. to see the Commander-in-Chief, flanked by the American and presidential flags, address the nation. Rather than gloss over the tragedy, the president walked Americans through the terrorist attack in detail. "This past Sunday," he began, "at 22 minutes after 6 Beirut time, with dawn just breaking, a truck, looking like a lot of other vehicles in the city, approached the airport on a busy main road. There was nothing in its appearance to suggest it was any different than the trucks or cars that were normally seen on and around the airport. But this one was different. At the wheel was a young man on a suicide mission. The president described the bombing, the collapse of the building, followed by the attack on the French. He reminded the nation that these were not the first American deaths in Lebanon. Others had been killed by mortars and snipers. After each death, he called the parents. Sometimes there were questions, he said, and now many of you are asking, why should our young men be dying in Lebanon? Why is Lebanon important to us? Reagan explained that despite Lebanon's diminutive size, not to mention its location 5,500 miles away, it was a cornerstone for peace in a volatile region. 4 times in the last 3 decades, Israel and its Arab neighbors had gone to war. And each time, he said, the world has teetered near the edge of catastrophe. But American interests went beyond Lebanon. It was vital to safeguard Israel and block Soviet influence in the region, an adversary that continued to aid Syria with weapons and advisors. He recalled his stalled plan for Middle East peace, which he hoped would build on the Camp David Accords. To make peace a reality, however, it was imperative to drive out foreign forces and end the fighting. So, why are we there? The president asked. Well, the answer is straightforward: to help bring peace to Lebanon and stability to the vital Middle East. The multinational force, he said, was created as a tool for that purpose. Israel had agreed to leave, but Syria refused. In the meantime, Gemayel set up a new government while American troops had helped train the Lebanese army. In the year that our Marines have been there, Lebanon has made important steps towards stability and order. The physical presence of the Marines lends support to both the Lebanese government and its army. It allows the hard work of diplomacy to go forward, Reagan said. As to that narrower question, what exactly is the operational mission of the Marines? The answer is to secure a peace of Beirut, to keep order in their sector, and to prevent the area from becoming a battlefield. If our Marines must be there, I'm asked, why can't we make them safer? Who committed this latest atrocity against them, and why? Reagan said America was doing everything possible to keep the Marines safe, including sending the battleship New Jersey to the region. We have strong circumstantial evidence that the attack on the Marines was directed by terrorists who used the same method to destroy our embassy in Beirut, the president said. Those who directed this atrocity must be dealt justice, and they will be. The obvious purpose behind the sniping and now this attack was to weaken American will and force the withdrawal of U.S. and French forces from Lebanon. The bombing, he argued, was actually a sign of the operation's success. The multinational force was attacked precisely because it is doing the job it was sent to do in Beirut, Reagan said. It is accomplishing its mission. Going forward, America planned to accelerate its push for peace and stability, including with the upcoming reconciliation talks in Geneva. The administration would work with allies to lend support to Lebanon. Lastly, America planned to improve security for the Marines. Leaving Lebanon would not only send the wrong message to the world, but would surrender the Middle East to the Soviets. Brave young men have been taken from us. Many others have been grievously wounded. Are we to tell them their sacrifice was wasted? Reagan said. We're a nation with global responsibilities. The president then walked viewers through the invasion of Grenada, explaining the need to rescue nearly 1,000 Americans, including 800 medical students. The mission had proven a success as plane loads of students returned safely home. The events in Lebanon and Grenada, Reagan said, though oceans apart, are closely related. In both cases, Moscow assisted and encouraged violence. The world has changed, he said. Today, our national security can be threatened in faraway places. But the nation's resolve, through the attack in Beirut and the success in Grenada, had assured him that America would maintain peace and ensure freedom. Reagan then shared the story of Kelly's encounter with Jeffrey Nashton. He made it through without breaking down. That Marine and all those others like him, living and dead, have been faithful to their ideas, the president said. That young Marine and all of his comrades have given every one of us something to live up to. I will not ask you to pray for the dead, he concluded, because they are safe in God's loving arms and beyond the need of our prayers. I would like to ask you all, wherever you may be in this blessed land, to pray for these wounded young men and to pray for the bereaved families of those who gave their lives for our freedom. God bless you, and God bless America. The President's speech totaled a little more than 4,000 words and ran 25 minutes. The response proved immediate. In the 35 minutes that followed, more than 1,000 calls flooded the White House. By midnight, that number had jumped to 4,592 calls. Of those, 4,272 expressed support for the President, a margin of 13-1. The administration likewise received 1,167 telegrams, with 1,102 of those writing in praise of Reagan. Congressional leaders likewise applauded the President. A powerful and moving speech, declared Senate Majority Leader Howard Baker. Undoubtedly, it will have a unifying effect on the American people. His finest hour, added Senator Paul Laxalt, a Nevada Republican. Masterful, announced Republican Representative Jim Leach of Iowa. His speech even drew praise from journalists, including CBS News commentators who weighed in on it that evening. I have an idea, anchored Dan Rather said, that this may go down as one of the President's strongest, more effective speeches of his presidency. I think I'd put it right up there as one of his strongest speeches, agreed his colleague Bill Plant, the network's Washington correspondent. An ABC News poll of 250 viewers that night showed support for the President's handling of Lebanon soared from 50% to 80%. As later polls indicated, that incredible jump likely reflected an emotional high experienced by viewers in the speech's immediate aftermath. A later joint Washington Post-ABC News poll of 1,246 people revealed a more modest rise in support from 41 to 52%. That was more in line with other polls, including one by USA Today that revealed an increase in support from 39 to 53%. Experts cautioned that the sudden bump in support for Reagan did not erase the deeper doubts expressed by a majority of respondents about America's long-term chance of success in Lebanon. The public feels the Marine mission in Lebanon has been a failure so far. 62% of those we interviewed felt that way, observed Jeffrey Alderman, the director of polling for ABC News. Nearly half the public felt the United States has no clear policy for the Marines in Lebanon. Reagan's speech did little to turn around those basic attitudes. A number of opinion writers zeroed in on that critical point. Reagan's speech certainly tapped an emotional vein for many Americans, but it offered no new ideas or plans for how to remedy what his own vice president that week had called a quagmire. He still had to deal with the notoriously weak Jamael, plus an intractable and murderous Syria. And now, he faced the threat of Iranian-backed terrorism, which everyone from General Kelly to Jamael predicted would continue to torment the Marines, a fact highlighted by journalists Robert Novak and Roland Evans. Prolonging of the Marines' Beirut encampment, the influential duo warned, continues to be another disaster waiting to happen. Reagan remained stuck in a no-win situation, one best described by the Miami Herald. Get out or get in deeper, the paper declared. Those seem to be the real choices that Washington is ducking. Others questioned the premise that peace in Lebanon was actually vital to American and regional interest, particularly since the country had been at war for nearly a decade. We fear for the judgment of our policymakers, wrote the Los Angeles Times. If, in fact, they truly think that stability in the Middle East hangs on sorting out the implacable hostilities of Lebanon. The Minneapolis Star-Tribune raised the specter of Reagan's hubris. The president hears so clearly the call of destiny that he is untroubled by alarms ringing on all sides, the paper wrote. In our view, there are good reasons for alarm. But those voices of doubts and caution remained the minority, as evidenced by the continued flood of calls to the White House. The president, no doubt exhausted by the grueling week, ducked out Friday afternoon with the First Lady for a weekend at Camp David, where the couple relaxed and caught the film The Big Chill. Over the next 4 days, White House staff and volunteers logged 16,009 calls. Of those, 13,401 were positive. The comments office, one memo noted, reports it was an enormously heavy response, unprecedented in fact, and the single largest such telephone response in the course of this administration. Chapter 55. There is no way on God's earth that rifle fire could have stopped that truck. General Paul Kelly, testimony before the Senate Armed Services Committee, October 31st, 1983. The first C-141 carrying the remains of American Marines and sailors killed in Beirut touched down at Dover Air Force Base at 3:52 a.m. on October 30th. In the back of the transport plane were the caskets of 15 men killed 6 days earlier in the terrorist attack. Officials at Dover had prepared all week for this solemn occasion, transforming a cavernous hangar normally used by the C-5 Galaxies, the Air Force's largest cargo plane, into a funeral chapel to receive the dead and their families. A massive American flag that measured 38 feet long by 20 feet high hung from an overhead girder. Workers had arranged cinder blocks to hold the caskets. Others had set out 3 sets of portable aluminum bleachers and plastic chairs for families and dignitaries. A pair of flatbed trailers in the back would provide a platform for the media. A 38-piece Marine Corps band had rehearsed the Navy hymn. The arrival that pre-dawn Saturday of the first remains represented the culmination of non-stop exhausting work that had taken place that week in Germany by teams of forensic dentists, fingerprint experts, pathologists, morticians, and volunteers. The initial casualty plan had called for all remains to be flown from Beirut to the U.S. Army mortuary in Frankfurt for identification before returning them to the United States. The first 37 bodies had arrived early Monday morning, less than 24 hours after the bombing, followed by a second flight later that day that delivered an additional 144 remains. The 181 bodies transported by those first 2 flights far exceeded the storage capacity of the Army's morgue, forcing the military to scramble for an alternative. Officials decided to use the Frankfurt morgue for the final preparation of remains, but settled on nearby Rhine-Main Air Base as the principal hub for storage and identification of the slain soldiers, sailors, and Marines. To tackle the difficult task, the Air Force procured a large festival tent, which was erected in a base parking lot. Workers laid down plywood floors and used corrugated sheet metal to cordon off several workspaces, including an administrative area, holding zone, and examination suite for identifications. Electricians strung fluorescent lights overhead while folding tables were set up along with wooden sawhorses to support stretchers. The metal transfer cases were stacked in refrigeration trailers outside, covered by camouflage netting. In the era before DNA technology, identification was made primarily through fingerprint and dental analysis. That job fell to 4 FBI fingerprint experts, 20 dentists, 23 dental technicians, 8 X-ray technicians, and 1 pathologist, plus another 50 airbase staffers and an army of 800 volunteers, all of whom dressed in disposable surgical gowns, rubber gloves, and masks to filter out the odors. One of those was Dr. Robert Sundquist, a 32-year-old dentist who had previously helped identify victims of the Jonestown mass suicide in Guyana. "Teeth are the most protected area of the body," he said. "Teeth will survive almost anything." The process of identification began when workers carried the aluminum caskets from the refrigeration trucks to a staging area inside the tent. Teams then opened each and transferred the body bag to a stretcher. The condition of the remains varied widely. Some appeared to be sleeping, while many others were badly mangled by the building's collapse. Still others were swollen and black from decomposition. Some of them, Sundquist recalled, you couldn't even recognize as human. Incomplete bodies proved another challenge, forcing technicians to reassemble the remains like a jigsaw puzzle. At this time, one situation report noted, "We have 4 transfer cases containing unassociated body parts." The remains would first be X-rayed and then fingerprinted. Those prints were then flown back to Washington each night for analysis by the FBI. X-rays were used to spot previously broken bones that might help with identification. After fingerprinting, dentists working in pairs charted each victim's teeth. One performed an inspection while the other took detailed notes. The duo then flipped rolls and repeated the process to ensure their work was as precise as possible. This work was complemented by dental X-rays, which were taken with a portable machine. Dentists then compared those X-rays and charts to the records salvaged from the basement of the battalion landing team headquarters, which at times proved a challenge since some of the records were wet, torn, and mixed with concrete shards and dust. Identified bodies were then sent to the mortuary in Frankfurt, which was staffed by a dozen Army and Air Force morticians, 7 identification specialists, 1 Navy mortuary technician, and another 200 volunteers. Workers cleaned the remains, inventoried any personal items included in the body bags, and drafted an anatomical chart. Once identification specialists reconfirmed the victim's identity, the remains were turned over to an embalmer. As a final step, and to guarantee absolute accuracy, a civilian specialist reviewed each file, anatomical chart, and embalming record. That final review could take anywhere from 1.5 to as many as 8 hours per body. When the validator was certain of the correctness of the data, the mortuary report noted, he would sign the death certification document. The process that began that Monday night of October 24th would continue for 17 days. Marines recovered the majority of the dead the day of the bombing, but rescuers would find dozens more during the deconstruction of the pile. Each body found was packed into a transfer case and flown to Germany. All told, forensic teams would process the remains of nearly all 241 soldiers, sailors, and Marines killed that Sunday morning. Of those, 68 were identified using both fingerprints and dental records. Another 131 were identified solely by dental analysis, and 28 just with fingerprints. The remaining few were identified visually or by other medical records. 96% of the remains were identified, the mortuary report stated, by using a combination of dental and fingerprint information. From Frankfurt, the bodies were flown to Dover, home to the military's largest mortuary, and capable of accommodating up to 1,000 dead. For the Jonestown mass suicide which Sundquist had worked, the base had handled the remains of more than 900 men, women, and children. The plan called for planes to arrive between 2 and 4 a.m., a time picked to prevent the press from witnessing the removal of the caskets. Meanwhile, a working party would clean the hangar, arrange the seating, and position cinder blocks for the number of caskets expected. Once the caskets were in place, workers draped each one in an American flag. All this had to be accomplished by 7 a.m., when the arrival ceremony was scheduled to take place. The C-141 that touched down in the pre-dawn hours of October 30th would be the first of 13 flights that would follow, one every day until the last victims came home on November 11th, Veterans Day. Following the ceremony, workers would transport the remains via a closed truck to the Dover mortuary, where technicians would inspect each victim and perform cosmetic work on those few who would later have an open casket funeral. Volunteers would dress the victims, which was a challenge, since many had swollen by as much as 5 inches. For those remains that would not be viewed, volunteers wrapped them and laid uniforms atop each, pinned them in place, and removed any lint. Purple Hearts, many left over from Vietnam, had to be inspected. Most were deteriorated and not suitable for presentation, one after-action report noted. Rehabilitation was required, which caused delay in mailing. Coffins were then sent to Philadelphia and Washington and shipped to the funeral homes that would handle each burial. The first C-141 to come back carried the remains of 14 Marines and 1 sailor. The plane taxied to the hangar where Marines unloaded each of the caskets. At 7 a.m., the Marine band from Quantico played Eternal Father, the Navy's hymn. Chief of Chaplains Rear Admiral Neil Stevenson opened in prayer, choosing a familiar verse from the book of Matthew that the men in Beirut all knew. "Blessed are the peacemakers," he began. Families listened and wept as the chaplain's words echoed inside the cavernous hangar. Stevenson then turned to face the 20 relatives in attendance that morning. "We stand in awe before your sons," the chaplain continued. "They have honored their families. They have witnessed their fidelity to our nation. They have evidenced their respect for humanity. They have presented themselves before your grace in pursuit of peace." Chief of Naval Operations Admiral James Watkins spoke next. "We share the grief of the family and friends who lost loved ones in this terrible tragedy." The Admiral turned to the long row of caskets. "I salute you, brave brothers," he continued, "and I ask God to give solace and comfort to your families in this hour of great need and personal loss." General Kelly followed. The Commandant of the Marine Corps had endured a difficult week. He had flown to Germany, where he witnessed the arrival Monday night of many of the dead. He had met with some of the wounded before flying to Beirut, where he watched rescuers pull even more bodies from the rubble. His words that morning mirrored the thoughts on the minds of many. "This cowardly and heinous act snuffed out the lives of over 220 brave Americans," Kelly said. "I pray to God that these brave men have not died in vain." Chapter 56. Personally, I'm doing good, trying to get things back to normal. If it will ever be. Corporal John Dalzell, letter to his family, October 28, 1983. At 8:11 a.m. on November 4th, President Reagan and the First Lady walked out onto the south lawn of the White House and climbed aboard Marine One for a flight to Andrews Air Force Base. 8 minutes later, the couple touched down and transferred to Air Force One for the 59-minute trip south to Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, along the coast of North Carolina. The President was joined that Friday morning, 12 days after terrorists killed 241 soldiers, sailors, and Marines, by an entourage that included Schultz, Weinberger, McFarlane, and Treasury Secretary Don Regan, as well as the Tar Heel State's 2 senators, Jesse Helms and John East, and Representatives John Martin and Charles Whitley. Ambassadors from England, France, Italy, and Lebanon rounded out the presidential party. At Cherry Point, the President boarded a helicopter to nearby Camp Lejeune, home of the 24th Marine Amphibious Unit. Despite the White House's prediction of a mild fall day with partly sunny skies, Reagan disembarked to find cold and steady rain. Major General Alfred Gray greeted the President, who climbed into a motorcade that delivered him moments later to a nearby outdoor amphitheater where General Kelly awaited him. The President had come this soggy morning to pay his respects and to honor the men killed and wounded in Beirut. There was no more fitting place than Camp Lejeune, a sprawling 170-square-mile base in Jacksonville. Construction of the base in 1941 had caused this sleepy town of 800 residents to balloon into a city of 26,000. The base and the city enjoyed a symbiotic relationship. Jacksonville was where many young leathernecks bought their first cars, purchased homes, and started families of their own. "We love our Marines," said Madge Nelson, who sold stereo equipment at the military sales company. "They're our bread and butter." In the wake of the bombing, journalists representing more than 55 news organizations had descended upon this coastal community. Not since the invasion of Iwo Jima in 1945 had the United States lost so many Marines in a single day. Camp Lejeune stood at the epicenter of this loss. Symbols of support were everywhere, from the Semper Fidelis sign posted out in front of a local florist to the billboard that towered over Lejeune Boulevard that read, "All our thoughts and support are with our Marine families." "This tragedy literally struck through the entire community," said Patrick Thomas, the Jacksonville city manager. "There is not a person in this town who doesn't know someone who lost somebody." Dressed in a tan overcoat, Reagan arrived at around 10 a.m. at the amphitheater, where an estimated 5,000 people gathered in the cold rain on the banks of the New River. About 24 Marines wounded in the bombing sat in wheelchairs, covered by green ponchos. Before taking his seat, the President went down the line, speaking to each of them. "Good morning," he said. "God bless you." The service began with the presentation of colors, followed by the national anthems of the United States, England, France, Italy, and Lebanon. Before the lectern, 5 M16 rifles leaned against one another, capped by a helmet and surrounded by scarlet and gold chrysanthemums. Navy Chaplain Commodore John McNamara touched on the inclement weather. "The Lord," he began, "has given us a day to match our mood of anguish and grief." The audience listened. "I don't know why young men die," McNamara continued. "I don't know why we must endure this grief and pain. You would think it would break the heart of God." General Gray followed, noting that hundreds of letters of support had poured in since the attack. "As I say a final farewell to our fine heroes," he told the audience, "I want to tell them we will always stand by your families and loved ones. That's the way we are." The President did not speak during the service, but stood, along with others, and sang as the band played the service hymns of the Army, Navy, and Marines. "Where is my daddy?" a young boy cried out at one point. His mother leaned down and embraced him. Another attendee lowered her umbrella and turned her face to the heavens, letting the rain wash away her tears. Taps concluded the 45-minute service, during which Nancy wept. "It was a dreary day with constant rain, which somehow seemed appropriate," Reagan wrote that night in his diary. "It was a moving service, and as hard as anything we've ever done." Others in his administration agreed, including Larry Speakes. "It was," the White House spokesman later wrote, "the most somber, heart-wrenching hour of his presidency." After the service, the President met with about 200 family members of those killed, spending 45 minutes with them at the nearby 2nd Marine Division headquarters. "You have a most difficult job, Mr. President," one woman said. "God bless you," he replied. Reagan had no remarks prepared, but spoke spontaneously, which made him nervous. "No words can make things easier," he began. "All those we honor today, they chose to wear the uniform of their country. They believed in defending freedom, defending what this country stands for. They were willing to die for freedom for their country." The families fell silent. "Where do we find men like this?" the President continued. "We all know the answer. They come from families like yours, from farms and villages, towns and cities across this nation. What they did for us, for our country, is what America is all about." The families embraced him. "They were so wonderful. Sometimes widows or mothers would just put their arms around me, their head on my chest, and quietly cry," Reagan wrote. One little boy, 8 or 9, politely handed me a manila folder saying it was something he'd written about his father. Later, when I could read it, I found it was a poem entitled Loneliness. The President then departed for Cherry Point. "This has been," he confided in aides, "my most difficult moment." At the Marine Air Station, Reagan gave a 7-minute talk. The President had learned that morning of yet another terrorist attack in Lebanon, this time aimed at the Israelis. At dawn, a suicide bomber driving a truck had blown up an Israeli intelligence headquarters building in the southern city of Tyre, killing 60 people. "Freedom is being tested throughout the world," he said. "Let no terrorist question our will, no tyrant doubt our resolve. Americans have courage and determination, and we must not and will not be intimidated by anyone, anywhere." Chapter 57. "I pray to God through Jesus I never have to go through this again." Brad Ulick, letter to his mother, October 26th, circa 1983. Reagan's honoring of the Marines came as families nationwide prepared to bury the dead, who were delivered home each day from Germany. In big cities and small towns, from Texas and Tennessee to New York and Maine, families gathered to say farewell to the men killed in Beirut. In the tiny Ohio town of New Richmond, home to just 2,776 residents, people mourned 2 slain Marines, Gunnery Sergeant Lloyd West and Corporal Terry Abbott. "The community has been stunned by this," Mayor Betty Hinson said. "We've had nothing but bad news in the past 2 weeks. It's really hit the community hard. Men who had gone off to a distant land on a mission of peace now returned to churches where some had been baptized and others married. Friends and loved ones recounted stories. So too did high school administrators and pastors. People read Bible verses and recited poems, including Lucien Ray, who wrote one in honor of his son, 33-year-old Gunnery Sergeant Charles Ray. He's passed the test. He's with the best. He finally made it home. Such services were often followed by processions to the cemetery. Families gathered in folding chairs under tents alongside harvested fields and where the autumn leaves crackled underfoot or crunched on freshly fallen snow. Marine honor guards fired salutes while buglers blew taps, the mournful notes wafting over fields. Such solemn moments were at times interrupted by outbursts of grief. "Don't let them take him away from me," one mother cried out before her son's casket was lowered. "I didn't want him to die." Unlike many of his fellow Marines, Bill Stelpflug was buried at sea, his ashes carried in an urn aboard the USS Pensacola. The Alabama Marine whose letter showed he never lost his empathy for those suffering in Beirut had planned to take the bus home for Christmas so he could savor the slow drive through the rural countryside he so loved. 3 miles offshore, Chaplain Anthony Casimano performed the Catholic burial service. "With faith and hope in eternal life, let us commend him to the loving mercy of our Father," he said. "Father, unto your hands we commend our brother William." The priest dropped the urn into the water. "Give him eternal rest, O Lord, and may the light shine on him forever." Micheline Earle accompanied her husband's remains from Germany back to Ohio. The couple had been married only 7 days before a terrorist made her a widow. His wedding ring, which medical examiners slipped off his finger and later sent to her, was bent. Earle had written to his family of his plans to marry, but news of his actual wedding surprised them. "I know," Earle had assured them in a letter, "you will like her." Because Earle had not yet submitted her residency paperwork, which was found uncompleted in his back pocket when he was pulled from the rubble, the United States government provided her with a temporary passport and visa. Her older brother, Walid, accompanied her on the journey from Germany to Ohio. More than 200 friends and family gathered for the graveside service. Amid a light drizzle, Micheline hugged his casket. "I will pray for him every day," she cried. "I will pray for everyone. He didn't deserve to die. They all deserved to stay forever in this world." A similar story unfolded in Georgia, where Lisa Hudson prepared to bury her husband, whose casket arrived at Morris Funeral Home. She went to visit him, knowing his remains were inside. Lisa had just been in Greece with him barely 2 months earlier. Her final image of John was the morning he left Athens, walking down the long hotel corridor and out of her life forever. Lisa laid her arms across the casket and rested her head on its top. "Oh, John," she cried, "I can't believe you're gone." Lisa made the funeral arrangements with the help of her mother while her aunt cared for the couple's infant son, Will. Lisa chose to bury her husband on her family's dairy farm, which stretched across 500 acres of rolling Georgia countryside. Her father had previously picked out a spot for his own eventual burial, which he relinquished to the son-in-law he so dearly loved. Lisa dug the first shovel of earth to mark the spot. Workers with the funeral home then used a backhoe, clawing out the red Georgia clay as she watched. "Bless your heart," she said to John. "You never dreamed you would be in that red clay." On November 6th, 2 days after President Reagan visited Camp Lejeune, friends and family crowded into the wooden pews at First United Methodist Church in Milledgeville, the red brick sanctuary with 6 white steeples where the couple was married 3 years earlier. Lisa reminded herself that Sunday of the need to stay strong. "You're going to hold yourself together. You're going to act like the person that you know yourself to be and that John would want you to be," she told herself. "Don't act like you're feeling inside." The Reverend William Childers led the funeral service. "We are hurting. We are angry. We are shocked. And we want to blame God or the government or somebody. The evil of this world has brought hurt to our loved one," he told those gathered. "But we know we can't go on blaming God or the government or somebody, for that solves nothing. But the service in the end proved far more upbeat, marked by friends who remembered Hudson's large personality. He was, recalled David Anders, a musician, a mechanic, a physician, prankster, a scholar, a son, a father, a husband, a brother, and a friend. There were several occasions when I sat next to John Hudson in the dean's office trying to explain some of the antics we pulled in class, remembered another friend, Matt Nathan. He took his work seriously. He didn't take himself seriously. After the church service, friends and family formed a funeral procession that stretched a mile long as it rolled through town and out into the country. Police officers in white gloves blocked intersections and saluted as the family's limousine passed. Beneath a clear blue sky that fall afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the fields, two sailors removed and folded the American flag. In honor of John, a trombonist, not a bugler, then played taps. With Will grasped in her right arm, Lisa placed a single rose atop the casket. As family and friends stood to leave, Razzmatazz, the Dixieland jazz band Hudson played with at Six Flags Over Georgia, launched into St. James Infirmary, before transitioning into the Muskrat Ramble, one of Hudson's favorite tunes. Chapter 58. Our country is dying. Lebanese President Amin Gemayel, November 1st, 1983. In the wake of the bombing, Marines in Beirut hustled to tighten security. We expect more attacks, Garrity told reporters. These are determined people. Amid this work, the colonel paused to give his troops a pep talk, letting them know how proud he was of their hard work in the wake of the attack. The precise and proper response to this tragedy has been nothing more than what is expected of sailors and Marines of this team, he said. I also think it a most fitting memorial to those who were killed that we continue to perform our mission as they did. They gave their lives in the cause for peace. We will continue the march. Father Pucciarelli, who had spent countless hours performing last rites and comforting survivors, did the same. My commendation goes to all who worked hard and steady day and night to extricate our fallen comrades' bodies and wounded from the building, he said. There were some long and hard hours, and some tedious moments for all, I know. A flood of up to 2,000 letters arrived each day in Beirut, as citizens wrote thank you cards and sent packages of candy, brownies, and books, including one school that sent 81 boxes of cookies. Your courage and bravery in the face of cowardly terrorists are inspiring to all Americans who love freedom, wrote the Hill family of Atlanta. We pray for you and ask for your safe return. American Legion Post 64, based in the tiny town of Kashmir, Washington, mailed 15 boxes of paperbacks, totaling some 900 books. We are proud of you, wrote member Vern Vincent, and wish you well. First Lieutenant Ted Bowler received what was possibly the most surprising care package. A raging Celtics fan, Bowler used to drive through the Boston suburb of Brookline just so he could pass Larry Bird's house, keeping an eye out for the basketball star's black Chevrolet Trailblazer. A highlight was the day Bowler drove by and caught sight of Bird mowing his lawn. After the bombing, Bowler's mother knocked on Bird's door and told his fiancée about her son in Beirut. Soon after, the platoon commander received a care package. The return address stunned him. I only know one person from Brookline, he said, and that's Larry Bird. The Celtics' 6'9" power forward had sent Bowler a warm-up jacket along with a note letting him know he had free tickets waiting on him when he returned home. He's a god in Boston, Bowler said. He's possibly the most famous person in the Commonwealth. Everyone loves him. November brought days of wind and heavy rains, which turned the Marines' Beirut compound into a sea of red mud. I've started to look for wood, John Dalzell wrote home, to start on an ark. To combat the elements, troops drove in scores of stakes to hold tents down while others shoveled trenches to redirect the water. Marines who had served in earlier deployments, Dolphin observed, would have had difficulty recognizing the landscape. Crews brought in shipping containers and covered them with dirt to serve as new, hardened bunkers. Garrity, meanwhile, ordered Alpha Company to abandon the university library, which was too isolated to protect. The Spotted Long offered the Leathernecks high ground to watch over the surrounding slums and militias. But that tactical advantage had come at a price in the form of a bullseye on the peacekeepers' backs. It was there that Captain Michael Oler was shot in the head by a sniper 1 week before the terrorist bombing. A reminder of Oler's sacrifice remained taped to the wall as the convoy moved out before dawn on November 9th. A crayon drawing from the captain's niece of Snoopy strolling through fall leaves beneath clouds colored red and yellow. "To Uncle Mike," she wrote, "I love you, Tiffany." Colonel Garrity ordered non-essential personnel back aboard ship. That included Alpha Company, which had endured some of the heaviest fighting in the months leading up to the bombing. 5 of the 6 Marines killed before the attack had been from Alpha. "You can't dwell on it," Captain Paul Roy advised his men. "It'll tear you apart." Alpha Company would stand in reserve on the Harlan County. The move left more work for fewer Marines to get done, Dolphin said. But at least we knew that those Marines were now safe. Troops, meanwhile, cleaned and packed equipment to send out to the ships in preparation for departure on November 19th, the day Garrity would hand over command to the 22nd Marine Amphibious Unit under the command of Brigadier General James Joy, whose forces were inbound from Grenada. The work at times was grueling, but the troops knew it was a necessary step. "We all got sailing home in our minds, so it eases the pain a little," Dalzell wrote. "Once the gear is brought out to the ships, that only leaves one thing left: us." The days ticked past. "In many ways, our last week in Lebanon was the hardest to endure," Dolphin said. "Aside from anticipation, I was fighting an ever-present feeling of dread." Beyond the wire, a similar sense of doom hung over the Lebanese capital. Rifle fire rattled and mortars rained down, periodically closing the airport. Residents lined up for hours outside Western embassies, desperate for visas. Roadblocks designed to prevent car bombs strangled daytime traffic, while an 8 p.m. curfew turned people into prisoners each night. Gas shortages and electricity blackouts further disrupted daily life. "I'm choking," said George Zaini, a local restaurant owner. "I'm just slowly choking." Even for a nation that had suffered 8 years of war and violence, enough was enough. New York Times reporter Thomas Friedman observed that many Lebanese who had initially welcomed America's intervention had lost faith in its ability to bring about peace. Others feared that the gorgeous city once heralded as the Paris of the Middle East was gone. "As each day goes by," Friedman wrote, "it seems more and more people are beginning to admit to themselves that maybe there is no solution for Lebanon." On November 16th, a few days before the Marines would hand over duties and depart, Dolphin visited the ruins of the battalion landing team headquarters. A few pieces of the foundation piers were all that remained. The lieutenant walked around the pit, recalling where the mess hall had once stood. On the building's south side, Marines had left mementos of lost friends. Dolphin let his eyes roam over packages of cigarettes, Copenhagen, and even a can of beer. Others had deposited letters with names scrawled on them, each held down by rocks. "I'll never forget," one read. "I'll be seeing you soon," stated another. Dolphin paused to take in the scene. "I knew that once I left here," he said, "I would never return." Others did the same, offering a silent prayer or making the sign of the cross. No one spoke. One by one they turned away and started walking back to their units. Chapter 59. The lives of American Marines are being wasted in a foreign country that couldn't care less. Robert Guilford, letter to the editor, October 31st, 1983. America zeroed in on the attackers. Intelligence pointed to Hussein al-Musawi's terror group Islamic Amal, which was based in Baalbek and formed part of Hezbollah and the Husseini suicide forces. More than a half-dozen intercepts showed officials in Tehran and Damascus urging the Lebanese terrorists to attack American and French targets. The most damning of these was a September 22nd message in which Iranian ambassador Mohtashemi in Damascus stated he had ordered Musawi to undertake an extraordinary attack against the U.S. Marines. Shultz, McFarlane, and the National Security Council staff urged the president to retaliate, only to run into interference from Weinberger and Vesey. While an airstrike would, no doubt, assuage the anger felt by many, it risked pulling America deeper into a war in the Middle East at precisely the time the Defense Secretary was looking for an exit. Weinberger and Vesey opposed striking back at terrorists, recalled Howard Teicher. Weinberger repeatedly argued with Shultz against retaliation unless the evidence was absolute. It seemed he would agree only if culpability could be proved in an American court of law. But Reagan disagreed. "Let's go after it," the president ordered. "Let's plan the mission, get ready and quick, and if possible, do it with the French, but do it." On October 28th, the day after his Oval Office speech, Reagan signed National Security Decision Directive Number 111, which laid the groundwork for such an operation. Subject to reasonable confirmation of locations of suitable targets, the president ordered, attack those targets decisively, if possible in coordination with the French. The National Security Council staff took it upon themselves to plan the mission. Philip Durr, who served as the Director of Political Military Affairs, flew to Paris to meet with General Jean Saunier, the military advisor to French President Mitterrand. Durr confided in the general that the president had authorized the National Security Council to explore a retaliatory attack on the Sheikh Abdullah barracks. "We believe that a joint strike with the French," Durr explained, "would be most desirable from both political and military points of view." Did America's military leaders support this strike? Bien sûr, Durr said. Of course. The military would obey the president's orders. Who, on the American side, would plan the mission? The Pentagon, Durr confessed, had not been formally tasked to do so. The National Security Council was working with the Navy. Saunier said he would run it up the French ladder. "I left that meeting," Durr recalled, optimistic that the French would join us. Durr returned to Washington and met with Vice Admiral James Ace Lyons, the Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Plans and Policy. A colorful and outspoken admiral whose tendency for blunt talk would later cost him his career, Lyons reviewed the Iranian intercepts. "If there ever was a 24-karat gold document, this was it," he later said. "This was not something from the third cousin of the fourth wife of Mohammed the taxicab driver." In his office at the Pentagon, Lyons drafted a plan for an 8-plane airstrike. He then sent it by courier to Rear Admiral Jerry Tuttle, the commander of the Naval Task Force off Lebanon. A former carrier pilot, Tuttle proved an equally polarizing commander who referred to himself as Slough, which stood for Short Little Ugly Fucker. Tuttle revised Lyons' plan, increasing it to a 12-plane strike force. Reagan welcomed the news. "We believe we have a fix on a headquarters of the radical Iranian Shiites who blew up our Marines," he wrote in his diary on November 7th. "We can take out the target with an airstrike and no risk to civilians. We'll meet at 7 a.m. tomorrow as to whether we order the strike now or while I'm away." As the plan came together, so too did the opposition, which broke along the same fault lines that had handicapped the administration for months in Lebanon. Weinberger led the charge against the strike. "I'm not an eye for an eye man. You've got to have a purpose, and if your purpose is just to kill a lot of people, that's easy enough to do," he said. "But we didn't have the conclusive kind of target information that I think is essential." Reagan met the following morning with his advisors in the Red Room moments before he was scheduled to depart for a week-long trip to Japan and South Korea. Weinberger and Vesey advocated the president hold off on a decision until his return, a move that would allow them more time to gather intelligence. Reagan recounted the session in his diary. "Began the day," he wrote, "with a short meeting re a possible airstrike in Beirut against those who murdered our Marines. Decided we don't have enough intelligence info as yet." For proponents of the strike, Reagan's departure that morning signaled defeat, robbing them of the momentum. Passions would die down, and America would lose interest. "I knew," recalled Undersecretary of State Eagleburger, "that was the end of it." Reagan returned from Asia and regrouped with his advisors on November 14th, but participants came away with contradictory interpretations of what transpired, which was not uncommon given the president's tendency to withdraw from fights. McFarlane was convinced Reagan had ordered the joint strike to take place in a few days. It was, he recalled, a direct, unambiguous decision. But others disagreed, including Weinberger, who fell back on the lack of decisive intel. Reagan's diary shows he was still unconvinced. "We have some additional intelligence," the president wrote, "but still not enough to order a strike." On board the carrier John F. Kennedy, which steamed off the coast of Lebanon, tensions soared over the anticipated mission. Several times, crews were awakened from a sound sleep, ordered to dress in their flight and survival gear, briefed on the strike, and ordered to the roof to man up the airplanes, observed Washington Post reporter George Wilson, who was embedded with the crew. Higher authority each time called off the raid at the last minute. Admiral Tuttle was visited by his French counterpart, who brought a letter requesting America assist in an airstrike on Baalbek on November 17th. Tuttle agreed, but he needed permission from Washington, which, once again, never came. Accounts differ on precisely what happened next. According to McFarlane, the National Security Advisor rolled into the White House when he received a call from Weinberger. He relayed to him that French Defense Minister Charles Ernoult had reached out that morning to request America join the raid, but that Weinberger refused. "I don't understand, Cap," McFarlane protested. "What went wrong?" "I just don't think it was the right thing to do," he replied. McFarlane was furious. "It was outrageous," he wrote. "Weinberger had directly violated a presidential order. Whatever his feelings about our role in Lebanon, whatever his disagreement with our policy, the fact was that a presidential decision had been made and an order given, and that should have been that." McFarlane hustled to see Reagan. "There's no excuse for it, Mr. President," he stammered. "You approved this operation and Cap decided not to carry it out. The credibility of the United States in Damascus just went to zero." "Gosh, that's really disappointing," Reagan said, according to McFarlane. "We should have blown the daylights out of them. I just don't understand." Weinberger relates a different story, characterizing McFarlane's accusation that he disobeyed a presidential order as absurd. The defense secretary kept notes of his conversation with Ernoult, who advised that the French could hold off for 65 minutes if the Americans wanted to join. "The president has not made a decision. He is still considering it," Weinberger replied. "Unfortunately, it is a bit too late for us to join you in this one." France went ahead with the strike, which followed one day after Israeli fighters targeted another Islamic Amal training camp in the Bekaa Valley in retaliation for the bombing in Tyre. Israel's strike, which killed or wounded as many as 80 Shia fighters, proved far more successful than the French operation. A handful of craters was all France had to show for a mission best described by historian David Christ as an abject failure. The media zeroed in on the missing player in the back-to-back attacks. Today's air raids, as Thomas Friedman wrote in the New York Times, left the Americans as the only force in Lebanon that has not retaliated in any way for the recent suicide truck bomb attacks. The smoke had barely cleared when administration officials began to tamp down any speculation that America might also strike back. "There are still contingency plans all over town," one unnamed official told the Washington Post, "but I think the window has been closed." That was confirmed in a top-secret memo from McFarlane to Schultz, Weinberger, Vesey, and CIA Director William Casey. "In view of the Israeli and French actions of November 16th and 17th, it is your recommendation to the President that a U.S. attack at this time is not appropriate. The President agrees with your judgment," the National Security Advisor wrote on November 22, 1983. "Accordingly, we should discontinue current plans and associated readiness to execute preemptive attacks in response to the October 23rd tragedy." The aborted mission infuriated members of the National Security Council staff. "I was despondent," Durr later wrote. So too was Teicher. Despite Reagan's apparent frustration with the missed opportunity, McFarlane realized it was largely an act for his sake. Reagan would never reprimand Weinberger. McFarlane had been outplayed. Weinberger, for his part, he said, had won a decisive battle in his now all-out effort to pull us out of Lebanon. The air crews on the Kennedy were equally as miffed to read about the lackluster French strike in photocopies of the International Herald Tribune, passed around the air wing. "They woke up the gardener," one officer huffed. In the end, America would never retaliate. The deaths of 220 Marines, 18 sailors, and 3 soldiers would go unavenged. America's only response would be to designate Iran as a state sponsor of terror in 1984. In his memoir, Reagan took responsibility for the aborted airstrike. "Our intelligence experts found it difficult to establish conclusively who was responsible for the attack on the barracks," the president wrote. "Although several airstrikes were planned against possible culprits, I canceled them because our experts said they were not absolutely sure they were the right targets. I didn't want to kill innocent people." Chapter 60. I firmly believe that highly sophisticated and well-trained terrorists will target Marines in the months to come. General Paul Kelly, testimony before Congress, November 1, 1983. The House Armed Services Committee, working in tandem with its Investigations Subcommittee, launched a probe into the Beirut bombing. The investigation had 3 stated goals: determine the policy objectives in Lebanon, analyze how the Marines' mission contributed to those objectives, and evaluate whether the risks to the Marines were adequately appreciated and if precautions were taken to counter them. Between November 1st and December 15th, the lawmakers held 8 hearings in Washington and aboard the Iwo Jima, totaling a little more than 46 hours. During that time, the committee members interviewed some 36 witnesses, including a few, like Colonel Garrity and Commodore Rick France, who testified more than once. The 654-page transcript, portions of which remain redacted, show that other witnesses ranged from General Kelly and Joint Chiefs Chairman General John Vesey down to individual Marines and eyewitnesses, including Burnham Matthews and Henry Linkilla. Several of the committee members had just returned from a 2-day trip to Frankfurt and Beirut, where legislators had met with Garrity, toured the blast site, and watched workers recover 2 bodies from the rubble. On that trip, lawmakers noted that security had improved. The Marines had moved some non-essential personnel aboard ships and dispersed others around the airport. Old cars and buses blocked unnecessary gates and weak spots in the fence line while civilian traffic was barred from the base. All agreed that the exposed location at the airport made the Marines an attractive target, but some questioned whether troops should have been better prepared in the wake of the embassy attack. The delegation is divided, lawmakers noted, on the question as to whether it was a lack of security at the Beirut International Airport or inadequate threat assessment that brought about such a successful bombing. Committee members hoped the hearings would provide those answers. General Kelly testified first, taking a seat in room 2118 of the Rayburn House Office Building at 10:40 a.m. on November 1st. The Marine Commandant apologized that his opening remarks would be long. "We have an immense tragedy in this country," he began. "I owe it to the American public, and I owe it to my Marines to explain the circumstances as best we know them." The airport was a civilian environment, he said, one that was not tactically strong. But the Marines were not sent to Beirut as combatants. "Our basic mission is presence, and the logical question is how you define presence," he asked. "Presence is a mission that is not in any military dictionary. It is not a classic military mission, but the chain of command at the time correctly took presence to mean be visible. The Marines were a symbol of American strength and resolve. Since the troops were not engaged in combat, the use of force guidelines were designed for peacetime operations. The rules of engagement were considered appropriate and adequate for the environment and for the threat which existed at the time." Between the arrival of the Marines in September 1982 and the bombing in October 1983, conditions in Beirut had drastically deteriorated. The April bombing of the embassy triggered security upgrades at the airport, including stringing concertina wire across the parking lot and filling hundreds of thousands of sandbags. Rooftop surveillance increased. So too did foot patrols. The Marines considered and discounted other ideas, including digging tank ditches and planting a minefield in the parking lot where the terrorists began the attack. Such aggressive measures were ruled out because the airport was actively used by civilians, and the threat assessment at the time did not warrant them. Furthermore, America did not want to project the image of an armed fortress, which would undermine the President's mission. Verbal harassment of Marines on patrol pitched up over the summer, followed by the first rocket and mortar attacks in July. To counter this, Marines dug in deeper. The primary threat, Kelly noted, remained shelling, which prompted troops to move into the concrete and steel reinforced battalion landing team headquarters. The building had survived both an Israeli artillery barrage and even a minor earthquake in June. It is very significant, he added, that in a 13-month period no Marine, no soldier, no sailor billeted in this building was killed or injured due to incoming artillery, mortar, rocket, or small arms fire. In September, tensions worsened when Israel moved south and the Lebanese military began to battle the Amal militia. The Marines hardened their positions, moved into reinforced buildings, and began to return fire when fired upon. The shooting in and around Beirut was at ammunition levels rivaling any major battle that you can mention in World War II. Over 1 million rounds of artillery ammunition was fired during that period. The use of naval gunfire in support of the Lebanese military may have led some Muslims to perceive that the Marines were pro-Christian and no longer neutral, but Kelly said he was in no position to judge. The intelligence community, the general acknowledged, continued to warn of possible terrorist attacks against the Marines. But the threat was non-specific, he said. It was general and overshadowed by the very real, very specific, and very active reality of conventional military action. Terrorism threats appeared more oriented around car bombs that targeted convoys. From June, 100 such threats were received, some of which included the make, color, and license plate number. That intel was provided to sentries. Once the September ceasefire began to break down, however, artillery returned. The terrorist threat remained vague while the active threat from artillery and small arms was increasing. As for the terrorist attack, only a massive concrete wall could have stopped the bomber behind the wheel of a speeding 5-ton truck. The commander's security was oriented toward the threat of the past several months. That is to say, artillery, rockets, mortars, small arms fire, and car bombs. In this context, the security efforts had been successful, Kelly argued. Obviously, the commander's security arrangements were inadequate to counter this form of kamikaze attack, but we have yet to find any single shred of intelligence which would have alerted a reasonable and prudent commander to this totally new and unique threat. Attackers managed to surprise the French, Kelly added, who were experienced with terrorism. Even the Lebanese, who had long lived with car bombs, were stunned by this new form of attack. This was not the work of a random fanatic, but a well-planned and executed strike designed to drive the United States out of Lebanon. It is my professional estimate that our Marines have been targeted for terrorism by highly professional, non-Lebanese elements, he concluded. In my view, these acts of violence will continue and the perpetrators will carefully examine and analyze our vulnerabilities and make every effort to exploit them. Over the next 2 days, lawmakers peppered Kelly with questions, at times provoking heated responses. Representative Marjorie Holt asked why America did not reduce the size of the Marine force. Isn't today the time to do something dramatically different in Lebanon? The Maryland Republican asked. We cannot let what happened happen again. The force was the proper size for the mission, Kelly said. If it were downsized, other nations would follow, which would unravel the multinational force. If you are going to have a presence mission, he said, then you have to have people who are present. We give the impression we are leaving them there as sitting ducks, Holt countered. We are doing everything right now humanly possible to protect them, the general said, from a new form of terrorism which we had heretofore not experienced. Others asked about closing the airport, moving the Marines back aboard ship, or replacing troops with more tanks. Kelly shot down each idea. America had no authority to shut down a civilian airport, while pulling troops back aboard ship would undermine the coalition force. Tanks alone don't provide presence, he said. People provide presence. Why didn't America just leave? Such a move would send a message to the world that terrorism works. I promise you that the United States of America will be victimized by kook terrorists and nations supporting terrorists all over the world. There will be no end to the repercussions of a backdown from an act of terrorism, Kelly argued. The answer is to go after the terrorists and the people who have supported that terrorist. Get to the disease. That is what we have to do. Lawmakers zeroed in on the fact that the guards had unloaded rifles. That was the decision of the on-scene commander, Kelly said, who over the months had wrestled with multiple accidental discharges. Given the speed and nature of the attack, the general stated that he doubted guards armed with M16 rifles would have had any real ability to stop a 5-ton truck. He likewise surmised that the terrorists knew sentries were armed with rifles and had fortified the truck. I would say, in my professional opinion, Kelly added, that the ability to stop that with M16 rifle fire would be almost impossible. That assertion brought a rebuke from Representative Larry Hopkins. One thing that we do know for sure, the Kentucky Republican countered, an empty M16 with no magazine attached and nothing in the chamber cannot and did not and will not stop anything. The focus by lawmakers on the attack's minutiae irked Kelly, who believed it overlooked the larger lessons of the tragedy. That was clear from his exchange with Representative Bob Stump, an Arizona Republican. We are wondering whether the guy had a magazine in his rifle or not, but nobody is addressing those guys that did it, and that is very frustrating, Kelly said. I want to find the perpetrators, and I want them brought to justice. The general expanded on those points moments later, making a prediction that would prove haunting. This is a new ballgame, a totally new dimension, he said. No one had forecast this kind of activity. It could have just as well been an airplane, and probably if it was, people would understand a little more clearly the insidious threat of massive kamikaze attack by suicidal individuals. Over the course of multiple hearings, some of the more dramatic testimony came from the Marine eyewitnesses and survivors, including Henry Linkilla, who was one of the guards on duty that Sunday morning. The cook, who had both eardrums blown out in the bombing, was clearly nervous when he took a seat in the staff mess room on the Iwo Jima. I want you to relax, okay? One of the lawmakers assured him. Thank you, he replied. Linkilla walked committee members through that morning, describing the Mercedes and how he first heard it when it tore through the concertina wire as he walked his post. Did you pick up your pace? One lawmaker asked. No, ma'am, he said. All I did was turn around. Just looked up? Yes, he said. The Mercedes blew past him. By the time he put a magazine into his rifle and chambered around, the truck had reached the battalion landing team headquarters. If you had gotten it in, what would you have done? I would have emptied the magazine into the truck, he said, but there wasn't any time. Would that have stopped the truck? I don't know, Linkilla said, but at least I could have tried. Fellow guard Lance Corporal Eddie DeFranco testified that as soon as he saw the truck, he knew exactly what was about to happen. One of the committee members asked if he had had his magazine in his rifle, could he have chambered around and fired? Definitely, the Marine said. And the driver was less than about, more or less within point-blank range, he said. So you could have killed the driver if you had had a round chambered. Yes, sir, he declared. Lance Corporal John Berthome described the impact of the attack, which knocked him to the ground as concrete chunks rained down on him. I stood up and couldn't see like a foot in front of my face for the longest time. Navy Petty Officer First Class Kenneth Densmore, who worked as an air traffic controller, had a unique perspective up in the tower, 1,638 feet away. You could see just black, like gunpowder going off, and then a brilliant yellow flash, he said. I hollered for the guys to hit the floor, and the windows in the tower were blown up at the time. Burnham Matthews recounted his harrowing story of being hurled out of a third-floor window, while others talked about being on top of the building and riding it down. Navy Corpsman Donald Davidson described giving morphine to mortally wounded men trapped in the rubble to ease their suffering as they died. You had to be there to see it, you know? Hopkins, who had berated Garrity on his recent trip to Beirut, likely got an answer he wasn't expecting when he asked Matthews who was responsible for the tragedy. What is the general feeling about who is at fault there? He asked. Who do you blame? I guess we blamed the Congress here, sir, the Marine replied, because we knew that's who was taking control of the situation. The heart of the hearings, however, centered on the testimony of Commodore France and Colonel Garrity. Both officers sat for hours, testifying in stark terms about the deadly environment the Marines faced in Beirut. In this type of war, France told lawmakers, you don't have any way to show that you are winning except that you are alive. France made clear his loyalty to Garrity, stating that he was the best officer in the United States for this mission. The Marines, who he testified took as many as 300 rounds a day, used all the available sandbags in the Mediterranean to shore up defenses. One of the biggest challenges, however, was vague intelligence. All you need is one slip-up, France said. That is really what we have. One we didn't think of. How many successes did we have? I think quite a bit when you look at the casualty figures versus the threat. Now we are starting to lose a lot of kids, one of the lawmakers countered. It seems to me, added Richard Ray, a Georgia Democrat, that we ought to have anticipated that in that atmosphere and in that environment, anything could happen. France noted that overtime security had increased as Marines added concertina wire, checkpoints, and guard posts. Sentries were on the lookout for car bombs. We put 700 people into one compound, Ray said, and didn't expect the very worst. We didn't expect a truck, no sir, France acknowledged. Garrity testified twice, once on board the Iwo Jima and a second time in Washington. The colonel knew he was in trouble. With 241 dead soldiers, sailors, and Marines, America was looking for someone to blame. I was radioactive, he said. If at any time you feel you might need legal counsel, just stop me, advised Representative Nicholas Mavroulis, a Massachusetts Democrat. The colonel outlined his mission, balancing the need to show the flag while not appearing to be a fortress. We walked a razor's edge, he said, to maintain our neutrality and treated all the Lebanese factions alike, showing no favoritism toward one group or another. Garrity explained that the threat had increased dramatically, which coincided with the change in demographics among the populace and the rise in attacks against coalition forces. Right now, he testified, we are faced with a terrorist threat, a very sophisticated, well-coordinated, planned attack situation covering the spectrum of means and capability. The airport location made security a challenge. Not only was the low ground tactically unsound, but the commercial activity gave him no control over passing vehicles, any one of which could park outside the wire, explode, and still do tremendous damage. You cannot guarantee security for your people there, asked Mavroulis. Not where I am, Garrity said. No, sir. The colonel said he had dispersed his troops and hardened bunker sites. Over the months, the attacks had escalated from shelling to sniping. In each case, Garrity said the Marines had adapted to minimize the threat. Once troops figured out how to neutralize snipers, terrorists escalated the violence again with the truck bombing. The same types of attacks, he noted, had been executed against the French and the Israelis. Money was no issue, a fact highlighted by the time his troops stopped a Carr to find more than $3 million in cash. We know they have the capability for this. We know they have resources and money unlimited, and the fanatics to drive them, he testified. The environment that we are faced with today with this kind of threat, it is a loser's game. You are cutting losses for starters. They are going to get you. Could the Marines lower the risk by moving elsewhere? It is the Americans in the uniform, Garrity replied, not the location. Why not go on the offensive? Who is the enemy? He asked, drawing attention to one of the biggest challenges. The enemy, he added, answering his own question, is really small bands of terrorists. Committee members asked Garrity about the battle at Souk al-Garb in which America had intervened to help the Lebanese military. Were you apprehensive at that time that we were perhaps tipping the balance and ceasing to be neutral? One lawmaker asked. That was a major change, he said. That would be a milestone. Why did the guards, committee members pressed, not have magazines in their rifles? We had a number of accidental discharges which are not uncommon when you start carrying live rounds all the time, he said, adding that excessive airport traffic heightened the danger. There was just too high a risk of having an accidental round killing a civilian. Did he ever seek higher approval to improve his security? We were, the colonel said, continually changing our defensive posture. Marines had requested and used the better portion of 1 million sandbags. The main threat that I had to deal with in real life on a day-to-day basis, he continued, was the increased shelling, which became very heavy, of multiple rocket launchers and heavy artillery, heavy mortars as well as small arms, anti-tank weapons, direct-fire weapons, across the spectrum. In your opinion, are we going to lose more Marines, even with the added security precautionary measures? Mavroulis asked. Yes, sir, Garrity said, because in that environment we are targets. The colonel explained that the location of the Marines at a commercial airport handicapped his ability to secure it from future attacks. I could take you by that airport, he said, and stand there for an hour, and we could count 300 refuelers or airline catering trucks or dump trucks, any of which could be loaded with the same or bigger bomb that would be moving 10 feet from that fence and drive through it and blow it and kill 800 people. Democratic Representative Dan Daniel of Virginia asked if the attack was the result of political, military, planning, or judgmental failures. Well, sir, the mission was political. We were not tactically deployed in a military sense. By virtue of our location, there were considerable vulnerabilities, Garrity said. There may have been a fanatic driving that truck, but the fellow behind the execution and the planning had a pretty cold political mind. It is an act that I feel was committed with the motive of getting us out of Lebanon, and if we leave, the French and the others will follow. I understand what you are saying, but that doesn't respond to the question. I don't think we can say one particular area was at fault, the colonel replied. It was probably a part of a little bit of each. Representative Sam Stratton of New York was one of the few who, throughout the more than 40 hours of testimony, acknowledged the role of Congress in the tragedy. Stratton had visited the Marines in late September. He had returned home and warned Weinberger of his fears of a pending massacre. We recognized that you were sitting ducks, that you were being targeted, and you had very little to respond, he said. The Marines, in traditional combat, don't sit still and let the enemy fire at them. They believe that the best defense is a strong offense. Stratton said America's top leaders shared the blame, not just the immediate commander and troops out on the ground. When you give a force a mission that you don't really believe in, he concluded, it seems to me that responsibility has got to go to the top. Even Hopkins, who had blamed Garrity when he stepped off the plane in Beirut, agreed, thanking him for his service. I think sending you into that position, Hopkins said, would be very much like this committee looking at Niagara Falls and asking you to go there and stop its flow with a bucket, and then criticizing you if you were not able to do so. Such comments, however, stood in stark contrast to the final report. The Investigations Subcommittee of the House Armed Services Committee, which had conducted 6 of the 8 hearings, issued its findings in a December 19th report titled Adequacy of U.S. Marine Corps Security in Beirut. The blistering 3-page summary blamed all levels of command, from the on-scene commanders in Beirut to the Washington policymakers who sent them into harm's way. Much of the criticism, however, was aimed at Garrity and France, who the report said sacrificed safety to appear visible. The lawmakers found no evidence that anyone in either diplomatic or political leadership denied requests that might have improved security. Furthermore, there was no excuse for security at the Marine compound to be less than at the temporary embassy. While the subcommittee fully recognizes it is easy to be wise after the fact, it finds that the commander of the Marine Amphibious Unit made serious errors in judgment in failing to provide better protection for his troops within the command authority available to him, the report concluded. As the commander, he bears the principal responsibility for the inadequacy of the security posture at the BLT headquarters. The full 78-page report, which was released days later, attempted to soften the criticism of Garrity, recognizing the impossible task he had faced. Colonel Garrity is a dedicated and talented officer who was given a difficult mission that, as he interpreted it, became increasingly more difficult to perform without exposing the Marines under his command to significant death or injury, it stated. This is not a case of dereliction of duty or of neglect. but it is a case of misjudgment with the most serious consequences. In addition to the on-scene commanders, the subcommittee faulted senior military leaders in the chain of command, who failed to provide adequate intelligence support for the Marines, as well as exercise sufficient oversight of the security in Beirut. Visits by higher-level commanders, the report stated, were commonly familiarization briefings and appeared not to provide positive oversight, such as directives to improve security. The lawmakers likewise blamed the administration, while of necessity calling attention to the failures of local commanders within their area of responsibility. It added, the subcommittee must also call to account the higher policy-making authority that adopted and continued a policy that placed military units in a deployment where protection was inevitably inadequate. The subcommittee urged the White House to review its Lebanon policy, as well as apply pressure on Gemayel to find a political answer to his nation's ills. The solution to Lebanon's problem will only be found at the bargaining table, the report said. We must not in any way encourage the perception that a solution can be found on the battlefield with the participation of U.S. armed forces. On a larger level, the lawmakers questioned the administration's repeated assertion that America's Middle East policy was predicated upon victory in Lebanon. Does the success of our policy really depend on a deadly deployment of Marines who weren't even there 2 years ago? The report asked. Sustained deployment of American personnel in a situation of certain further casualties is a grave moral choice for policymakers, a choice in which the Congress must ultimately share. Such a choice should be made only if the policy objectives are visible, profoundly important, and clearly obtainable. The subcommittee voted 9-3 to accept the report. Republican Representatives Bob Stump and David Martin, two of the three who voted against the report, submitted a dissenting view, arguing that it was too much to blame France and Garrity for the attack. The lawmakers pointed to the successful bombing 10 days later of the Israelis in Tyre. Guards there had loaded weapons and opened fire, yet the terrorist still was ultimately successful. Only with hindsight do we feel the field commanders can be faulted for failing to perceive and protect against a threat of the nature and magnitude of the successful terrorist attack of October 23rd. The lawmakers concluded. To assign culpability for not defending against this specific type of attack to those who did not have the benefit of 20/20 hindsight, while remembering that the mission had not changed although the conditions had changed drastically, is unfair. Chapter 61. The systematic, carefully orchestrated terrorism which we see in the Middle East represents a new dimension of warfare. Report of the Long Commission, December 20th, 1983. Congress was not alone in its hunt for answers. At the urging of General Kelly, Weinberger ordered a Pentagon probe of the bombing. To lead the investigation, the Defense Secretary turned to 63-year-old Admiral Robert Long, a veteran submariner who began his career in the Pacific during World War II. Over the years, Long had ascended the ranks, serving as head of the Atlantic Submarine Force and later Vice Chief of Naval Operations. The four-star admiral had retired in July as the nation's Pacific Fleet commander when Weinberger called with an urgent request. "You know," Long protested, "I just retired." "I'm sorry, Bob," Weinberger said, "but I need you." To aid with the investigation, the admiral tapped Marine Lieutenant General Lawrence Snowden, Air Force Lieutenant General Eugene Ty, Jr., and Army Lieutenant General Joseph Pilastra, Jr., a selection that guaranteed each service branch was represented. At Weinberger's request, he rounded out the commission with one civilian, Robert Murray, a Harvard faculty member and former Undersecretary of the Navy and Deputy Assistant Secretary for Defense. These 5 commissioners, aided by nearly 3 dozen experts, convened on November 7th, launching a 6-week probe that would interview 125 witnesses spread across 6 countries. Weinberger made it very clear to me that I had absolute carte blanche authority to look at anything, ask anyone, and in no way did he direct that my conclusions and recommendations should be limited in any way, Long recalled. It was a very broad charter. Unlike Congress, which held at least some public hearings and later produced a transcript of most of the testimony, witnesses before the Long Commission appeared in closed session. Interviews were informal. No one testified under oath, and no transcript was published. The entire board questioned primary witnesses, while secondary officials and experts were often interviewed by a single commission member and staff. All members visited Beirut and toured the blast site. Over the course of the investigation, the panel cast a wide net, examining the airport's security, the rules of engagement, failures in intelligence, and the role of the chain of command. The Commission, as its report noted, did not question the political decision to insert the Marines into Lebanon and did not address the political necessity of their continued participation in the multinational force following the 23 October 1983 terrorist attack. The 166-page report, 19 pages of which still remain classified, even after more than 4 decades, reiterated many of the findings of the House Armed Services Committee's investigation. But unlike Congress, which focused largely on security breakdowns and individual culpability in the lead-up to the attack, the Long Commission sounded a much greater alarm, echoing the concerns raised by General Kelly and Colonel Garrity. In short, terrorism was here to stay, and America needed to prepare. The Commission believes that the most important message it can bring to the Secretary of Defense is that the 23 October 1983 attack on the Marine Battalion Landing Team headquarters in Beirut was tantamount to an act of war using the medium of terrorism, the report declared. Much needs to be done on an urgent basis to prepare U.S. military forces to defend against and counter terrorist warfare. The commissioners, as the report made clear, couldn't help but grudgingly admire the true genius of the terrorists, who managed to plan and execute an attack that exceeded the imagination of those responsible for the security of the Marines. A sucker punch that effectively floored everyone. For the terrorists, the attack was an overwhelming success, the panel concluded. It achieved complete tactical surprise and resulted in the total destruction of the headquarters and the deaths of 241 U.S. military personnel. Proof of that success was evident in the continual stream of tragic images broadcast on American televisions, the debate that dominated editorial pages, and the fiery speeches of lawmakers who paced the floors of Capitol Hill. The psychological fallout of the attack on the U.S. has been dramatic, the commissioners wrote. The terrorists sent the U.S. a strong political message. Such an act was possible in part because of a systemic breakdown in intelligence. The Marines not only lacked vital human intelligence, but also had no way to effectively process the flood of car bomb reports that arrived each week. It is difficult to overstate, the report noted, the magnitude of the intelligence problem in a milieu where high-casualty terrorist acts are relatively easy to perpetrate, yet hard to stop. The panel added that attacks like the one against the embassy or Marines require few resources or manpower, making them exceptionally hard to intercept in the planning stages. The terrorists in Lebanon and the Middle East are formidable opponents. In general, they are intensely dedicated and professional, the report stated. They are exceptionally well-trained, well-equipped, and well-supported. With state sponsorship, these terrorists are less concerned about building a popular base and are less inhibited in committing acts which cause massive destruction or inflict heavy casualties. The report charted how various factions in Lebanon, who had initially welcomed the Marines as heroes, increasingly came to view them as pro-Israel, pro-Falange, and anti-Muslim. The use of naval gunfire to support the Lebanese at Souk al-Garb was the tipping point, cementing the reputation of the Marines as belligerents. By the end of September 1983, the situation in Lebanon had changed to the extent that not one of the initial conditions upon which the mission statement was premised was still valid, the report noted. The environment clearly was hostile. As the political situation deteriorated, America expanded the role of the Marines, including training local forces, supplying weapons and ammunition, and ultimately changing the rules of engagement to aid the Lebanese. America's intention was never to back one side in the conflict. It is undeniable, however, the Commission wrote, that the facts of political life in Lebanon make any attempt on the part of an outsider to appear non-partisan virtually impossible. Into this volatile mix landed Iran, which had no interest in Lebanese reconciliation. Iranian operatives in Lebanon are in the business of killing Americans. At this point, the Commission argued, senior leaders in the chain of command should have intervened to help the Marines adapt to the evolving threats. Similar to Congress, the panel found no evidence that any visits by high-ranking officers to Beirut resulted in security improvements. In Long's interview with General Bernard Rogers, commander of U.S. forces in Europe, the admiral zeroed in on that oversight. "Why did you not change the mission?" Long asked. "Why had you not given them adequate rules of engagement?" "Bob," he replied, "I wouldn't think of telling Marines how to do their job." That failure of oversight by upper echelons in the chain of command was a key factor in the attack's success. The rising threat demanded constant reassessment and systematic and aggressive attention to defend against possible terrorism. In addition, the commissioners noted that even the mission's basic concept of presence was interpreted differently throughout the chain of command. The panel therefore recommended the Defense Secretary take whatever administrative or disciplinary action he deemed appropriate. The Commission holds the view that military commanders are responsible for the performance of their subordinates, the report stated. The commander can delegate some or all of his authority to his subordinates, but he cannot delegate his responsibility for the performance of any of the forces he commands. In that sense, the responsibility of military command is absolute. The Commission likewise faulted Garrity and Lieutenant Colonel Larry Gerlach, concluding that the security measures at the airport were not commensurate with the threat or sufficient to stop the attack. The panel acknowledged that Garrity was deluged with intel, though none of it specifically related to such a strike. He likewise had never been briefed in detail about the embassy bombing and the destructive potential of gas-enhanced bombs. The Commission added that while it may have appeared wise to house so many troops in the battalion landing team building, that decision ultimately contributed to the catastrophic loss of life. Despite circumstances beyond either Garrity's or Gerlach's control, the panel recommended that the Secretary of Defense take either administrative or disciplinary action against them. Similar to Congress, the panel clearly was impressed by Garrity, a fact made evident by comments Admiral Long later made about him in an oral history. "I don't think I have ever seen a finer young man than Colonel Garrity," he said, extremely conscientious. Even though the panel professed it would not examine politics, the report included what the Washington Post characterized as a scarcely veiled indictment of the mission. America's response to the deteriorating environment on the ground had been to lean more heavily on the military, which was no longer feasible. It was time to find a diplomatic way out of the Lebanese fiasco. The Commission recommends, the report concluded, that the Secretary of Defense continue to urge that the National Security Council undertake a re-examination of alternative means of achieving U.S. objectives in Lebanon, to include a comprehensive assessment of the military security options being developed by the chain of command, and a more vigorous and demanding approach to pursuing diplomatic alternatives. On December 20th, Admiral Long forwarded the report to Weinberger along with a letter signed by all the commissioners. "The completion of our work," Long wrote, "leaves us with a deep sense of loss. Because of the magnitude and viciousness of the tragedy, feelings of great pride in the patriotism and heroism of the people serving in the United States military, and a firm conviction that our report brings you constructive findings and recommendations that can help you take steps to improve our defense capabilities in several critical areas." The Defense Secretary poured through the Commission's findings. Weinberger had been around Washington long enough to recognize that the report was, as he later described it, a bombshell. Not only did it note systemic breakdowns, but more importantly, it highlighted the larger battle that had raged for months over the use of force as a tool for diplomacy. It likewise singled out America's intervention at the Souk al-Garb, which McFarlane had pushed, as the turning point. The Commission's findings, Weinberger said, placed before the public many of the arguments I had been making privately for well over a year, such as the abysmal inadequacy of using a word such as presence as a substitute for a valid and properly equipped military mission, and the nonsensical emphasis on quite inadequate military options as a tool of influence when, in fact, the Lebanese political landscape was cracking beneath our feet. Weinberger forwarded the report to Reagan 3 days later with a 5-page summary and a 3-page breakdown of security upgrades instituted in the wake of the attack. Unless the president objected, Weinberger wrote that he planned to release the report that day at a press conference. "It will result in significant publicity," he predicted in his memo. "Terrorism and the situation in Lebanon both confront us with difficult days ahead." But the White House balked. 30 minutes before Weinberger was scheduled to meet with the press, a Pentagon spokesman announced to reporters that the release would be delayed. A senior Defense Department official told the New York Times that Bud McFarlane had put the brakes on the report's release. "It's clear from the report," one official said, "that you can't pin blame on the Marine commanders in Beirut without holding their superiors equally responsible, and you can't blame the military without saying the policy was a major factor." In a 3-page top-secret memo to the president, McFarlane warned that punishing the Marines or senior commanders could open a Pandora's box, triggering a long and corrosive process with a potentially serious and unpredictable outcome. The National Security Advisor had another idea, one based purely on politics, not altruism. As the Commander-in-Chief, Reagan should take responsibility for the tragedy. In doing this, you would explain that there is blame enough to go around and that none of us fully anticipated or prepared for such a monstrous example of state-sponsored terrorism, McFarlane wrote. You could further argue that hindsight leads to the conclusion that the entire chain of command should have been better prepared for this tragic eventuality. The sad but incontrovertible facts are that our troops in Lebanon, our military organization in general, and indeed our entire nation, were ill-equipped to deal with a trend which began with the Beirut embassy bombing in April 1983. McFarlane urged the president, despite 241 deaths coupled with the panel's recommendation that the White House find a new approach in Lebanon, to publicly declare his commitment to not back down. Simply put, if we yield to pressure for withdrawal now, we will tacitly condone the use of terror as an instrument of policy, McFarlane wrote. Pulling out the Marines will not solve the root cause of the tragedy in Beirut. Reagan followed that advice. At 9:16 a.m. on December 27th, and 1 day prior to the report's public release, the president entered the White House briefing room armed with a 3-page statement, which McFarlane and his staff had helped prepare. During his 5-minute remarks, the president said that despite the difficult job, the United States had helped deliver positive changes in Lebanon. We do not expect utopia, Reagan said, but I believe that we're on the verge of new progress toward national reconciliation and the withdrawal of foreign forces. The president likewise followed McFarlane's recommendation and shouldered the blame for the terrorist bombing. I do not believe, Reagan continued, that the local commanders on the ground, men who have already suffered quite enough, should be punished for not fully comprehending the nature of today's terrorist threat. If there is to be blame, it properly rests here, in this office, and with this president. And I accept responsibility for the bad as well as the good. The president's acceptance of blame prior to the report's release was designed to detract from the commission's harsh criticism of his policies. To further minimize the political damage, the White House barred Weinberger from hosting his planned press conference. A move, reporters complained, was designed to rob television crews of footage. The administration likewise printed only minimal copies of the report for the media and Congress, forcing the public to wait a week. Despite such efforts, headlines showed the press zeroed in on the panel's criticism of the White House. Pentagon blasts policy on Beirut, trumpeted the Chicago Tribune. Report hits U.S. reliance on force in Lebanon, added the Washington Post. Pentagon report could be Reagan liability, declared the Santa Cruz Sentinel. Many newspapers, ranging from the Los Angeles Times to the Philadelphia Inquirer, published the report's executive summary, which circumvented the administration's efforts to downplay the findings. The harsh back-to-back reports by Congress and the Pentagon reignited a furor among lawmakers. who would not reconvene until January 23rd. Democratic Representative Barbara Mikulski of Maryland called for Weinberger's ouster, while House Speaker Tip O'Neill signaled it might be time to reconsider the 18-month deployment deal. The president showed great courage in sending the Marines into what everyone knew would be a difficult assignment, said Republican Senator William Roth, Jr. of Delaware. The president should now show that same courage by admitting that this course of action failed. The Marines are not heroes in Lebanon, added Representative Bill Alexander, an Arkansas Democrat, but are victims of an unclear and vacillating policy. Editorial pages around the country echoed those concerns. The Beirut bombing is a lesson, argued the Wichita Eagle, on the folly of militaristic diplomacy. Many of the families of the Marines poured through the news accounts, which only salted wounds and sparked bitterness. Included among those was Bill Stelpflug's mother, who criticized Reagan's public posturing. He should not make grandstand heroics like he's protecting the military, Peggy Stelpflug said. It's his fault for putting them there. How, she asked, after all that had happened, could the Marines remain? It's too late for Billy, she concluded. It's not too late for the others. Chapter 62. Day by day, the United States moves deeper into the Lebanese quagmire. Anthony Lewis, New York Times, December 15, 1983. Amid the continued violence in Lebanon and the political furor of the investigations in Washington, Colonel Garrity and his Marines returned home on the morning of December 7th. The Austin was the first of the 5 ships in the flotilla to ease into port at Morehead City, ending a nearly 3-week journey across the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. The return that cold morning to the same port where the Marines had embarked back in May brought an end to the 200-day deployment, a mission of peace that had proven anything but peaceful. The troops who lined the rails, anxious to catch a glimpse of loved ones on the pier below, were the survivors, men who had endured the escalating violence in Beirut followed by the catastrophic terrorist attack. The Marines had learned en route home that 8 more of their comrades had been killed in Beirut, victims of a Druze rocket attack. Sometimes it seemed like we left here just yesterday, but if you look back at everything that happened, recalled Lance Corporal Chris Flask, it feels like we were there several years. On the pier below stood 400 fathers and mothers, wives and children, many waving yellow flags and cheering. Joining them were 3 bands, 1 from the Marine Corps and 2 from East and West Carteret high schools, as well as an army of kindergartners from Beaufort Elementary School. The children, dressed in jackets, hats, and gloves to fend off the cold, held up single letters that together spelled, "Merry Christmas." "We just wanted to show them that we love them," said teacher Pat Muller. "We're just proud to be Americans." Families scanned the faces at the rails. "It's him!" Jerry Aycock shouted when she spotted her son, Lance Corporal Kenneth Newton. "It's really him. He's alive." Major General Alfred Gray came aboard to give the troops a pep talk, ending with the 3 words the men so longed to hear. "Let's go ashore," the general hollered. The troops erupted in cheers. At 10:41 a.m., the Marines, dressed in fatigues and carrying rifles and packs, saluted the flag and filed one after the other down the 37 steps of the ship's gangway. The troops boarded Trailways buses for the 40-mile ride to Jacksonville, where the Chamber of Commerce had hung red, white, and blue bunting and tied yellow ribbons around every utility pole leading into town. Signs in front of businesses heralded the arrival of the hometown heroes, while residents emerged from houses to applaud. The outpouring of support overwhelmed some of the troops. "I've never been any more proud of being a Marine than I was that day," recalled Mark Singleton. "It made you cry," others agreed. "To be back home still feels like a dream," said Lance Corporal Michael Cerniglia. "It's just so good to be back, alive." The Marines came from all over the country, which meant not everyone had loved ones on hand to welcome them. As the dismissed troops rushed into the arms of wives and children, others drifted to a nearby row of phone booths. A news reporter watched one Marine step inside, prop his rifle up against the glass, and pick up the receiver. "Hello, Mom," he announced, wiping tears from his eyes. I'm home." Despite Reagan's acceptance of blame for the attack, Weinberger insisted on punishing the commanders. He checked with the White House, discovering that the president's absolution applied only to courts-martial, not administrative reprimands. Based on that information, Secretary of the Navy John Lehman issued Garrity and Lieutenant Colonel Gerlach non-punitive letters of instruction. For Garrity, it was one more blow. 2 days after the colonel arrived home to the joyous celebrations at Camp Lejeune, he was relieved of command. His Marine Corps career was effectively over. "Although this letter will not be placed in your official record," Lehman wrote, "it is intended as a non-punitive reminder that your actions as commander were not sufficient to prevent this tragedy." Gerlach, who most had believed would succumb to his injuries, had miraculously survived. He had spent days in a coma in a Shiite hospital before being transferred to the Iwo Jima, Cyprus, and Germany, before returning home to a Veterans Administration hospital in Boston. Gerlach was in a hospital bed recovering from wounds that would leave him dependent on a wheelchair for the rest of his life when his letter of reprimand reached him. No one else would ever be punished. Chapter 63. Perhaps the greatest American miscalculation was believing that Lebanon, after 9 years of civil war, could be put back together again. Thomas Friedman, New York Times, February 19, 1984. The fallout from the back-to-back investigations into Beirut was only one challenge the president faced. As 1983 wound down, the situation in Lebanon escalated. On December 3rd, Syrian anti-aircraft guns and surface-to-air missiles in the Bekaa Valley targeted American reconnaissance planes. This prompted the Navy, with White House approval, to plan a retaliatory strike the following morning. Gunfire from the New Jersey was ruled out since there was no forward spotter to help guarantee accuracy. Furthermore, as Chief of Naval Operations Admiral James Watkins explained, a carrier strike was considered a more proportional response. "If you are shot at," the Admiral declared, "you shoot back." It was ironic that Syria's targeting of American reconnaissance planes warranted retaliation, but the murder of 241 soldiers, sailors, and Marines did not. The December strike, which would be the first air combat mission over Lebanon, involved 28 planes from the carriers Independence and John F. Kennedy. Planners scheduled the mission for 11 a.m., but pressure from Washington forced the strike to move up to 6:30 a.m. This made it impossible to arm and launch all the planes on time, which created stragglers, as well as put the rising sun directly in the eyes of the pilots. A morning haze that obscured the targets added to the challenge, forcing the air crews to fly low and into enemy fire. "Sams, Sams, Sams," airmen radioed. "I'm hit," one pilot announced moments later. "I'm hit." The morning mission quickly devolved into chaos. "Mayday, Mayday, this is 305. I'm proceeding over the water now." Commander Edward Andrews managed to guide his burning A-7 Corsair over the Mediterranean, where he ejected and was later plucked from the sea by a Christian fisherman and his son. Syrian missiles also brought down a 2-seat A-6 Intruder. The airmen ejected, but pilot Lieutenant Mark Lang landed hard, during which time his left leg was severed. He ultimately bled to death. Bombardier and navigator Lieutenant Robert Goodman, who suffered some broken ribs and a separated left shoulder, was captured by the Syrians. The botched strike demoralized the Navy's airmen. George Wilson, the Washington Post reporter embedded on the Kennedy, made the rounds that afternoon to interview the mission's planners and air crews. "I found rage, bitterness, sadness, rationalization, and protest," he said. "I heard no more talk about bombing Lebanon back to the Stone Age." On December 14th, after pilots reported more Syrian anti-aircraft fire, the New Jersey joined the fight, firing her massive 16-inch guns for the first time since the Vietnam War. The gunfire from the 59,000-ton battleship, which steamed just 2 miles offshore, rattled the capital as 1,900-pound rounds thundered overhead. Everything was shaking along the coast, one Marine on the beach recalled. People were rushing to the beach to watch. When Congress reconvened in January, the battle moved from the Middle East to Washington. Speaker of the House Tip O'Neill, who had helped Reagan pass his compromise to keep Marines in Beirut for another 18 months, announced it was time to bring the troops home. House Democrats readied a resolution demanding a withdrawal. "We are trying to keep this as non-political as we possibly can," the Massachusetts Democrat said. "We want to bring those boys home as quickly and as safely as we can." O'Neill's about-face infuriated the president. "He may be ready to surrender," Reagan retorted, "but I'm not. As long as there is a chance for peace, the mission remains the same." But O'Neill pushed back. "Lebanon is not a test of how tough we are," he countered, "but of how smart we are." The president's masterful speech on October 27th had bought him some much-needed time to find a solution in Lebanon, which the administration had since squandered. Gemayel's heralded reconciliation talks in Geneva had failed to deliver any real results. Neither had Schultz nor McFarlane, whose habitual answer was to expand the military's role. Other ideas ranged from inviting new countries to join the multinational force to encouraging Iraq and Turkey to stir up tensions along their borders with Syria to distract Assad. Despite efforts to forge ahead, analysts prepared a fallback plan, one with scaled-back objectives that would allow America to hurry up and leave Lebanon, but not look defeated. "We must avoid the appearance of being forced out or of forsaking our commitments," one discussion paper stated. "But we must plan for and create the conditions that permit us to leave in a credible way." Weinberger had his own idea on how to accomplish that goal. The defense secretary advocated America pull the Marines back aboard ship. "This is consistent," he urged the president, "with the view that I have expressed in the past. Placing our forces offshore would allow us to fulfill our commitment and support our basic objectives, and at the same time maintain public and congressional support for the job we are doing in Lebanon." Lebanon remained a fiasco, and the public knew it. "Virtually all of the serious press," one memo noted, "has turned against us. Polls showed 6 out of 10 Americans disapproved of the president's handling of the situation in Lebanon. An equal number believed it was time to bring the troops home. Scorching editorials and commentary reflected the public's views. "How long," asked Tom Brokaw of NBC's Nightly News, "can this go on?" "The solution for a change is simple," added the Los Angeles Times. "Get the Marines out. Do it now." The Miami Herald agreed. "It is time," the paper declared, "to cut America's losses in a place where nothing is to be gained." 3 former CIA directors, William Colby, Admiral Stansfield Turner, and James Schlesinger, went on the Sunday morning talk shows to urge Reagan to withdraw the Marines. "The worst of all policies," Schlesinger said, "is simply to hang in there." The 8 Democratic presidential candidates, all united in demanding America's withdrawal, used it as a sledgehammer to pound the president, who faced re-election that fall. This came as 2 more Marines died in January, one in a rocket-propelled grenade attack and the other in a battle with Shiite militiamen. In what no doubt humiliated Reagan, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who was running for the Democratic presidential nomination, flew to Damascus and secured the release of downed Navy pilot Lieutenant Goodman. Lebanon was a political bleeder that needed a tourniquet. Faced with this reality, Reagan's diary shows that on January 26, 1984, the president and his national security advisors settled on a plan to redeploy the Marines back aboard ship, a move he first wanted to run past Gemayel. "We were," one Pentagon official admitted, "desperate to get out." Even McFarlane realized it was over, a fact that crystallized in a conversation with Chief of Staff James Baker. "Bud," he asked, "what is the light at the end of the tunnel?" "There really isn't any," McFarlane finally acknowledged. For days after that secret decision, Reagan continued to trumpet America's support for Lebanon, even as he continued to publicly feud with Tip O'Neill. "The situation in Lebanon is difficult, frustrating, and dangerous," the president said in his weekly radio address on February 4th. "But that is no reason to turn our backs on friends and to cut and run." 48 hours later, Beirut exploded in violence. Thousands of Druze and Amal militiamen who for days had battled the Lebanese military in the southern slums overran the capital on February 6th. Terrified residents fled, creating gridlock amid a cacophony of car horns. Many chose to abandon their vehicles in the streets as artillery rained down and fires erupted. Throughout Beirut, machine guns rattled. The army declared a 1:30 p.m. shoot-to-kill curfew. Panic gripped the city today, the Washington Post reported, in the face of a breakdown of what was left of law and order. "It's a living hell," declared resident Lily Klink. "We have rockets coming down on us one a minute. There are no lights and smoke is everywhere." In a bloated Jamael, the nation's Sunni Prime Minister, Shafiq Wazan, resigned, along with the entire cabinet. But that paled compared to the next punch. Lebanon's army of 37,000 soldiers, many of whom were trained by the Marines and who had represented America's hope for a stable future, suddenly disintegrated. As many as 40% of the officers and enlisted men defected to join the militias, bringing their American-made weapons with them. Militiamen rumbled through Beirut in tanks and armored personnel carriers. In the streets and the rubble and at former army checkpoints, observed the Philadelphia Inquirer's David Zucchino, soldiers kissed their new militia brothers in ritualistic rapprochement. Such scenes demoralized the Marines. It was, recalled Major Ernest Van Huss, just a helpless feeling. American leaders watched in horror as much of Jamael's government and military collapsed. It was an intolerable situation, recalled Army Attaché Major Joseph Engelhardt. There was no more good to be done. On February 7th, one day after violence engulfed Beirut, President Reagan announced plans to pull the Marines back aboard ships. He did so not in a televised speech, but in a written statement handed out to reporters in Las Vegas as he traveled to his California ranch. The White House planned to keep the Marines off the coast for now, a move that allowed the administration to downplay any suggestion that America was abandoning Lebanon. "We don't consider this a withdrawal," Larry Speaks assured reporters, "but more of a redeployment." But many in the press saw through the administration's efforts to put a positive spin on the pullout. Chicago Tribune editorial cartoonist Jeff McNally lampooned the White House's characterization in a cartoon that compared Beirut to Napoleon's redeployment from Moscow and Custer's last redeployment. The president attempted to balance the news of the pullout by expanding the use of naval gunfire and air power against any units firing into Beirut, including from areas controlled by Syria. "Those who conduct these attacks," Reagan declared, "will no longer have sanctuary from which to bombard Beirut at will." Reagan's announcement drew praise on Capitol Hill, even as many lawmakers argued that the decision was long overdue. "The president has recognized the irreversible drift of events," observed Senator Charles Mathias, Jr., a Maryland Republican. But not all were pleased, including Senator Barry Goldwater. The Arizona Republican was the lone lawmaker who had advocated bringing the Marines home after the embassy bombing the previous April, a position that at the time drew scorn from fellow lawmakers and opinion writers. "Moving them out to the ships is not enough," Goldwater argued. "I'd move them all the way home." The Marines in Lebanon, who had hunkered down amid the fighting, welcomed the news. Since arriving in November, when the smell of rot still hung in the air, troops had turned the airport into a fortress. The work, as Major Van Huss recalled, was continuous day and night. Aided by 74 Navy Seabees and another 99 Marine combat engineers, troops had sunk more than 400 shipping containers into the ground and built another 348 bunkers and 2-man fighting holes. A tank ditch and a 9-foot-tall earthen berm that encircled the Marine compound added to the security upgrades, all of which America planned to abandon. "I'm ready to go," exclaimed Lance Corporal Samuel Lee. "I've got women to meet and beers to drink." Others were more reflective. "There's no hope for this country," explained Lance Corporal Adam Morales. "They've been fighting for centuries. You can't change that." America's decision to withdraw triggered an exodus among the other multinational forces. The British left on February 8th, followed 12 days later by the Italians. The French, who had once controlled Lebanon, were the only force that planned to remain. In the days ahead, Marines packed supplies and hauled them out to the ships. Others built bonfires to torch records. On February 26th, the last of the Marines prepared to depart, bringing an end to America's year-and-a-half involvement in Lebanon. Throughout that morning, helicopters ferried troops out to ships while tanks and amphibious vehicles plunged into the surf. Navy gunboats patrolled the shoreline. Artillery thundered in the mountains while black smoke drifted over the beach. News reporters traipsed through the sand for final interviews. "No more wounded, no more killed," said Gunnery Sergeant Michael McGilbray. "Let these people kill themselves." "This place is crazy," added Lance Corporal Michael Bullard. Unfortunately, policy dictated that the Marines had to leave behind several mongrel dogs, who sported names like Bunker and Ceasefire, strays who watched from the shore as the troops departed. "They were the only real friends we had in Lebanon," lamented Staff Sergeant Jeffrey Roberts. The last personnel carrier hit the beach around 12:30 p.m. The officer hollered at his troops to load up. "Get in there, I don't care how, just get in," he shouted. "You all fit when we came, and you better do it now. Let's go. Let's get out of here." At 12:37 p.m., the personnel carrier rumbled across the sand and into the surf, headed toward the landing ship USS Manitowoc. The reporters all watched. "Goodbye, folks," Staff Sergeant Jerry Elokonich shouted. 3 minutes later, a jeep flying the green flag of the Amal militia rolled up onto the beach, followed by a pickup truck with a .50 caliber machine gun. At 12:43, 6 minutes after the Marines left, militiamen ran the Amal flag up over the watchtower. One unnamed Marine left behind a poem penned in blue ink on the door frame of an underground bunker. 27 words that would serve as the mission's epitaph. "They sent us to Beirut to be targets who could not shoot. Friends will die into an early grave. Was there any reason for what they gave?" Within the hour, as Marines settled aboard the ships, the New Jersey once again opened fire, hurling 16 one-ton shells at Syrian gun positions in the mountains. The destroyer Carr joined the fight, firing another 50 rounds from its 5-inch guns. The Marines remained offshore as the days turned to weeks, time to allow the political turmoil in Washington to die down. By then, too, it had become clear that the political situation in Lebanon was truly hopeless, a fact that coincided with the continued unraveling of security in the capital. In January, terrorists assassinated Dr. Malcolm Carr, the president of the American University in Beirut, in his campus office building. Carr's assassination was followed in March by the kidnapping of CNN bureau chief Jeremy Levin, who managed to escape after almost a year in captivity. Levin proved far more fortunate, however, than CIA station chief William Buckley. The former Army Special Forces officer and Vietnam veteran was grabbed that same month by Shiite terrorists and would later die a prisoner of Hezbollah. The deteriorating situation no doubt prompted France to reverse course and announce plans to pull out on March 24th. "The mission," President François Mitterrand declared, "has been fulfilled, and we cannot be one of the factors intervening in what is a civil war." In the war for Lebanon, Syria was the clear victor. Gemayel, in an effort to save himself, caved to Assad's demands and repudiated the May 17th agreement that Schultz had taken such pride in and that had once served as the blueprint for America's diplomatic efforts. As the U.S. tide goes out, one reporter observed, the Syrian tide comes in. On March 30th, 1984, Reagan sent his final report to Congress, alerting lawmakers that he planned to officially terminate America's involvement with the multinational force, ending the nation's 18-month misadventure in Lebanon. America's intervention, he wrote, had come at the steep price of 264 killed and another 137 wounded. The unsuccessful operation, the president added, had cost taxpayers $60 million, a figure that in today's dollars would run nearly $200 million. These were, Reagan wrote, heavy burdens and grievous losses for our country. In an effort to save face, the president noted that the embassy remained open while a limited number of American troops would help train and advise what was left of the Lebanese military. The United States, Reagan wrote, has not abandoned Lebanon. The backroom brawl that pitted Shultz, McFarlane, and the National Security Council staff against Weinberger, Vesey, and the Joint Chiefs spilled out into the open air in the form of dueling public speeches, best characterized by a Washington Post reporter as a cockfight. America's failure in Lebanon had bruised Shultz, who blamed both Congress for meddling via the War Powers Resolution and Weinberger for his reluctance to use military force. The hard reality is that diplomacy not backed by military strength is ineffectual, the Secretary of State argued. Leverage as well as goodwill is required. Power and diplomacy are not alternatives. They must go together, or we will accomplish very little in this world. Never one to back down from a fight, the Defense Secretary countered. The nebulous mission in Lebanon had clarified his views on the use of force, which he distilled into 6 criteria leaders should consider before sending troops into combat. In what became known as the Weinberger Doctrine, the Defense Secretary argued that leaders first should make sure any commitment of troops is vital to American national interest, and that the nation has a clear intent to win. Political and military objectives must clearly be defined, and reassessments made continually as the situation evolves. There should be a reasonable expectation that Congress and the public would support the conflict, and finally, force must be used only as the last resort. Employing our forces almost indiscriminately and as a regular and customary part of our diplomatic efforts, Weinberger argued, would surely plunge us headlong into the sort of domestic turmoil we experienced during the Vietnam War, without accomplishing the goal for which we committed our forces. Such politics might very well tear at the fabric of our society. The tragedy of Lebanon would forever haunt Reagan. Every day since the death of those boys, he wrote years later in his memoir, I have prayed for them and their loved ones. After he decided in March to bring the troops home, Reagan sat down with a pen and paper and recorded his thoughts on the tragedy. His personal secretary later typed his notes and delivered them to White House speechwriters for possible inclusion in a future address. But the president's private words would never be uttered in public. His 5 pages read like an anguished apology to the men he had sent into harm's way, men who had lived up to the finest traditions of the United States Marine Corps. The goal we sought in that troubled place was worthy of their best, and they gave their best. They were no part of our failure to achieve that goal. In the end, hatreds centuries old were too much for all of us. Reagan concluded, yes, our Marines are coming home, but only because they did all that could be done. Semper Fi, and God bless them. Chapter 64. The road that led 1,800 U.S. Marines to the hell of Beirut was paved with noble intentions. Miami Herald editorial, January 26, 1984. Over the years, the violence continued. More kidnappings, more hijackings, more bombings. But Hussein al-Musawi, the architect of the bombing of the battalion landing team headquarters, saw his terrorism stardom fade compared to his Hezbollah colleague, Imad Mughniya. By the mid-1990s, news coverage of the bearded terror leader who had once prompted Western journalists to trek up to his Bekaa Valley headquarters dwindled to a trickle, with at least one report claiming that an Israeli airstrike snuffed him out. Mughniya, in contrast, who reportedly watched the bombing of the Marine headquarters, would experience a meteoric rise up the list of the world's most notorious terrorists, building a resume in cordite and blood. In addition to the attack on the Marines, Mughniya was accused of bombing the American embassy 6 months earlier, as well as the subsequent kidnapping, torture, and murder of CIA Station Chief William Buckley. Authorities fingered him for the hijacking of TWA Flight 847 from Athens to Rome, which led to the murder of Navy diver Robert Stetham, as well as the 1996 bombing of the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia, an attack that killed 19 American airmen and wounded more than 400 others. The Israelis wanted Mugnia for the 1992 bombing of their embassy in Argentina, followed 2 years later by an attack on a Jewish community center in Buenos Aires. The two bombings killed a combined total of 114 people and wounded hundreds more. The $5 million bounty the United States initially offered for Mugnia soon jumped to a staggering $25 million. There was an open license, one American official recalled, to find, fix, and finish Mugnia and anybody affiliated with him. But Mugnia proved hard to catch. The elusive terrorist, nicknamed the Father of Smoke, reportedly turned to plastic surgery to disguise his appearance. But in 2007, intelligence authorities learned that he was living in Damascus. Operatives shadowed the terrorist, monitoring his routine and associates. The CIA and the Mossad, which were working at the time to arrest the nuclear ambitions of Syria and Iran, began to plan a joint operation to assassinate him, one sanctioned by then-President George W. Bush. Authorities settled on a bomb, but rather than use a typical explosive that might result in civilian casualties, technicians developed what amounted to a claymore mine, one that was tested approximately 24 times at a secret facility in North Carolina. It was designed, one source recalled, to throw out everything in a specific direction. Once perfected, the bomb was flown to Jordan and then smuggled into Syria. Operatives obtained a local sport utility vehicle. Technicians loaded the bomb, which had a 2-second delay, into the rear-mounted spare tire. The operation was set. On February 12, 2008, Mugnia met with Hezbollah commanders in a neighborhood in the Syrian capital. The terror leader left around 10:30 p.m. and strolled back to his 2006 Mitsubishi Pajero. CIA operatives pressed the detonator. 1 second passed, then 2. The bomb exploded in a violent cloud of shrapnel. It separated Mr. Mugnia's arms, legs, and head from the remainder of his torso, which was catapulted about 50 feet through a window, one participant recalled. It worked exactly like it was supposed to. The United States and Israel publicly denied any involvement, though officials welcomed the news of his death. The world is a better place without this man in it, State Department spokesman Sean McCormick told reporters at the time. He was a cold-blooded killer, a mass murderer and terrorist responsible for countless innocent lives lost. Iran's ambassador to Syria, who had encouraged an extraordinary attack on the Marines, barely avoided a similar fate. In 1984, Israeli operatives sent Hojat ol-Islam Ali Akbar Mohtashemi a bomb hidden inside a book about Shiite holy places. When he opened the Valentine's Day gift, the bomb blew off his right hand and robbed him of 2 fingers on his left. In the end, however, it was not a bomb or an assassin's bullet that took him down. That honor fell to the coronavirus, which finished him off in a Tehran hospital in June 2021. 7 years after Mugnia's death, dogged American journalists tracked down and published details of the clandestine operation to take out the former terror leader. When interviewed, an unnamed former CIA operative in the Middle East offered an important message on Mugnia's death, one that no doubt resonated with the victims of his terrorism. "We will track you down," the operative said, "no matter how much time it takes." Epilogue. Lebanon has long been a land of deadly myths and delusions. Fuad Ajami, Middle East expert, February 12, 1984. Beirut was only the beginning. The attacks suffered at the hands of Islamic terrorists kicked off 4 decades of war that led American troops to battle in the mountains of Afghanistan and the streets of Iraq. Along the way, the United States suffered similar attacks again and again, from the bombing of our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania to the attack on the USS Cole in Yemen. General Kelly's greatest fear, the one he highlighted during his 1983 testimony before Congress, came true 18 years later on a cool September morning when hijackers flew planes into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, while another crashed into a field in Pennsylvania. The horror the Marines had suffered in the battered capital of Lebanon had come home. America would never be the same. The passage of time has offered a clearer view of the origins of what became America's global war on terrorism, allowing historians and participants to weigh in on the mission's value. Was the attempt to bring stability to Lebanon worth the cost in blood and treasure? Secretary of State George Shultz believed so. As the administration's leading advocate for intervention, he never wavered in his view that Lebanon was a vital building block of a stable Middle East. In his 1993 memoir, Shultz lamented the missed opportunity to enact change in 1982 when Israel and Syria were weakened by war. He placed blame not so much on himself as America's top diplomat, but on Special Envoys Philip Habib and Morris Draper. He likewise continued to point at the Pentagon's reluctance to use force to aid diplomatic negotiations. Success would have been of immense strategic value to us, Shultz wrote. Peace in Lebanon could contribute to peace elsewhere. Others in the administration disagreed, including Draper. Contrary to some of the rhetoric at the time, it was not of vital interest to us, he said. We could have just abandoned Lebanon quite easily. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General John Vesey agreed. The general who never supported the mission called the deaths of 241 service members a senseless tragedy. What were we trying to accomplish? What did we expect to accomplish with a battalion of Marines? He asked. If we were going to change Lebanon, it would take probably 4 or 5 divisions, and then we probably would not have succeeded. The deaths in Beirut scarred many in the Reagan administration. For me personally, Vesey added, it was the saddest day of my military career. The attack so upset Marine Commandant General Paul Kelly, who described it as the worst emotional trauma of my life, that the first line of his 2020 obituary in the New York Times mentioned his grief. The terrorist bombing likewise affected senior civilian leaders, including Michael Deaver, Reagan's deputy chief of staff. What a hellish waste it had all been, he lamented. Former press officer Larry Speakes echoed him. Lebanon, he wrote, was a place none of us in the Reagan administration ever wanted to hear about again after October 23, 1983. Few wrestled with the grief as much as the president, who called the parents and spouses of each Marine killed in the lead-up to the bombing. After the terrorist attack, he met with dozens of family members on a somber visit to Camp Lejeune. The loss of Marines hit Reagan hard, Vesey recalled. You could see it in his face. Whenever he mentioned it, it was clearly difficult for him. His own son, Michael Reagan, confirmed, noting that the loss of so many men would haunt the president until his death in 2004 at the age of 93. My father never really forgave himself for Beirut, he said, and took those Marine lives to his grave. Fears of political damage from Lebanon proved elusive. Though Reagan would go on to win re-election with ease in 1984, he captured a staggering 525 electoral votes to Walter Mondale's 13. The tragedy prompted much soul-searching for White House officials. The question that has nagged at me ever since the bombing of the Marines is how much did our opposition to being there affect our performance in ways that may have permitted the bombing, Vesey wondered. How much did our hopes to get out of there affect our ability to protect ourselves? Both Vesey and Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, who led the opposition to America's involvement, regretted not pushing harder to pull the Marines out before the terrorist attack. It was a disaster waiting to happen, Weinberger said. It was terrible to be proven right under such horrible circumstances. They should have been pulled out earlier. Unlike others in the administration, Bud McFarlane never publicly apologized or even acknowledged his own role in the catastrophe. If anything, he emerged more brazen, which led to his downfall during the Iran-Contra affair in 1986, a scandal in which the White House secretly sold arms to Khomeini in exchange for prisoners. The proceeds were then funneled to the Contra rebels in Nicaragua who were battling the communist Sandinistas. In a stunning and humiliating fall from grace, McFarlane was hauled before Congress to testify. On February 8, 1987, he popped 30 Valium pills, chasing them with wine in an attempt to end his life. He then climbed into bed next to his wife, hoping he would never wake up. He instead opened his eyes in the intensive care unit at Bethesda Naval Hospital. My life, he wrote, apparently was meant to go on. The following year, the former National Security Advisor pleaded guilty to charges of withholding information to Congress and was sentenced to 200 hours of community service. President George H.W. Bush pardoned McFarlane on Christmas Eve of 1992. "I so let the country down," McFarlane later admitted. He died in 2022 at the age of 84. Historians have proven equally as harsh in assessing the mission. The story of the Reagan administration's involvement in Lebanon is a case study of foreign policy calamity, argued biographer Lou Cannon. More than any other undertaking, the U.S. involvement in Lebanon demonstrates the naivete, ignorance, and undisciplined internal conflict characteristic of the Reagan presidency. William Quandt, a former National Security Council staffer, professor, and Middle East expert, was more diplomatic in his assessment. "The best laid of plans," he observed, "have a way of coming unraveled in Lebanon." That remains true today. Lebanon's civil war dragged on until 1990. The terror group Hezbollah, born in the Bekaa Valley in the early 1980s, is now a dominant political party. Similar to the Palestine Liberation Organization, Hezbollah operates like a state within a state, complete with its own military. In 2006, the militant group fought a 34-day war against Israel. More recently, Lebanon's economy is flatlined to the point it teeters on becoming a failed state. For the survivors and their families, and the families of those killed in the attack, Beirut would forever alter their lives, from coping with life-changing injuries and post-traumatic stress to dealing with the death of a husband, son, or father. This was a tragedy of people, where each was unique and each had a story, Rabbi Arnold Resnicoff so eloquently wrote afterward. Each had a past, and each had been cheated of a future. Micheline Earle, who had married Brian Earle 1 week before the bombing, faced deportation from the United States since her husband had been killed before he completed her residency application. As such, the teenager, who was on a temporary visa, could not leave the United States after his funeral, or else she risked not being able to return. She felt that Earle's family, who were always hospitable, blamed her for his death, since he had volunteered to return so he could marry her. Micheline also blamed herself. "Even to this day," she said recently, "I still question it." But Earle's goal, as he told his friends in Beirut, was to give her a new life outside war-torn Lebanon. Furthermore, to return home to an increasingly dangerous and radicalized country as the widow of an American sailor could spell her doom. So she stayed and fought for her citizenship. She lived in an apartment while lawmakers slowly worked on special legislation that would grant her permanent residency. If Micheline Earle's husband had not been killed in the tragic bombing, said Democratic Senator Howard Metzenbaum of Ohio, who sponsored the bill to help her, she would now be a permanent resident of the United States. It is only fitting that the Congress correct this injustice in honor of her husband's sacrifice. 1 year turned to 2, and then 3. For a young girl in a foreign land, the experience was lonely. Her only connection to home came via long-distance phone calls on which she could hear gunfire and explosions in the background. "I miss my mom," she told a reporter, "more than anybody else, more than anything else." In May 1986, Congress passed legislation granting her permanent residency, which Reagan signed into law. 4 years later, on April 27, 1990, she became a United States citizen. Micheline later remarried and had 2 daughters. Many of her family members have since moved from Lebanon and settled in America. Her first love, however, remains in her heart. "I have a lot more to celebrate in life and a lot more to be grateful for," she said recently. "But there will never, ever be another Brian. No one will ever take his memory away." Lisa Hudson struggled. Dr. Jim Ware, who had been close with John Hudson, visited her in Georgia after he returned from Beirut. Lisa's parents, like so many others wrestling with grief, questioned whether Hudson might have somehow survived, even though they had held a funeral and buried the young father on the family's farm in Georgia. "No," Ware assured her, "he's not alive." Ware related his insistence upon seeing Hudson when he was found in the rubble. He described his friend in a t-shirt with no shoes or dog tags. His right hand, Ware noted, covered his face with the palm facing upward. At the mention of that detail, Lisa jumped up and darted out of the room. only to return a moment later with a photograph. "Is this what he looked like?" she asked. The photo showed Hudson asleep with his hand over his face, his palm turned outward. "Yes," the dentist confirmed. "That's the way he slept," Lisa announced. The photograph proved that Hudson had never heard the bomb's blast or felt the rush of terror, but had instead died, like so many others, in his sleep. "For me, that was a wonderful moment because I had calmed her fears," Ware said. "Only I could do that." Lisa Hudson never remarried. She never met a man she loved as much as John Hudson, the irreverent trombonist who had once entertained thousands at Six Flags over Georgia. Lisa went back to work and raised the couple's son with help from her parents. At the 30th reunion of the Beirut veterans, Will Hudson delivered a powerful and emotional speech about what it was like to grow up without a father, a story that echoes through the lives of so many other children of the men killed in Lebanon. As a 4-year-old, Will Hudson asked his father's best friend if he would be his dad. On a father-son Cub Scout campout 3 years later, he cried himself to sleep. "I have lived every day of my life with a hole in my heart that will never be filled," he said. "I have never heard my father's voice, and I have never seen his face. I will never know what it feels like to have someone call you their son, and I will never know what it feels like to call someone dad. Every joyful milestone in my life has also been a painful reminder of what I was also missing." Many of the men who survived the bombing carry the physical and emotional scars of that day. Lieutenant Colonel Larry Gerlach remains dependent on a wheelchair. Navy Hospital Corpsman Don Howell is blind in his right eye. Brad Ulick not only suffers breathing problems from the dust he inhaled, but his hands are tattooed with scars from where he rubbed them raw, digging through the rubble. Scores more suffer with the guilt of surviving, including Stephen Russell and Henry Linkilla, both of whom were on duty that day. I was sergeant of the guard that morning and to this day hold myself personally responsible for what happened. At that exact moment in time, I was responsible for the security of each and every Marine, sailor, and soldier, Russell said. Survivor's guilt is real, and I am reminded every single day that I should not be there. That guilt is one of the reasons Linkilla doesn't feel comfortable going to Beirut reunions. I was the guy at the gate when it happened. I was the man standing there, he said. I find it hard to look at people. Ulick's emotional anguish is so severe that he has contemplated suicide. Why, he asks, did he survive and so many others did not? Every day I wake up, I have to tell myself that today is not the day I give up, he said. I feel so guilty for living. America's refusal to strike back in the wake of the attacks on the embassy and the Marines still troubles many, including Garrity. The failure of the United States to retaliate against this act of war sent the wrong message to the terrorist state power brokers in Tehran and Damascus, he said. Our timidity whetted the jihadists' appetite. Survivors and the families of those killed instead have increasingly turned to the courts for help. In 2001, 83 victims and families sued Iran for its role in the embassy bombing. 4 years later, a federal court judge ordered Iran to pay $126 million. The lawsuit is our way of fighting back, survivor Anne Damerel said at the time. It is the only way we have to make Iran accountable for the incredible pain it inflicted. Others have followed suit, including 26 survivors and nearly 1,000 family members of the troops killed in the bombing of the battalion landing team headquarters in Beirut. In 2007, a federal court ordered Iran to pay another $2.65 billion to those victims. This court is sadly aware that there is little it can do to heal the physical wounds and emotional scars, Judge Royce Lamberth said at the time. These individuals, whose hearts and souls were forever broken, waited patiently for nearly a quarter-century for justice to be done. Collecting that money has proven a challenge. The United States passed legislation in 2012 to make it easier for victims to seize assets from frozen accounts held by Bank Markazi, Iran's central bank. Lawyers for the bank sued, arguing that the legislation clearly targeted one entity and therefore violated the Constitution. The case went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, which in 2016 ruled 6-2 that Iran must pay up. Deborah Peterson, whose brother, Corporal James Nipple, died in the Marine bombing, was one of the plaintiffs. I don't think you ever really have closure, she said after the ruling. I'll always be sad that Jim didn't have a whole life, a full life. Despite the legal and financial setbacks, Iran has continued to publicly deny any involvement. In October 2023, however, a senior government official slipped up and publicly admitted his nation's role during an interview with the state-controlled Islamic Republic news agency. Syed Issa Tabatabai, who serves as Iran's representative in Lebanon, acknowledged that he traveled to Lebanon to help with the martyrdom operations. He likewise talked about Iran's efforts to nurture Hezbollah in the Baalbek area. The news agency quickly scrubbed those portions of the interview from its website, but not before international media outlets copied it. God made it possible, Tabatabai said, for me to continue the military activity. Colonel Garrity, a conscientious officer who many believed would one day serve as Commandant of the Marine Corps, saw his career ruined by Beirut. He retired from the service in 1986. Garrity went on to work for the CIA and its counterterrorist center and later in the private sector, applying the information he learned in Lebanon to his service in the intelligence field. He lives today in Arizona. Though Congress and the Pentagon blamed him for the attack, his own men do not. That was evident when he approached the lectern at the 40th Beirut Veterans Reunion in 2023. "I will follow you anywhere, sir," one man yelled from the back. Garrity wrote a book in 2009 titled Peacekeepers at War, in which he laid out the tremendous challenges he faced in Beirut and examined the pressure from Washington. America's mission, he concluded, was a noble undertaking that saved many lives before it was sadly undermined by terrorists intent to drive the multinational force from Lebanon. Civilized rules of behavior and moral codes, he wrote, are anathema to Islamic extremists. Over 4 decades later, Beirut remains a part of all the men who served there. Ware stayed in the Navy, where he later commanded the 1,200-bed hospital aboard the USNS Comfort, which helped with the rescue of earthquake victims in Haiti in 2010. After his retirement as a captain, he returned to his native Savannah, where he still practices dentistry. His good friend and fellow dentist, Dr. Gil Bigelow, retired from the Navy as a captain after a career that spanned the globe. A master parachutist and scuba diver, he now lives in Virginia. Chaplain Danny Wheeler, the last survivor pulled from the wreckage, remained on active duty for another 2.5 years before he transferred to the Naval Reserves. He returned home to Wisconsin, where he continued to serve as a Lutheran pastor. Now retired, Wheeler divides his time between Wisconsin and Hilton Island, South Carolina. His good friend Rabbi Resnikov retired from the Navy as a captain in 2001 after almost 3 decades of service. Resnikov, who lives in Washington, donated his camouflage kippah to the Navy Chaplain Corps Museum, along with the broken and charred welcome plaque from the peacekeeping chapel that was salvaged from the rubble. Don Howell, who was buried in the basement of the headquarters building, went back to school and became a trauma nurse. He lives today near where he grew up along the warm South Carolina coast in Charleston. Emmanuel Simmons settled in Jacksonville, North Carolina, near Camp Lejeune. He owns a gym, 10 Rounds of Fitness, where he trains boxers and helps people with Parkinson's disease. Burnham Matthews, who was hurled from a 3-story window, stayed in the service for 24 years. Upon retirement, he worked for the Marine Corps Warfighting Laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, and later the FBI, before he retired to the mountains of western North Carolina. Pablo Arroyo, who was also thrown out of the 3rd-floor window and buried in the rubble, remained in uniform for 4 more years. Arroyo went on to serve for another 2 decades with the Connecticut State Police and later the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Kenny Farnan left the Marines soon after the bombing. Like Arroyo, he too went into law enforcement, serving as a police officer with the city of Pittsburgh until his retirement in 2013. Mark Singleton retired from the Marines as a lieutenant colonel in 2004. He returned home to South Carolina, where he teaches history at Coastal Carolina University and is president of Rogue Kinetics, a self-defense, risk, and security consultancy. Bob Jordan and Randy Gatto, who handled public affairs in Lebanon, helped found the Beirut Veterans of America. Gatto even reprised his role in authoring and editing a new version of the Root Scoop. In 1986, the city of Jacksonville erected a monument on Lejeune Boulevard to honor the men killed in Beirut and Grenada. The memorial features a wall engraved with the 273 names of those who died. A bronze statue of a solitary soldier presides over the memorial, on which is etched a single sentence: "They came in peace." Every year, at 6 a.m., on the anniversary of the bombing, survivors and families gather at the memorial for a candlelight vigil. Each victim's name is read aloud. At 6:22 a.m., the moment the bomb detonated, the reading pauses, and a moment of silence follows. Gatto led the early morning service on October 23, 2023, to mark the 40th anniversary. "They are not just names," he reminded attendees. "They are real people, with personalities and passions, virtues and vices, good days and bad days, and with people who love them." Hundreds listened in silence on that cool fall morning. "When we read each name," Gatto continued, "that person comes alive again in our mind and in this place, where they join with us and their fellow heroes to continue celebrating their lives. We who read the names and listen to the names are only visitors. The men behind these names will live here for another year, waiting to remind us again next year that they died as heroes. American Marines, sailors, and soldiers as peacekeepers." Those in attendance nodded as he spoke. "So," Gatto said in conclusion, "our first duty is to remember. And remember we will."
Targeted, Beirut. The 1983 Marine barracks bombing and the untold origin story of the War on Terror was written by Jack Carr and James M. Scott, and read by Ray Porter. Editing, mix, and post-production by like 2,000 pounds. The associate producer was Elisa Morales. Targeted, Beirut, was produced and directed by Travis Tunn. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Targeted, Beirut, is available in print from Emily Bestler Books, a division of Atria. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, The Terminal List, a thriller, written by Jack Carr and read by Ray Porter.
The following is an excerpt from Jack Carr's The Terminal List, a thriller, read by Ray Porter.
It didn't take a tactical genius to pick the spot. Humans are creatures of habit, and some were more religious about it than others. Accountants, it seemed, were practically monastic in their routines. From June 1st to November 1st of every year, Marcus Boykin lived in his mountain house in Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming. Star Valley sounded far more appealing to the East and West Coast real estate buyers than its previous name of Starvation Valley. It was an enclave of wealthy outsiders in otherwise rural western Wyoming, stuck into the mountainside like a well-manicured finger of civilization, full of multi-million-dollar homes in a part of the world otherwise populated by ranchers and cowboys. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Boykin rose early and climbed into his silver Mercedes G550 SUV to drive the 50 miles to the relative metropolis of Jackson. With a summertime population of bankers and hedge fund managers that would rival the Hamptons, it was the only place within hours where he could eat a gourmet meal with an $800 bottle of wine. In Jackson, he could sip lattes and read the Wall Street Journal in the company of fellow seasonal residents from New York, Greenwich, Boston, and Los Angeles. 3 days a week, he could connect with real people in person, instead of waiting impatiently for his friends to comment on his Facebook posts. Dinners at Rendezvous Bistro were far tastier, and the conversation more stimulating than his usual meal alone on the deck, no matter how spectacular the view. US 89 runs north and south through the steep valley that straddles the line between Wyoming and Idaho. Irrigated hayfields near the roadway lie in the shadows of the rugged 10,000-foot peaks to the east and more gentle hills to the west. Just north of the tiny town of Alpine, the route to Jackson turns east along the Snake River and winds into the mountains of the Bridger-Teton National Forest. At this point in the journey, the jagged ridge lines of the Tetons run nearly to the roadside, like towering cruise ships moored alongside an asphalt pier. 10 feet from the well-maintained road was terrain as rugged as nearly anywhere in the lower 48, the home of trophy mule deer and giant elk, as well as plenty of black bears and the occasional moose. Having never touched a gun or hunted in his life, it would never occur to Boykin that September 15th, the opening day of deer season in Wyoming's Region G, fell on a Monday that year. James Reese had hiked in the previous afternoon from a trailhead on the opposite side of the mountain from the U.S. highway. The trail began near the road as the crow flies, but it was many miles away by vehicle. The vistas of the highway were as close to the remote backcountry as most seasonal residents like Boykin ventured. Though it was only a few hours' hike from his truck, Reese may as well have walked in from a different world. He wore a light pack with a nylon rifle scabbard strapped to the side, high-performance digital camo hunting clothing from Sitka, and the Salomon hiking boots he had worn on countless operations around the world. Walking through the Wyoming backcountry in the traditional sniper's woolly ghillie suit and heavyweight rifle, he would stick out like a man wandering the mountains in a tuxedo. But clad in the garb of a hunter, he was as invisible as a guy in a blue blazer at the airport. The anonymous tip that he'd called in about the moose poachers just south of Jackson would probably occupy every game department cop in the region, but in the unlikely event that he ran into someone of authority, the hunting license and deer tag in his pocket would verify him as just another hunter out looking for muleys on the busiest day of the year. He could have hiked in at night with a headlamp or brought along his night vision, but he wanted to get into his spot before dark. No sense twisting an ankle, or worse, in this rough country, and he was anxious to get started. He had studied the topography on maps and satellite imagery hundreds of times, but he'd still hiked the route 2 days earlier to ensure that it looked the same on the ground as it did from the air. The country was steep and high. It didn't matter how well you were conditioned at sea level. 8,000 feet was still 8,000 feet. He stopped to catch his breath and guzzle water from the hose clipped to his shoulder strap. His legs burned and his lungs were starved for oxygen. His base layer was covered in sweat despite temperatures in the 50s, so he zipped his top down to let some of his body heat escape. He wasn't in a rush, but he moved with purpose. It certainly wasn't the first time he had pushed himself up a mountain to a target. His perch was just as he'd left it, a small, U-shaped slot eroded into the mountainside that could only be accessed from the front. There was very little chance of a hunter or game warden wandering up on his six while he was in position, and he'd have a clear view of anyone approaching from the front long before they reached his hide site. The spot overlooked a saddle of highway that ran between two steep hills. His position was near the top of the second hill if you were driving toward Jackson. Like a cave without a roof, the spot would protect him from the prying eyes of hunters glassing for deer the afternoon before the season opened, and would keep him out of the wind as the temperature dropped into the low 30s overnight. He pulled his rifle out of the scabbard and laid his pack down just short of the mouth of the slot, so his muzzle would not be visible from below. The rifle was an Eccles Legend, built by a master in Utah, whose handmade rifles sold for several months of his Navy salary. It was a gift from his father after his first post-9/11 deployment, and was one of his most prized possessions. He had planned to hunt more after he retired and entered the private sector. The rifle was chambered in .300 Winchester Magnum, and despite weighing far less than the sniper rifles he'd used overseas, was even more accurate. Instead of a traditional hunting scope, he had installed a Nightforce NXS 2.5 to 10 by 32 millimeter, the same glass he used at work. The pack supported the rifle's forend, and a small beanbag steadied the butt. Lying prone with the front and back of the rifle supported, he was able to hold the rifle as steady as any bench rest. As cars and trucks crested the hill to his west, he would dry fire at the driver's position of the windshield to get the timing right. The vacationers and local residents traveling this mountain road in a fall afternoon had no idea that they were in the crosshairs of one of the nation's deadliest warriors. Satisfied that his position was solid and that he'd have the right angle on the target, he retreated to the back of his mountain cubby and fired up his backpacking stove to heat water for his freeze-dried dinner. When the sun dropped below the skyline and the temperature fell by double digits, he crawled into his sleeping bag. He thought about his little girl, all blonde curls, tears welling up in her brave blue eyes, as she saw Daddy off on his last deployment. 6 months away, and he would be home for good. Promise. He could still see her face pressed up against the airport glass for one last look as he boarded the plane. The hardest parts of a deployment were the first couple of weeks, when you'd just left home, and the last couple when you started anticipating your return. That it was his last trip overseas made the light at the end of the tunnel brighter. Finally, the end of the train, deploy, train treadmill he and his SEAL brothers had been on for well over a decade. Curled up in his sleeping bag underneath a light show of stars that a city dweller couldn't comprehend, he slept sounder than he had in weeks. No waking up to realize that the nightmare was real. No reaching across the bed for a wife who wasn't there. No hearing the soft cries of a daughter who would never again crawl into his bed for protection from the boogeyman. He was already awake, staring at Orion, when his watch chirped at 0500. A swig from his water bottle and an energy bar would be his breakfast. He got into position behind his rifle and waited patiently for the sun to rise. Marcus Boykin was an early riser, as was nearly everyone in the financial sector. You were either up and at the table in his line of work, or you were asleep and on the menu. He looked at the weather forecast on his iPhone before slipping on a pair of designer jeans and some tan Italian loafers. He wore a Patagonia fleece over his pink Lacoste polo and put on a Yankees cap to hide his bald spot from the 20-something waitress he was currently trying to bed. To him, she wasn't Sarah with the degree in environmental engineering working to save up for her master's. She was the waitress. He'd been unsuccessful in getting into her pants so far, but she was broke and he was rich. One night, sooner or later, she'd get drunk and slip up and he'd be there to take advantage. Living this far out was part of the challenge, though he knew that to better his chances he might have to get a condo in town at some point to help seal the deal. He grabbed his keys from the marble kitchen counter and pressed the remote start. It was freezing, and Boykin wanted the SUV nice and toasty with the heater running and the seats warmed by the time he made his to-go coffee and headed out. He opened his giant oak front door and took out his phone to tweet a photo of the orange glow of sunrise making its way over the mountain before he lost Wi-Fi coverage. The cell service was crap until you got to Jackson. He didn't really care about the view. In his mind, the sun would do the same thing tomorrow, but it would make his friends on both coasts jealous, a thought that he relished. As he climbed into the SUV and headed down the mountain road to US 89, his mind turned to thoughts of what he'd say to the waitress when he saw her. Combat is sensory overload, total chaos, especially if you're in command. The noise is deafening, both from the incoming and outgoing fire, while the overpressure of muzzle blasts and explosions rock your body down to its DNA. Men are yelling, not out of fear or panic, but to communicate above the roar. Tracers come in, rockets fly past. Dust from explosions and bullet strikes shroud your immediate world in a tactile cloud of dust. Radio traffic in your ears adds to the storm and demands a conscious response, which means one's actions in the moment must be subconscious. Identifying targets, firing weapons, changing magazines, all must happen automatically, as seamless as steering, shifting gears, and working the gas pedal of a car while talking on a cell phone. As a leader, you must rise even further above the storm and look beyond your own survival. You must direct the fire and movement of the entire element and resist the instinct to become just another gun in the fight. The whole thing is one tacky psyche blur of constant decision-making. This was the opposite of chaos. Reese's senses registered nothing unnatural, just the calm of aspens in the breeze and the relaxing melody of wildlife easing into another day to a beautiful mountain sunrise. There was no radio, no one to communicate with, just the occasional hum of a car or pickup on the asphalt of the highway. The range to the dip in the road was exactly 625 yards, which meant that the bullet would drop 77 inches in its path from his barrel to the target. The rifle's scope was zeroed for 100 yards, so he would have to compensate for the difference. He came up 34 clicks, 3.4 mils, to make up for the drop. By dialing for the range, there would be no holdover. He could put the center of the reticle right on the target. Fight with every advantage you can get. The winds were light this early in the morning, which was a good thing. Wind calls were always tricky in the mountains, even for a pro. The Kestrel told him it was blowing 2 miles per hour from his left, a full-value wind that required 6 inches of hold. Since winds could shift at any moment, he used the mil-dot reticle to hold off for the 0.3 mils. He heard the hum of the tires even before the blue halogen headlights haloed above the highway as the SUV climbed the rise. The silver Mercedes was unmistakably Boykin's. Thank God this guy didn't drive an F-150. The vehicle was coming straight at him, which meant no lead was required, but it was still hauling ass. He didn't have much time to admire the success of his planning. He tracked the target as it came down the hill, just as he'd done with the 2 other vehicles that had passed earlier that morning. He took a full breath, briefly rested at its peak, then exhaled to find his natural respiratory pause when his lungs had expended their air, steadying and focusing him for the task at hand. Doing so caused the movement of the scope's reticle to slow from an orbit to a small tremor. Even with a solid rest, it was never as steady as in the movies. The Mercedes hit the flat spot and appeared to stop for a second as he lost the perspective of its forward progress. He couldn't see the driver, not at this range and certainly not in this light. Holding just right of the windshield's center, he slowly pressed the trigger. His ears heard the shot, but his brain barely registered the sound. The only sensation of recoil was the scope's image jolting into a blur as the rifle rocked skyward. Despite putting rounds into countless men in shitty corners of the world, his body still jolted into fight-or-flight mode, adrenaline surging into his body like a shot of heroin. He had killed plenty of men with his country's blessing in the past, but this time pressing the trigger meant breaking the most sacred bond of society. He'd just committed murder. The monolithic bullet was a Barnes triple shock made from solid copper and scored inside the tiny hollow point to split into 4 petals upon impact, like a deadly flower. It was engineered to penetrate deeply on big game animals and worked so well that Special Operations troops adopted it for use during the global war on terror. When it hit the nearly vertical glass windshield of the Mercedes, the petals sheared off, leaving a cylinder of copper 1/3 of an inch in diameter and still moving faster than most handgun rounds do at the muzzle. It struck Boykin on the bridge of his nose and angled downward slightly as it smashed cartilage, brain, and bone into jelly. It severed the first vertebra and exited the back of his neck, looking much like it did on the way in, before punching through the leather headrest and terminating its flight in the foam cushioning of the back seat. The Mercedes's cruise control was set on 60 miles per hour when its driver's brain ceased sending command signals to his body. His limbs quivered and jerked the way most animals and humans do when shot in the central nervous system, but the Teutonic engineering of the SUV kept the wheels traveling straight up the rise of the highway as if nothing had happened. When it roared past Reese's position, he thought for a second that he'd missed. As the vehicle crested the rise, having accelerated to make up for the steep grade, Boykin's lifeless body shifted forward in his restraint and caused the wheel to turn sharply to the left. The forward momentum, downward slope, and the SUV's high center of gravity created a snowball effect and caused the Mercedes to roll forward on its right front wheel, cartwheeling off the pavement and into the steep shoulder. The sound of rubber and steel meeting asphalt and rock were deafeningly loud, but only one man could hear it. Reese smiled for the first time in many months as he pulled a Ziploc bag from a pocket inside his jacket. Out of the bag came a folded-up crayon drawing with a list of names written on the back. With a tiny stub of a pencil, he crossed the first name off the list and returned it to its home against his chest.